Hi everyone and welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description.
Lord of Mystery, Paradox Pathway by author D. Nan. Chapter 201-250. Chapter 201 Lily's Contempt Chain. It's finally over. Waking from deep meditation, Snow gently wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This time, the reaction of White Horse's not horse was far more intense than any previous time, so intense that he even thought Russian priest was personally looking for him. It should just be a simple detection from the Sunset Hermit Society. Russian priest probably doesn't care about the lives of one or two killers or decoys. As long as Duke Negan dies as he wishes, everything else will be fine. Snow sighed slightly. Although he could have used Heaven Manufacturing to directly counter the divination and let those hermits enjoy the most fashionable, hymn to God, considering that this might alert Adam prematurely and lead to the failure of the subsequent plan, he still chose to bear the pain himself. After having the maid prepare bathwater and clean clothes, Snow soaked himself in the warm water, feeling the fatigue gradually dissipate, feeling the oxygen slowly deplete, and his brain slowly emptied, no longer thinking about those conspiracies and calculations. In this ethereal state, the all-knowing council also slowly calmed down. Apart from a few consciousnesses clamoring, "Wake up and party," most fell into a lazy and leisurely state. Snow, who had confirmed that he couldn't unify his consciousness through conventional means, temporarily gave up on actively seeking trouble, because he realized that as long as he wasn't truly facing a desperate situation, those fun-loving souls would definitely cling to the idea of, "You won't really die anyway," and do everything in their power to repeatedly dance on the edge of death. Only a genuine accident could make them completely obedient. "It looks like I'll have to leave the comfort zone of Backland." Snow mumbled to himself, surfacing his head from the water, taking deep breaths of fresh air. The abundant oxygen supply made his brain quickly start working again, and new plans gradually took shape. But not yet, at least another month or two. The plan in Snow's mind gradually perfected, but as the true creator's gaze fell upon him, he knew it was time for him to go back and play the piano for Heaven Manufacturing. Donning a loose bathrobe, Snow walked barefoot on the soft, fluffy carpet back to the music room. Listening to Heaven Manufacturing's incessant murmurs of dissatisfaction, Snow gently shook his head and sat on the piano stool. As notes danced between his fingers, Heaven Manufacturing's murmurs gradually subsided, replaced by a soft hum along with the melody. Although the sound still contained some pollution, it was within the acceptable range for normal beyonders. Watching the little figure hanging upside down on the inverted cross, its expression grew increasingly serene and beautiful. Snow's lips curved slightly, and the night passed peacefully, ding-a-ling. The pleasant sound of the doorbell rang. Because the situation had been a bit tense recently and she hadn't gone out to act, Lily quickly ran to the door and opened it. She hadn't received any tasks from Snow recently, which made her a little worried about her dried fish. As a clever cat, she wouldn't be like those foolish felines who treated their owner as an incompetent person who left early and returned late without bringing back any prey. She clearly knew how difficult it was to obtain that prey called pounds, so she would do everything in her power to help, lest Snow go and raise other cats. Click. The doorknob turned, and two familiar figures appeared in her sight. Lily's face immediately showed an expression of disdain. As beyonders, the two people outside naturally noticed Lily's gaze. "Hugh, do you think this cat is looking down on us?" Furs looked at Hugh, who had finally managed to stretch herself to 1.58 meters, with a strange expression. Hugh glanced at her, then said helplessly, "You're not mistaken, but did we offend her in some way?" "Of course you did. That silly witch can occasionally earn some money, but you two are just debt-accruing freeloaders." Lily rolled her eyes in a human-like manner, but showed no intention of speaking in front of others. She turned her body disdainfully and landed lightly on the ground. Although being looked down upon by a cat was somewhat unacceptable, the two, who had frequently attended Mr. V's gatherings, knew that this cat was a powerful creature capable of instantly killing a Sequence 8 Beander, so they didn't exchange many words. They followed her into the room with practiced ease. "Welcome, Ms. Furs, Miss Hugh. Is there anything I can help you with?" Snow, sitting in front of the sofa, poured them a cup of tea, a commercial smile on his face. Hugh picked up the teacup, lightly inhaled the unique fragrance of the high-grade tea leaves, took a small, enjoyable sip, and then spoke, "Mr. Snow, I wanted to ask about that bounty concerning the Fool's Believers." Snow's eyebrow twitched slightly. Although it had indeed only been a little over a month since he'd posted the bounty, wasn't it a bit too strange to ask about it after such a long time? Snow's gaze shifted to Furs, only to see Furs winking at him. He understood something and then chuckled, "You don't need to worry about that. It has nothing to do with you two. To be precise, the entire backland is currently looking for Fool Believers. If I didn't look, it would attract attention. Do you understand what I mean? What did I tell you?" Furs, with excellent acting, delivered a natural performance, saying lazily, "I told you it was fine, but you insisted on asking." "Aha, you might as well get more sleep with this time." Watching Furs yawn as she spoke, Snow's lips curved slightly, suppressing the hint of playfulness that seemed to have merged with his voice, and asked in a very ordinary tone, "Speaking of which, Ms. Furs, how are you doing with the task I gave you previously?" Hearing Snow's question, Furs shivered abruptly and immediately said, Almost. But the last book only recommended Phantom Blood. Won't it be a bit too obvious to release another book recommending battle tendency so soon? Some gossip columns are already starting to publish some not-so-good content. Please don't worry about that. I have some connections with the directors of several mainstream newspapers in Backland. I'll just mention it to them later. You don't need to worry about your reputation being affected. I'll frame it as a commercial act by the publishing house. Snow still wore a faint smile, but Furs felt a pang of disappointment at her failed excuse. Was she worried about those gossip columns? She just wanted to procrastinate for a few more days. Okay. Do you know how painful it is to write every day with your conscience pricking you? Hugh, who knew Furs extremely well, naturally understood what her best friend was thinking. While secretly laughing, she felt no sympathy at all, because wasn't it deserved to have one's conscience pricked for being lazy? She refocused her attention on Snow, then stated her true intention for coming, "Mr. Paindrax, I am now a Sequence 8 sheriff, so, regarding the debt." Chapter 202, Ursha is worthy of his reputation. "Shu, are you hiding something from me?" Furs asked abruptly after they left the exquisite and bustling streets of West Borough. Shu, who was contemplating her newly received mission, shivered violently, then forced herself to calm down and said, "No such thing." "Really?" Furs eyed Shu's youthful, slightly chubby face suspiciously. Her usually lazy gaze was surprisingly sharp at this moment. Furs had suspected Shu's debt for a long time. After all, she had inquired about the full moon murmurs related to a great existence. Regardless of whether this information was a bonus from asking about her father, it meant Shu was at least burdened with a debt involving a secret of a great existence. Shu felt a little guilty under Furs's scrutiny, but relying on her sheriff abilities, she forcefully maintained her composure and, using techniques learned during her time as an arbiter, retorted, "I think you're the one hiding something from me." The tone you and Mr. Paindrax used didn't sound like people who've only met a few times. "Are you often communicating with Mr. Snow when I don't know about it?" "How is that possible?" Furs's eyes widened, her heart inevitably flustered. Today, she had originally intended to use the excuse of asking Snow about the Fool's followers, to find Snow alone and ask about what to do after drinking 2 bottles of a Sequence 9 Beander potion. However, when Shu heard about it, she insisted on coming along, and Furs couldn't explain Mr. Fool and the Abraham family to Shu. Now, being questioned by Shu like this, she could only force a calm demeanor. Unfortunately, the apprentice pathway was not as cunning as the 2 pathways next to it, completely lacking any abilities to control one's emotions. As a result, Shu, with her enhanced perception, almost immediately noticed Furs's odd behavior. Originally, Shu had only used this to divert Furs's attention, but now it seemed her casual fabrication might actually be true. Was Furs really meeting Mr. Paindrax in private often? Thinking of this, Shu's expression immediately turned serious. She looked up, her eyes directly meeting Furs's flustered ones, and solemnly said, "Furs, Mr. Paindrax doesn't have a good reputation. When my family hadn't fallen, he was already a somewhat famous veterinarian in his teens. Frankly, he's probably not a suitable person to associate with." "What are you talking about?" Furs, misunderstood by Shu, actually calmed down and said, feeling quite speechless, Snow and I just joined a secret circle, the same circle that bought you the Sheriff Beander characteristic. Is that so? Shu nodded slightly, but she wasn't convinced. After all, Mr. Paindrax himself was the organizer of a Beander gathering. Why would he join another circle? Or rather, even if such a powerful person were to join another circle, it wouldn't be one that Furs, a Sequence 8, would be qualified to join. However, since her best friend had said as much, Shu didn't press further, but she secretly resolved to pay more attention to Furs's whereabouts in the future. Thinking of this, Shu looked away, pretending to believe Furs's explanation, and then changed the subject, saying, do you think I should take this mission? Although the Enthusiasm gang does have a good reputation, being a thug for a gang. What do you mean by thug? That's for you to maintain public order in East Borough. Furs secretly thought Shu was naive. Snow arranging such a mission for Shu was clearly giving her an opportunity to act. This girl was actually being so hesitant, it was infuriating. But Miss Justice had previously emphasized that without Mr. Fool's permission, the acting method could not be told to others. She could only try her best to persuade her best friend to accept this commission. However, in Shu's eyes, this seemed to have another meaning. Noticing Shu's gaze becoming increasingly strange, Furs also realized that her words were a bit too eager, so she changed her argument, saying, you still owe a lot of debt, don't you? 2 mission debts are offset each week, and if an accident occurs, there will be subsidies based on the severity of the matter. Anyway, you have to go take those arbiter jobs every day. As long as you casually stroll around East Borough every day, you can offset 8 debts in a month. Where else would you find such a profitable deal? Although I don't know how much you owed before, even if you owed 1,000 missions like me, you'd pay it off in a year, right? However, I still owe more than 960 times, Shu rolled her eyes inwardly. But considering that this mission didn't really conflict with her daily schedule, and the daily duty time was only a few hours in the afternoon, with a theoretical weekly salary of £20 though she wouldn't receive it, this generous reward finally made her nod and decide to report to the Enthusiasm organization in the afternoon. However, even after making this decision, it still didn't prevent her from developing a deeper misunderstanding about the relationship between Furs and Snow. Furs, after all, was an author who became famous through romance novels, and she somewhat realized how seriously her previous words had skewed her position. She had originally planned to privately ask Snow about the Beander potion later, but now she could only wait until the Tarot Club to ask. While Furs and Shu were chatting, Klein, who had been woken up early by Snow, had just said goodbye to Mrs. Sammer, whom he had met by chance and who was planning a family vacation. He arrived at the Harvest Church on Rose Street in south of the bridge. Seeing Detective Sherlock, dressed in a black wool coat, enter, Emmeline White, who was meticulously polishing a candlestick, immediately smiled. He tidied his hair, puffed out his chest, and walked over. But what made Klein's eye twitch were the 2 puppets he always carried with him. Although he knew these 2 puppets had been enchanted by Snow with an, unnoticeable by ordinary people, suggestion, he still felt Emmeline's nerves were quite thick, especially one of the puppets. I have information on Jason Buria. A sanguine knows him. Also, don't stare at Emily like that, she'll get shy. Emmeline sat next to Klein and said earnestly. Looking at his serious expression, Klein even wondered if Snow had cast some kind of mesmerizing magic on that puppet. Yes, indeed. Next to Emmeline, besides the mercury lamp he named, Dorothy, there was another life-sized puppet. It had a tall figure of 1.7 meters, dressed in a vampire-style noblewoman's gown that accentuated her physique. Her long, straight black hair flowed behind her, and her red eyes resembled real gems. A proud smile played on her lips, almost embodying all the positive fantasies humans had about vampires. However, the real reason Klein's expression management almost failed was that this puppet had almost the same facial features as Emmeline. If one had to say, it was practically like Emmeline's twin sister. So what kind of mindset do you have to dote on this puppet, whose name and appearance are so similar to yours, so much? Detective Sherlock Moriarty finally couldn't help but blurt out. To his surprise, Emmeline's face suddenly darkened, and then he glared with wide eyes and said, open black lens bracket sanguine expletive close black lens bracket. I knew why Emily looked so familiar. Chapter 203 Silly Moon's Ambition. You didn't just notice, did you? Klein heard Emlyn's curses and couldn't help but twitch his lips. Emlyn, however, sighed and said with a hint of embarrassment, I only realized it after you mentioned it. All those physical features I described to Mr. Snow can actually be found on myself. Klein was momentarily speechless. He had thought Mr. Devil's mischievous streak was acting up again, but it turned out, Emlyn chose it himself. That's right, it was supposed to be custom-made. Seemingly noticing Detective Sherlock's increasingly strange gaze, Emlyn decisively changed the subject. Enough about that. Do you still want the information on Jason Buria? That's a terrible way to change the subject, Klein grumbled internally, but on the surface, he handed over the newspaper he was holding. I also have information on him. Yesterday, the esteemed Duke Negan was assassinated, and a true devil rampaged across the land. Although the newspaper's description avoided the Beander realm, it still clearly stated that the murderer was a banker named Patrick Jason, and as always, it blamed the Aurora Order. Emlyn repeatedly looked at the newspaper, saying in disbelief, so, my information is useless. Theoretically, yes. Klein gave Mr. Vampire a sympathetic look. However, the authorities are still investigating the mastermind behind Jason Buria. If your information is about that, it might still be sellable. No. Emlyn shook his head with a sigh. Emily, who was holding a mercury lamp beside him, suddenly raised her hand and gently patted his shoulder. Of course, this didn't mean Emily had come to life. It seemed Mr. Devil had equipped this puppet with some mobility, allowing it to provide certain feedback based on Emlyn's emotional changes, offering more interaction than the mercury lamp that could only float beside Emlyn. Are you going to ask Mr. Snow for a refund? Klein watched Emlyn having his cross-dressing puppet comfort him, and a feeling of sympathy welled up. Or ask him to help modify some details. Upon hearing this, Emlyn reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, shaking his head excitedly and saying, a refund. Impossible. Absolutely not. Emily is mine. I will never give her to anyone else. So what if she looks like me? She has a spirit. I can feel that as I interact with her, she is slowly coming to life. I'm increasingly convinced there's some kind of curse on this puppet. Are you sure you haven't been affected by some strange power, like Bishop Stravinsky's candle? Klein kindly reminded him, but Emlyn decisively denied it. Do you think I'm crazy? After I got Emily, I took her and Dorothy to a sanguine gathering and had her appraised by the strong members of the clan. Through a series of methods including divination, psychometry, and rituals, it was confirmed that there are absolutely no harmful spells on her. Her movements are becoming more spiritual because she has absorbed the emotions of poured into her. Oh, my God. This is truly a stroke of genius. A puppet that grows with its master's cultivation. I wonder what pathway's ability this is. If possible, I'd like to ask that esteemed individual to bestow this ability upon all my puppets. Watching Emlyn praise Snow's creativity while eloquently describing Emily's virtues, how she evolved from moving stiffly like a marionette to now exuding an elegant demeanor in every gesture, from merely standing behind him to now actively interacting when his mood fluctuates, Klein felt his scalp tingle. He realized he still found it very difficult to understand such a particular hobby. He wondered if all puppet enthusiasts were like this, feeling that further discussion would be endless. Klein forcefully interrupted Emlyn's boasting about Emily and said seriously, I've already raised enough money for those two materials. When will you give them to me? Perhaps he was eager to get Emily some new clothes, or perhaps he truly intended to save money to have Mr. Devil animate all his puppets. In any case, Emlyn showed great enthusiasm for the transaction. Within minutes, the two had finalized the details of the material exchange. After a few more words about the fool, Klein got up and headed to the East Borough to visit Daisy, where he once again encountered proselytizers from the Fat Juicy Slice sect. Regarding this situation where one wave of reports was followed by another, Klein could only ponder on continuing to report them. Fortunately, it seemed that because the gang under Mr. Snow was growing stronger, fewer people were willing to listen to these proselytizers than when he last visited. He recalled that the first time he came to the East Borough to investigate Aurora Order missionaries, groups of 3 to 5 people could be seen everywhere on the streets and by the docks, gathered around missionaries of unknown identity, receiving comfort and guidance. As noon approached, Klein estimated that Braveheart's bar should be open. He immediately blended in with the workers on their lunch break and arrived at Braveheart's bar, spending 10 pence on an oat bread sandwich with pork sausage and a glass of South Wales beer. Although this meal was vastly inferior to what he had eaten at Mr. Devil's house, it still seemed quite wealthy among the surrounding workers. After slowly filling his stomach and finishing his beer, Klein approached the bartender and, as usual, casually asked, "Is Kaspar's Canlinen here?" The bartender glanced at him, as if recalling his face, and said indifferently, "You haven't been here in a long time, have you? Kaspar's got involved in a murder case and ran away over a month ago." "Hey, a murder case?" The bartender's tone was clearly mocking, but it wasn't hard to understand. After all, which person in the arms business didn't have a few lives on their hands? However, Klein knew the whole story. In fact, if it were him, he wouldn't go back to Braveheart's bar either, but like Kaspar's, take all his savings and move to another city. But with Kaspar's gone, who would he find to replenish his ammunition? As Klein was pondering, the bartender seemed to read his mind and continued, "If you want to buy some items, there's a new merchant now." "Who?" Klein asked casually, but in his mind, he was assessing the risk. If it was that ostentatious fellow from last time, he'd rather go to Mr. Devil. "Old man, he's in billiards room 3. The bartender replied without looking up. Klein immediately stood up and slowly walked to the familiar spot, knocking on the half-open door. "Come in." A voice came out, and Klein's eyebrows raised slightly. That voice sounded a bit familiar. Chapter 204, Taking the Blame. Hearing a somewhat familiar voice, Klein pushed open the wooden door and looked inside. It was still the familiar billiard room, but the people by the billiard table had changed. Standing there at the moment was a boy who wasn't too old. He wore an old overcoat and a brown bowler hat, and had a pair of bright red eyes that reminded one of a vampire. He was the cause of the 5 Saul assassination incident and the teenager who got him involved in the struggle for the 3rd-generation differential engine manuscript. "Is that you, Detective Moriarty?" Before Klein could recall his name, the boy had already called out Klein's current identity. Klein looked at the 2 small mustaches he had deliberately pasted on to make himself appear older, and couldn't help but remember himself when he first arrived in Backland and didn't know how to do makeup. He stepped into the billiard room, closing the door behind him. In that not-so-long time, he finally found the boy's name in his mind and then smiled, saying, "Long time no see, Ian." "Indeed." Ian composed his surprised expression and mumbled, "I spent 2 months in Pritz, and those guys were savage and fierce, with no consideration or care for children. In the end, I had no choice but to return to Backland and resume doing what I'm good at. Last month, Kaspar's ran away, so I used my connections to take over the business here." At this point, Ian changed the subject and added, "Mr. Detective, I've always remembered your help, and I still owe you 2 favors. ... Klein muttered that Ian's explanation was just a cover-up. In fact, even if he said nothing, Klein could figure out that he must have some connection with Military Intelligence Section 9 now, and even his current status as a black market merchant was serving Military Intelligence Section 9. However, this was not a big deal for Klein, who currently held the identity of a machinery church informant. He casually picked up a cue stick, mimed a stance, and casually said, "Besides underground weapons deals, you also seem to be selling some intelligence." "Yes." Ian nodded candidly. "What do you want to know?" "It's free." Klein's eyebrows slightly raised at Ian's generosity. As he pushed the cue stick to make a good shot, he gladly accepted the offer and said, "Recently, everyone's been looking for followers of the Fool. There are many bounties. Do you have any news here?" Ian thought carefully for a moment before shaking his head. "No, I even doubt if the Fool truly has followers, as there are no clues at all. But if I had to say, there are 2 things that might be related to him." "Oh." Klein used his clown abilities to control his expression, feigning interest. Ian immediately said, "One is the Black Emperor bandit, the person from the Capum case last time. He appeared again the night before last and also killed the banker who assassinated Duke Negan. Has the Black Emperor already been linked to the Fool?" Klein pondered Ian's intelligence source, but asked aloud, "What about the other one?" "Also the night before last, another person appeared at the same time as the Black Emperor. He killed a woman in the Docklands who was disguised as that banker, although I don't know how a woman could disguise herself as that banker, she died nonetheless. Her death was almost identical to the Capum case, with tarot cards spread all over her body. The only difference was that her eyes were covered with the devil and justice cards. Also, it's said that there was a statue of an evil god at the scene, split open by a King of Swords card. Of course, the possibility of an imitator cannot be ruled out. The reason these two cases are linked to the Fool is because of this style of scattering tarot cards. After all, the Fool itself is the first card in the tarot cards deck. I didn't do this. Klein was greatly shocked by Ian's statement. Thinking of the Aurora Order being scapegoated in today's newspaper, he immediately connected it to the possibility that someone was trying to frame the Tarot Club. However, after a careful thought, he had another idea. The Devil card and the Justice card. Klein mumbled these two cards and immediately remembered that Miss Justice and Mr. Devil both lived in Backland. Moreover, the night before last, Miss Justice had specifically inquired about Duke Negan's assassination. However, Miss Justice is a noble young lady, and only a sequence 8, so she shouldn't be capable of going out and killing people. So, was it Mr. Devil who acted? Klein pondered, but outwardly, he didn't hesitate and continued to ask. You said a statue was split open. Do you know what kind of statue it was? I don't know. The church has kept a very tight lid on this matter. All that is known is that it was a statue of an evil god. Ian shook his head, a hint of shame on his face for not being able to help. Klein had a rough idea in his mind and then asked. Besides that, I also heard of a bounty. Someone is looking for a university lecturer named Isaac Eggers. I want to know who posted this bounty to confirm whether I should get involved in this matter. As you know, searching for someone can be very time-consuming. Are you referring to finding a body hidden in the sewers overnight? Ian muttered inwardly, but still looked around, indicating his extreme caution, and then lowered his voice to utter a name. Military Intelligence Section 9. Military Intelligence Section 9. Not the Numinous Episcopate or the Twilight Hermit Order. Could it be Ince Zangwill's arrangement? Did Mr. Isaac have a conflict with Military Intelligence Section 9? Thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, and a phantom pain once again came from his chest. The pain of being pierced through the chest months ago was still vivid in his memory, but rushing in directly would undoubtedly put him back into the perception of 008. With a slight calculation in his heart, Klein finally smiled and said, It seems I don't have to worry about the bounty being fake, but I'm very afraid that Isaac Eggers is being tracked by Military Intelligence Section 9 because he holds some secret. In that case, the day I receive the bounty might be the last moment of my life. Ian could only spread his hands at this. That's not something I can know. Of course, you can just provide clues. Good suggestion. Klein didn't ask any more questions, spent 5 souls to replenish a batch of ordinary bullets, and then left Braveheart's bar. Just as he got into a taxi carriage, wondering whether to go to Mr. Devil's house to inquire about what happened the night before last, a voice suddenly came to his ear. Are you looking for us? Klein was so startled by the sudden voice that he almost drew his gun, but after he noticed the source of the voice, he sighed and smiled helplessly. Miss Sharon, do you always appear so unexpectedly? Next time I'll knock on the window first. Sharon, dressed in a gothic long dress and a small soft hat, slowly appeared before him, speaking in her usual emotionless tone. Chapter 205 Klein, this is all to pay off the debt. Another leisurely day, Klein thought, eating a simple lunch and quietly waiting for the appointed time after Mr. Devil's midday prayer. Since the Desire Apostle incident, he had suddenly entered a brief period of calm, which left him, who was always busy, a little unaccustomed. Quietly flipping through the newspaper in his hand, his gaze focused on a piece of news. Aurora Order branch annihilated. Klein took a closer look and found that the existence of Beyonders was, as always, concealed, using the vague description, relevant departments, to refer to organizations like the Church and Military Intelligence Section 9 that dealt with Beyonders. It described the entire process of their night raid on the Aurora Order's headquarters in the Docklands, emphasizing the brave fighting of the warriors and the brutal methods of the Aurora Order. But, isn't the headquarters of the Backland Aurora Order Mr. Devil's home? Mr. Devil was just praying with me so calmly. And the enthusiasm pushcart business is still running today. Klein had deep doubts about the newspaper's description, as according to his investigation, the Docklands was not actually the Aurora Order's main missionary area, there was only a group of. Could it be that only the Fat Juicy Slice sect was annihilated? Klein suddenly realized, then flipped through other newspapers, finding no important content. He picked up the Tassoc newspaper again, turned to the serialized novel section, and began reading Stardust Crusaders. The content of Battle Tendency finished its serialization a week ago, and now Stardust Crusaders had a new protagonist and introduced stand abilities. Ordinary people might think this stand was just a fantasy power, while Beyonders would take it as a story designed based on the Rosal's secret treasure, the stand earring, that had recently appeared at sea. But only Klein understood that this should be a bedtime story that Senior Paindrax told his juniors, which Mr. Snow had polished and published. However, I wonder what Miss Magician will think when she sees that the magician in Mr. Devil's book is a burly man. Glancing at the clock on the wall and seeing that the time was almost up, Klein picked up the newspaper and walked into the washroom. No one would think that a person who takes a newspaper to the toilet stays for a long time, right? Compared to the leisurely Klein, Snow, however, had dark circles under his eyes. He had stayed up all night yesterday, waiting for official Beyonders who might attack, but nothing happened. It wasn't until he got the newspaper and saw the news, Aurora Order headquarters annihilated, that he checked the prayer status of his followers with a bewildered expression. Although no official Beyonders showed up, causing him to wait all night for nothing, this was not necessarily a bad thing. At least it proved that enthusiasm and the workers' movement were probably protected by Zhou III. Snow didn't know what excuse Zhou III used to protect enthusiasm, but since they weren't purged, it proved that the gang and the workers' movement had become part of Zhou III's ritual of becoming a god. The result of a regular schedule was extreme discomfort when the routine was broken. Snow, who always went to bed at 10 o'clock every night, showed a level of sleepiness that a normal mid-sequence Beyonder shouldn't have after staying up all night. It wasn't that he truly couldn't go without sleep, but rather, most members of the All-Knowing Council had proposed wanting to sleep, and even if he vetoed it, he couldn't prevent all his cells from starting to slack off. Considering that the Tarot Club was about to begin, he cast a sleepless passive on himself, forcing himself to stay awake. At the same time, he finally truly experienced how troublesome the negative effect of the All-Knowing Council was. The Justice card and the Devil card. And the evil god statue split open by the Black Emperor. Audrey listened to what Susie had seen in the documents on her father's desk, her eyes sparkling with excitement. According to the traces left by the Black Emperor Bandit before, one of the cards covering the face was the code name of the executor, and the other was the purpose. These two cards could be interpreted as, the devil executes justice, but also as, justice acts because of a devil incident. Yet, as the justice of the Tarot Club, she could only see the truth in her father's investigation report. Was it Mr. Devil who did it? Or was it just an impersonation? Audrey wished she could immediately go to Mr. Devil to inquire about the details. However, considering that the Tarot Club was about to begin, she suppressed her excitement, took a few deep breaths, and relaxed. Audrey, don't rush. You've already obtained the Sequence 7 formula. It won't be long before you can become a mid-sequence powerhouse. Crimson and illusory light rose, and the members of the Tarot Club, having prepared themselves, once again arrived above the gray fog. Before the seemingly eternal bronze long table, they once again saw each other shrouded in gray fog. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Good afternoon, Mr. Devil. Good afternoon. Audrey curtsied, rising to bow, her light and joyful voice instantly breaking the eternal silence above the gray fog. Under such a voice, Snow, who was originally drowsy, also perked up a little. After he also began his customary greetings, he heard Miss Justice say, "Respected Mr. Fool, I have obtained 3 new pages of Russell's diary." "Respected Mr. Fool, I also noted down 1 page," Snow said, following Miss Justice, his tone as always. As the only one in the Tarot Club who could always produce a diary, but only 1 page each time, Mr. Devil had long been labeled as having a mind at home. But Klein, who should have been happy, felt a sense of trepidation at this moment, for as Mr. Devil's contributions accumulated, every time he spoke, Klein worried that the other party might make a request he couldn't fulfill. Although he was always ready to delete the database and run away, Klein still maintained that imposing demeanor, asking with a smile, "What reward do you want? Can it be considered payment for your previous answer to my question?" Hearing Audrey's sincere words, Klein only felt his mood lighten, but immediately after, he heard Mr. Devil speak with a slightly uneasy tone. "After I pursued and killed a demonist sect member, to divert the attention of official beyonders, I imitated your blessed's execution mark to conceal my identity. I hope to receive Mr. Fool's understanding. It was you after all." Klein and Justice almost simultaneously had this thought, but their ideas were different. Audrey fantasized about when she could do something like that, while Klein, obviously, thought more. Although he was happy that he could finally clear his accumulating debts, he also understood that this precedent could not be set lightly. However, it was not easy to create a distinctive symbol that could represent the Tarot Club. Completely prohibiting it would be detrimental to the cohesion of the Tarot Club members. After a slight consideration, Klein had an idea. He looked in Mr. Devil's direction and said in a calm yet authoritative tone, "Let this be the last time." After speaking, his sharp gaze swept over every member of the Tarot Club, and only when everyone felt slightly uneasy did he add, "If you have such a need, you can pray to me beforehand." Chapter 206, Sunset Otaku Group. After a round of thanks from Audrey and Magician, Klein finally picked up the two diaries. As usual, he first picked up Rosal's diary, which was full of scrawls. To his surprise, the content of this diary was of quite high quality this time. One entry was about Mr. Dorr discussing Moon and Angel families, another was about Queen Mystic's Beander pathway, and a third was about the spirit-stitched monster and the primordial demoness's name. Looking at the scrawled text, which often contained errors, Klein couldn't help but recall the issue of the acting method that Mr. Devil had brought up earlier. From the perspective of spiritual imprint retention, this spirit-stitched monster didn't seem too difficult to understand. That is, this friend, whom Emperor Rosal had once mentioned, failed to remember the creed of just acting, and thus, was digested by the potion. Thinking of this, Klein couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. In comparison, the gender and name of the primordial demoness were no longer as attention-grabbing. He silently committed this information to memory, then picked up the page of the diary sent by Mr. Devil. July 15th. Discovered traces of the Sunset Otaku group again. Although I also like the feeling of having everything under control, their behavior of toying with the fates of all beings like chess pieces is utterly disgusting. Sunset Otaku group. Klein's eyebrow twitched, and he suppressed the urge to grin. Could this be referring to the Twilight Hermit Order? Twilight to Sunset, Hermits to Otaku. It's quite neat. But why didn't Senior Paindrax write down the official name? Is it due to a dark sense of humor? Or is it because the name of this organization truly cannot be spoken casually? Thinking of this, Klein eagerly continued reading. After all, from the information he had obtained previously, the ancestor of the Pendergast family seemed to have a deep-seated misunderstanding with the spectator pathway, even specifically creating a mystical item that could target the spectator sequence as a family heirloom. Perhaps he knew more about this organization. July 19th. Those damned otaku still haven't left. I think they might be here specifically for me. Although that's a bit conceited, it's always better to be careful. July 20th. They finally left. Fortunately, the purpose of those otaku wasn't me. Unfortunately, I discovered something I shouldn't have known. Who would have thought that the psychology alchemists were actually a branch of theirs? No wonder they risked being discovered by various royal families and major churches to develop influence within the noble circles of various countries. Although those spectators don't even realize they are just actors performing a monkey show in someone else's eyes. What? The psychology alchemists are actually backed by the Twilight Hermit Order. Klein was startled by this information. He forcefully resisted the urge to glance at Miss Justice and continued reading. The taste of a judge is really good. It's just that the open black lens bracket prohibition close black lens bracket on what to shoot is a bit too anti-human. Quote exclamation mark quote. Klein almost choked to death on this sudden sentence, but he barely managed to maintain the fool's dignity by relying on Clown's control over his body. He had originally thought that this senior had finally been serious for once, but then he suddenly dropped such a line. However, why mention Judge all of a sudden? Perhaps this refers to the Judge sequence. Klein wanted to ponder it himself, but the next sentence answered his confusion. From Military Intelligence Section 9's Intelligence on Spectators, I roughly deduced some principles of whatever is said will be known. However, even I cannot maintain a shielding state indefinitely. This organization stops at nothing to manipulate the course of history. I should indeed just be a small noble in peace. I don't want to die inexplicably one day in the future for obstructing the tide of the times. That mystical item should definitely be put on the agenda. Good heavens, not only do you steal formulas as a bricklayer, you also steal intelligence as a bricklayer. Perhaps it's a variation of dream divination. What should it be called? Orgasm clairvoyance. That makes sense. After all, the mind is indeed unguarded at such times. As an expert who frequently used his spiritual body as a medium for dream divination, Klein immediately understood the principle by which this senior obtained information, and he couldn't help but marvel. However, his attention quickly shifted to the last sentence of this diary entry. Died inexplicably for obstructing the tide of the times. Although it was indeed a bit of a coincidence to obtain this diary entry right after Duke Negan's death, after so many previous coincidences, Klein was somewhat numb. After all, if one were to be precise, whether it was Rosal's diary mentioning that organization, or Kilangos's assassination of Duke Negan, both were related to this Sunset Otaku group. Yet, this diary didn't appear then, did it? But, whatever is said will be known. Klein chewed on this phrase, finding it to be so consistent with his own conjectures about the Twilight Hermit Order. He inwardly rejoiced that he hadn't casually discussed this organization in public, and at the same time, realized that he must remind Miss Justice later. Waving his hand to dismiss the diary in his grasp, Klein's mind was filled with thoughts. This diary entry seemed to be from the time after Senior Paindrax settled in Loen, but it shouldn't have been long. No wonder Senior Paindrax remained an obscure nobody until he abandoned his noble status. Klein, associating it with 008's ability, sighed empathetically, then displayed the fool's characteristic calm smile and said to the members before the bronze long table, "You may begin." Although Mr. Fool's reading time today was slightly longer than usual, no one except Miss Justice noticed the brief interval. Hanged Man immediately looked at World and said, "I've found leads for deep sea naga hair. One strand is 110 pounds, so you need 5 strands, which is 550 pounds. If you have no questions about this transaction, I will complete it as soon as possible." Klein felt a slight joy when he heard that there was a lead for his material. Conveniently, the commission fees from Machinery Hivemind had also been arriving. He immediately controlled World to reply, "No problem. Please purchase the deep sea naga hair for me as soon as possible. I will ask Mr. Fool to transfer the payment to you later." Hanged Man naturally had no objections to this, as the £550 price already included his intermediary fee. Seeing the transaction completed, Klein immediately breathed a sigh of relief. This way, all he had left was the characteristic of a human skin shadow. He hoped Machinery Hivemind. Just as Klein was thinking, he suddenly saw Mr. Devil smiling and saying, "I recently acquired a very pure, faceless, characteristic. If you haven't gathered all the main materials yet, I can sell it to you for 4,000 pounds. Hearing Mr. Devil's reply, Klein's mood immediately became conflicted. Frankly speaking, this price could be said to be very reasonable, but he had already spent 2,000 pounds on the mutated pituitary gland of a thousand-faced hunter. Moreover, the characteristic of a human skin shadow was available in Amon's tomb. But what if it wasn't? Or, what if Machinery Hivemind didn't intend to let mid-sequence Beander materials circulate? After all, in Machinery Hivemind's eyes, he didn't know what was in the tomb. Klein was practically exploding with indecision at this moment. However, he quickly remembered Mr. Devil's long-term acquisition of Beander materials, so he controlled World to tentatively ask, "Mr. Devil, can I use the mutated pituitary gland of a thousand-faced hunter to offset part of the payment?" Hearing Klein react so quickly, Snow was slightly disappointed, but still smiled and nodded. "Of course, you only need to pay an additional 2,200 pounds to get the faceless characteristic." Chapter 207, Klein is very sad. Hearing Snow's offer, Klein immediately became conflicted. Was 2,200 pounds expensive? Honestly, this price was very cheap. According to market value, the Beander characteristic of a human-skinned shadow alone would be around this figure. If rarity and premium were considered, £2,500, or even £3,000, would be normal. But then, Mr. Devil had mentioned earlier, a total of £4,000. In other words, the brain-mutated pituitary gland of a thousand-faced hunter is worth £1,800. Does that mean I actually still lost £200? If I hadn't been in such a hurry to trade with Emlyn. Klein's rationality told him not to calculate it that way, but his mind couldn't stop thinking about it. Losing £200, what a loss. Although the human-skinned shadow had a discount, if he wasn't in a hurry to buy it, couldn't he have saved another £200? Although Mr. Fool still looked calm and composed, Snow could already imagine Klein's twisted, suffering mask-like expression at this moment. It's a pity this is above the gray fog, otherwise, this thought would surely have received considerable feedback, wouldn't it? After Mr. World reluctantly finalized the transaction, the two sides of the bronze long table fell into a brief silence. Just as Klein thought everyone had nothing more to say and was about to end the gathering, Hanged Man suddenly turned to look at Miss Justice. I want to know the details of Duke Negan's assassination. What compensation do you require? Why ask me? Miss Justice almost immediately noticed the incongruity in Hanged Man's question. After a simple analysis, she realized that Mr. Hanged Man likely wanted to ask about secret intelligence that the Storm Church wouldn't disclose to lower and middle-ranking personnel, such as the organization or power that controlled the Desire Apostle. However, he was worried that directly asking Mr. Fool would be too abrupt, so he took a roundabout approach. Admiring Hanged Man's shrewdness, Justice slightly curved her lips and said pointedly, No compensation is needed. Isn't it the purpose of our tarot club to freely exchange common knowledge information about our respective areas? Although this was indeed the founding principle of the tarot club, no one would bring it up when someone intended to offer compensation, except for Audrey, the young girl with a sense of ownership. Even Mr. Fool was the same. Hanged Man was clearly awakened by Justice's words. He immediately placed his hand over his chest, bowed slightly, and said with a sincere tone, Your words make me ashamed. Mr. Fool felt a little awkward, but Miss Justice had already begun to share the information she had obtained from her father's documents. This included the Desire Apostle detonating Desire to kill Duke Negan, the Black Emperor bandit killing the Desire Apostle, and the Black Emperor's goal being to track the organization that commissioned the Desire Apostle for the assassination. And just as Mr. Hanged Man was chewing on the words, that organization, Mr. Fool tapped the edge of the bronze long table, seemingly casually reminding him. Out there, do not mention the name of that organization, nor write it down. Why? Audrey blurted out instinctively, even forgetting to maintain her spectator state. Klein leaned back against the chair, responding in the calm tone he reserved for his pretense. Whatever is said, will be known. Could it be that organization? Just as Audrey was relieved that she hadn't spoken carelessly in the outside world, she suddenly heard Mr. Devil speak with some surprise, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Mr. Devil also knows about that organization. Seemingly noticing Miss Justice's gaze, Mr. Devil nodded slightly and then said, Consider it a supplement to Mr. Hanged Man's question. With that, he seemed to organize his words before speaking. The assassination of Duke Negan was actually carried out by two people. Besides the Desire Apostle, there was also a demoness of afflictions. She used some method to impersonate the Desire Apostle's identity, thereby distorting the investigation of the official Beyonders, which gave the Desire Apostle time to act. I happened to be investigating the actions of the demoness sect in Backland. Because the other party carried a statue of the primordial demoness, I mistakenly killed her as a member of the demoness sect, which is how I connected this assassination to that organization. It was Mr. Devil who did it, after all. Miss Justice immediately confirmed in her heart, but Mr. Devil apparently didn't notice her emotional change and continued. However, Mr. Hanged Man, my advice is, absolutely do not try to investigate this organization in reality. This organization contains many characters you are familiar with, even household names, and there are severe signs of infiltration within the Storm Church and various national authorities. Infiltrated major churches and authorities. Can't even mention their name. Household names. Hanged Man at this moment very much wanted to offer compensation to Mr. Fool for the name of this organization, but then he abandoned the idea. Understanding high-level situations would help his future planning, but currently, as a low-level Beander of the middle sequence, as Mr. Devil said, he simply wasn't qualified to get involved with matters related to this organization. Acquiring such information would bring no benefit whatsoever and would instead easily draw him into the organization's sights. The most urgent matter right now was the materials for Wind Blessed. After successfully advancing, he would find another opportunity to consult Mr. Fool. Hanged Man kept this matter in mind, while Miss Magician, at this moment, was utterly bewildered. She didn't understand anything about the Desire Apostle or the Demonist sect. The only impression she had of Duke Negan was from the newspaper yesterday. By the way, wasn't he killed by the Aurora Order? In contrast, Mr. Sun appeared the calmest. After all, who was killed and why they were killed was too distant for him. He was like a primary school student idly listening to content he wasn't interested in, quietly waiting for information that might be relevant to him to appear. The topic of the Sunset Otaku group quickly came to an end. Furs, seeing that no one was raising any more advanced questions that would make her embarrassed to ask her own, tentatively inquired. Ladies and gentlemen, do you have a way to solve the problem of accumulating too many Beander characteristics of the same sequence? You were forced to drink a second apprentice potion. Alger almost immediately retorted. Just as Furs was marveling at Mr. Hanged Man's quick wit, Mr. Devil spoke. Actually, this isn't a big problem. In fact, those who advance using Beander characteristics will more or less have this issue. For low sequence characteristics, as long as you continue to act and digest, it won't cause any hidden dangers. If your level increases in the future and you find that the Beander characteristics are becoming a heavier burden, you can find a demigod of the Sun pathway, or a corresponding Beander item, to expel the excess characteristics from your body. Of course, you can also use more traditional methods, such as having a few children. This way, when your children ask you, how did he get here? In the future, you can answer him, you were delivered by drinking a potion. Chapter 208. Klein feels he's watching a fake live broadcast. After Miss Justice analyzed the potential impact of Duke Negan's death, Klein concluded the Tarot Club. After counting his beloved money again and again, he finally took out almost all of his savings, plus the mutated pituitary gland of the thousand-faced hunter that he had kept sealed above the gray fog, and exchanged them for the Beander characteristic of a faceless. Although recent days had been very peaceful, a sense of urgency always lingered in Klein's heart. He finally stopped procrastinating and, after receiving the deep-sea Naga's hair from Hanged Man, he used divination to confirm that no one would disturb him, then immediately prepared the faceless potion. It is worth noting that the effects this potion brought him were far less than he had imagined. Although the feeling of his body constantly dissolving and solidifying was indeed not pleasant, throughout the entire process, he didn't even hear mad whispers as he had when he advanced to seer and clown. Thinking about it carefully, his last advancement to magician was also a bit too smooth, and at the time he thought it was an exception. But this time, as the potion entered his mouth, Klein realized that this was probably not just a matter of good luck. Thinking about it carefully, when Mr. Devil mentioned the characteristic before, he did use a description like, quite pure, does he possess some kind of technique to purify Beander characteristics? When Klein thought of this, he felt a slight excitement in his heart, because this seemed to mean that he no longer had to worry about purifying the marionettist's characteristic. Although his spirit was a bit tired, it was still within an acceptable range. Klein stood up, walked to the full-length mirror, and slowly began to experiment with the faceless's abilities. He transformed into Zhou Mingrui for a while, then Klein, and even tried Leonard and Emlyn. But for some reason, when he tried to transform into Snow, a trace of vigilance suddenly rose in his heart. Spiritual warning. Why? Is it because of Snow's special mystical item? Or for some other reason? For example, the gaze of the true creator. Klein thought for a moment and felt that this idea was very reliable. After all, Snow's public identity was a follower of the true creator, and being watched by the true creator was a very normal thing. He himself had used a special mystical item to deflect the risk, so if Klein imitated him without permission, he might be noticed instead. It seems I can't casually transform into those who are watched by a true god. Klein warned himself inwardly, then tried a few faces from magazines and passers-by, and after confirming the faceless's limits, he immediately burrowed into bed. He had specifically waited until after Mr. Devil's prayer before taking the potion. In a hazy dream, Klein felt a little helpless. Lucid dreaming was a dream for many, but the feeling of suddenly waking up, for him, meant that someone had invaded his dream. Klein skillfully feigned a hazy state, still in a dream, and casually surveyed his surroundings. Before long, he confirmed his location. It was the address he had reported to the machinery hivemind not long ago. White Cliff Town, Stratford River Bend. Is the machinery hivemind exploring Amon's tomb? But why would it appear in my dream? Klein cautiously looked at the machinery hivemind members already gathered at the tomb entrance, among whom was Eakin's "Please forget those damned questions" of Rhodes Bernard, who had left a very deep impression on him. Just as Klein began to worry if this was a test from the machinery hivemind, in his peripheral vision, on the surface of the clear river, with the fluctuation of the water light, a line of clear words was outlined. "Your loyal servant Rhodes reports the exploration situation to you." Klein grimaced, feeling a little speechless about this mirror that had shown favor to him before. However, he had some experience in putting on an act, so he immediately switched to the fool's condescending posture, nodding profoundly. Not bad. Although Klein's action would undoubtedly be extremely embarrassing for those who knew him, Rhodes clearly fell for it, and immediately introduced its functions in an extremely flattering tone, even offering various home theater-level viewing services. Although Klein still had some doubts about the mirror's intentions, he accepted the kindness. He followed behind the machinery hivemind members, watching what was called carpet bombing archaeology. Looking at the seemingly endless mystical items of the machinery hivemind, Klein couldn't help but think of Mr. Devil, who was equally wealthy. Their common characteristic was that they both mastered the abilities of the artisan pathway. Artisans really make money. Klein sighed in his heart, but he followed the machinery hivemind all the way to the door of the main tomb chamber. After Archbishop Horamek sealed the Spirit World plaque, he followed them into the main tomb chamber. As the door of the tomb chamber was pushed open, Klein immediately noticed a strong discord. The flickering frequency of the candles, the direction of the air currents, and the state of the corpses on the ground all gave him a strange sense of déjà vu. After recalling it with the unique convenience of a dream, he finally realized the source of this déjà vu. Frame-by-frame playback. It can't be that Rhodes's network is lagging, can it? Klein found it amusing in his heart, but then, he immediately realized that this might be because time had been tampered with. He watched the Archbishop walk to the stone coffin step by step, carefully pushing it open. But the moment the stone coffin was opened, it was as if something in the entire tomb chamber had broken through. The candles on the tomb chamber walls began to melt rapidly, and the corpses on the ground began to decay rapidly. Although he, in his dream state, didn't have to worry about smelling unpleasant odors, the visual effect alone was enough to make him uncomfortable. However, Klein was someone who had seen a lot of the world. He quickly recovered from the psychological discomfort, and then he found that the Archbishop's expression seemed a little strange. Taking advantage of the fact that he was watching a replay, Klein quickly walked to Horamek's side, and then, the parchment lying in the coffin immediately came into his view. This. Klein looked at the content on the note, and a strong sense of déjà vu surged into his heart again. Although there was no evidence, he felt that this matter was probably inseparable from Mr. Devil. After all, not long ago, he had seen similar letters in the home of that vampire who liked dolls. But, it didn't seem right either. Klein suddenly frowned, because there was no seal or real signature on this paper, which was a clear difference from Mr. Devil's flamboyant personality. If he was afraid of Eamon knowing, then there was no reason to leave such a thing behind. Klein, with doubts, followed the pale-faced Archbishop Horamek as he patrolled the tomb chamber. Then, his gaze suddenly stiffened. Beneath a mural that was barely not completely destroyed, he saw a deeply carved line of text. It was a line of Chinese characters he was incredibly familiar with. Flowing and vigorous, like dragons and phoenixes, yet it ultimately formed 6 large characters. Third uncle was here. Chapter 209, Mother Goddess. How could I betray the moon? Klein only felt his mind in a state of chaos. Those 6 short Chinese characters were already as astonishing as when he saw Rassel's diary and Paindrax's diary. Could there be other transmigrators in this world? Or, was this the work of Rosal or Senior Paindrax? After all, this was Amon's mausoleum, which could be traced back to at least the 4th epoch. Both Rosal and Senior Paindrax had ample time to commit the crime. And a mere 200 years was clearly not enough to leave any traces of time in this thousands of years old ruin. As time in the room returned to normal, the handwriting, along with the wind-eroded frescoes, lost its distinctness. Archbishop, the Rosalian on this fresco, after Horamek shattered the abyss door, an accompanying team member finally couldn't help but ask. Emperor Rosal's status in the steam and machinery church was, after all, different. And the text on this wall was coherent enough, fluid enough, clearly not a poor imitation filled with Lonus, Intis, and Fosak writing habits. Horamek frowned, seemingly deep in thought, then, as if having made a decision, shook his head and said, "This wasn't written by Rosal." After saying that, he seemed to feel his answer was too arbitrary, so he added, "Rosal's handwriting is a bit more sloppy." The machinery hive mind couldn't quite understand Horamek's meaning and could only assume the deacon had compared the handwriting to Rosal's manuscript. However, Klein, upon hearing it, suddenly understood. After all, he had also visited the Rosal Memorial Exhibition, and Rosal's terrible handwriting, well, okay, his own handwriting wasn't much better. Klein self-deprecatingly chuckled, then followed Archbishop Horamek's train of thought and indeed found that these few characters bore some resemblance to the handwriting in the diary entries Mr. Devil had submitted. Klein was not a handwriting expert, so he wasn't very sure if this should be classified as suspicion of the neighbor stealing the axe, but as a demigod of the machinery hive mind, Klein felt his words should still be credible. So, Senior Paindrax once visited this ancient tomb 100 years ago and stole Amon's portrait and time. 100 years passing can also explain why there are so many monsters in the tomb. They might have been attracted back after that gentleman left, due to reasons like Beander characteristic aggregation. Klein was pondering the level of this senior and how much information he knew about Amon when he suddenly saw the surrounding scene rapidly shrinking. An illusory, ancient, eerie silver mirror appeared in midair, with faint light flickering from the eye-like black gems on either side. White words quickly outlined themselves on the mirror. "Your loyal servant Erodes has finished reporting and is always ready to serve you again." Just as Klein was receiving Erodes's loyalty in his dream, a letter also arrived in Backland from distant Tingen. Snow read the contents of the letter, a slight smile playing on his lips, but he didn't rush to act. The value of information depends on whether someone needs it. The same information presented at different times will obviously yield different results. It must be said that Mr. Glory's business was expanding more and more. In just a few months, the workers' movement had already spread to Ahawa County and East Tark County. According to Lavish's prayer, Eastchester County probably wouldn't be far behind. Although this matter couldn't have happened without the capitalists of Backland fanning the flames, at least the workers genuinely received their due rest and wages. As for prices, sorry, those workers generally didn't use the products manufactured by their own factories. They could clearly see that their wages could buy more bread, more beer, and allow their children to stop working and instead make time to attend church schools. As for high-quality fabrics, lead-white crafts, white-glazed porcelain, precision machine products, those were things only the middle class would use. The spread of the workers' movement not only prevented workers from dying from overwork but also provided Snow with a rather good intelligence network. Although he couldn't access some secret intelligence, it could provide him with many seemingly insignificant real-time updates. Ultimately, intelligence, most of the time, doesn't need to be highly confidential. True professionals can easily analyze useful content from popular newspapers. That damn old man. He actually said I've started to accept the faith of the Earth Mother. Mother. How could I, a noble sanguine, abandon my, wait, oh. Damn it. Emlyn grew angrier the more he thought about it, but considering the other party's strength, which almost packed up his entire family, he ultimately didn't say much. He silently left the Harvest Church, habitually closed the door, and returned to his current residence, where he began to care for his beloved darlings. Although he had Emily, Emlyn didn't neglect his other dolls because of her. On the contrary, a new ambition even arose in his heart. He wanted to obtain the method to bring dolls to life from that demigod powerful being. Just like Emily, brought to life by my love. Repeating his vision in his mind, Emlyn gradually forgot the humiliation at the Earth Mother Church, but then, he seemed to notice something amiss. Why hadn't his parents grumbled at him today? Oh, there was a sanguine gathering in the Backland area tonight. Emlyn slapped his head, glanced at Dorothy in Emily's arms, and sighed helplessly. Although as a noble sanguine, one should properly stay in their room, this is, after all, part of the contract. Oh, damn it. I really don't know why they insist on imitating humans and holding those boring balls. They even have to dance. Emlyn grumbled to himself, but ungracefully succumbed to his protesting stomach. After swallowing, Emlyn finally changed into a decent formal suit and made his way to the home of the sanguine who owned the hospital. Owns a hospital. That's a brilliant idea. Fresh blood every day, whatever age group you want, you get, and you can even occasionally go to civilian organizations for paid blood donations to obtain the blood of young and beautiful maidens through legal and reasonable channels. Emlyn picked up the glass and drank the crimson liquid, thinking enviously, but completely ignoring the fact that the price of his house full of dolls was already enough to build a hospital that could be considered second-rate even in Backland. As the ball was ongoing, the host, Kasimi Odra, a sanguine who looked like a middle-aged gentleman but was already over 200 years old, appeared at the edge of the dance floor. According to his impression, the young sanguine, who was not good at socializing, should have stayed at the edge of nowhere, quietly savoring blood, but, did he not come? Kasimi reached out and beckoned his butler, frowning as he asked. Have you seen Emlyn? He's dancing. Would you like me to call him over for you? The butler respectfully bowed, then pointed to the center of the dance floor. Kasimi, hearing this, was slightly surprised. That fellow, could he find a dance partner? Chapter 210 The moon was deceived again. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. The moment Kasimi looked towards the dance floor, thinking, even that shut-in can find a dance partner, his expression immediately became incredibly complex, because he saw a charming sanguine maiden embracing Emlyn, that problematic kid. Their dance steps were so perfectly synchronized that Kasimi couldn't help but feel a touch of jealousy, but within a few seconds, his jealousy subsided again, because he noticed that the sanguine maiden had no life aura whatsoever. It was a doll. He's really made something of himself. Bringing his own dance partner, although Kasimi didn't particularly like dolls, his long lifespan had given him sufficient appreciation, so he wouldn't mock Emlyn for dancing with this doll, because he knew that the value of this doll might even exceed his hospitals and estates. While law and social customs forbade forcibly stopping guests from dancing on the dance floor, the sanguine themselves didn't truly rely on various etiquette to maintain their dignity like the proper Loan nobles of the Loan kingdom. Their superficial elegance was merely an optional embellishment, and the source of their pride was always their power. At Kasimi's signal, Emlyn was forcibly called off the dance floor by the butler, which was obviously very displeasing to Emlyn, who was experiencing the joy of dancing for the first time. However, facing the master of the house, he seemed to have no capital to refuse. Glancing at his parents chatting with other clan members in the corner, Emlyn still suppressed his displeasure, returned to his previous seat, handed Dorothy to Emily, and then came before Kasimi, puffing out his chest, as if to maintain his demeanor in front of his female companion, and asked in a noble and elegant manner. Is there something you need, Kasimi? My grandfather wants to see you. Kasimi clearly had no intention of wasting words. His grandfather, as a sanguine active since the fourth epoch, could only maintain his lifespan through slumber when unable to advance, which also meant that every second he was awake brought him closer to death. The sanguine and other Beander families were essentially no different. A living powerhouse was their capital for standing firm, and his grandfather was the foundation for his ability to establish himself in Backland. Your grandfather. Emlyn was first stunned, then widened his eyes and said, Lord Nibe. Although he had long realized that Kasimi had something to discuss with him, he hadn't expected that the one who wanted to see him would actually be a Sequence 3 saint. Yes. Kasimi nodded solemnly, then turned and walked towards a staircase on the second floor, completely disregarding whether Emlyn would follow. Seeing this, Emlyn felt a little uneasy in his heart, but still gritted his teeth and said to Emily, You and Dorothy stay here and protect yourselves. Emily nodded gently, then found a relatively empty spot and quietly waited for Emlyn's return. Perhaps due to their constant companionship during this period, Emily's sudden departure from his sight gave Emlyn a sense of anxiety akin to a modern person without their phone. Although he probably couldn't understand this analogy, it didn't prevent this feeling from appearing in him. Seemingly noticing Emlyn's anxiety, Cassimi, uncharacteristically, offered a word of comfort. "This is my residence, no one will touch a guest's personal belongings, not even other guests. You can absolutely rest assured about that." Emlyn looked at Cassimi with some surprise, but Cassimi didn't explain further. He didn't understand Emlyn's fondness for dolls, but if he placed goods worth at least tens of thousands of pounds in the ballroom, he too would be restless. The two sanguine rounded several corners, descended the stairs to the underground area, and after passing through several secret doors, finally arrived at a spacious grey hall. In the center of the hall was a heavy coffin made of black iron, engraved with numerous symbolic patterns and magical markings. After Cassimi's report, a deep, aged voice slowly emanated from within the coffin. "Emlyn White, do you know why I want to see you? Respected Lord Nibe, I think you intend to help me remove the psychological suggestion." Although Emlyn felt this answer was unreliable, he had thought about it all the way and couldn't come up with any other answers. Well, of course, it could also be Dorothy or Emily, but Emlyn instinctively didn't want to think in that direction. After a brief silence in the hall, Nibe, lying in the coffin, chuckled. "That is one of the purposes, but it is not for me to help you. I have just awoken from a long dream, having received enlightenment from the progenitor." Progenitor? Has he awakened? It wasn't Emlyn who exclaimed in surprise, but Cassimi, but the answer he received was negative. "Not yet." Nibe replied thus. "The progenitor told me that the apocalypse is very near, and we must prepare for it, and you, Emlyn White, are one of the key figures in the progenitor's revelation." "Apocalypse?" Cassimi asked in astonishment, while Emlyn's mind was a mess. He only remembered one sentence, that he had actually become the key for the sanguine to survive the apocalypse. He was the sanguine's savior. How could that be? Just as Emlyn was caught in a contradictory cycle of self-inflation and self-doubt, Nibe spoke again. "Emlyn, I am now entrusting you with a task. Please speak." Emlyn immediately perked up, awaiting the Lord's task, and what he received was an incredibly astonishing command. "Find an opportunity to pray to the fool." Emlyn suspected something was wrong with his ears, even wondering if Lord Nibe had somehow learned of his idea to pray to the fool to break the psychological suggestion and was testing him, but Nibe confirmed. "It's the fool whose honorific name has only recently begun to spread. But this would be very dangerous, Lord Nibe. You should understand that I am not resisting the progenitor's task out of fear of danger, nor am I doubting you, it's just that this task is truly..." Emlyn himself couldn't continue, but Nibe showed no displeasure, merely continuing in his aged and calm voice. "Not all hidden existences are filled with malice. Among them, there are also types that follow rules and enjoy transactions, such as the 7 pure lights of the spirit world." Emlyn, leaving the basement, didn't know that the old man in the coffin had deliberately fabricated the key figure statement to deceive him. His brain was currently in an overloaded state. Whether it was the identity of the sanguine savior, or being asked to pray to the fool, all of this exceeded the comprehension of a mere sequence 7. As for the never before heard 7 pure lights of the spirit world, that was not even a consideration. He took a deep breath and returned to the ballroom, his eyes searching for his spiritual support. Seeing him reappear, Emily immediately brought over a glass of wine, and gently handed it to him. Emlyn looked at the serene-faced Emily, his eyes slowly shifting from confusion to determination. As the wine in the glass was gulped down, a decision slowly formed in his heart. Chapter 211 Mr. A discovers the grazing code. Why is this happening? Just as Emlyn White was hesitating whether to pray to the fool, in a safe house in the East Borough, Mr. A was doubting his life. As a seasoned Beander who had been a shepherd for a long time, he also had his own acting principles. Shepherd, meaning, all beings are the Lord's lambs, and I shepherd them on behalf of the Lord, which is also the origin of the word, pastor. Therefore, shepherd is one of the few Beander sequences whose acting method is unrelated to its Beander abilities. He would not receive potion feedback from shepherding Beanders, instead, he would receive considerable feedback when developing believers and strengthening the religion. Just like mortal shepherds, only the most foolish shepherd would constantly crack the whip and drive the flock. A clever shepherd would cultivate a lead sheep to guide the flock and raise sheepdogs to protect it. Among them, the lead sheep is the leader who actively believes in our Lord and leads other lambs to believe in our Lord, while the sheepdog is the meander power that protects the believers. To make the flock obedient, one must first feed the lead sheep. When the lead sheep receives benefits, it will become an object of envy for other lambs. They will also hope to become lead sheep and receive benefits, thus obediently following the lead sheep's pace. However, he didn't know when it started, but this set of shepherding procedures he had summarized seemed to have stopped working. It wasn't because the lamb's mentality had changed, but because the surrounding wolves had become more cunning and cruel. The sheepdogs he had cultivated were completely unable to withstand the wolves' attacks, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Just half a year ago, the East Borough, Docklands, and Factory District of Backland were still so chaotic that no matter how much evangelism was done, it would not attract the attention of the authorities. But now, every time his evangelism began to show promise, they would be cleaned up by the authorities' beyonders, which made him start to wonder if Backland's beyonders were really so idle. But what made him doubt his life the most was the forces developed by Snow were completely unharmed in these multiple cleanups. Mr. A felt that this situation was too fake. The scale of his fat juicy slice sect was far less than 1% of enthusiasm's size, and the commotion it caused was far less than the workers' movement. Yet, these two most active organizations were completely fine, while his own fat juicy slice sect was tragically wiped out. If he hadn't personally seen enthusiasm and the workers' movement praying to the Lord, and if he hadn't received confirmation when he sought the Lord's gospel, he would even suspect that these two organizations had secretly defected to the authorities. In fact, Mr. A didn't really have to shepherd personally, because from a certain perspective, Snow himself could be considered a led sheep and sheepdog he had developed. The problem, however, was that his loyalty to the Lord prevented him from comfortably enjoying the fruits of others' labor. He always wanted to do something. He began to observe the behavior patterns of enthusiasm in the workers' movement, tracking and assassinating the authorities' beyonders who came to clean up the fat juicy slice sect, and even disguised himself as an official beyander to tentatively attack the periphery of enthusiasm and the workers' movement to obtain enough information. Then, he discovered an even more incomprehensible situation. The sheepdogs protecting these two organizations were actually those jackals. Could Snow have corrupted the upper echelons of the Loan military? Planted spies in Military Intelligence Section 9. Every time he saw Military Intelligence Section 9 helping to cover up information about the workers' movement and enthusiasm, saw them desperately trying to erase all traces of cults, and even secretly blocking information about heretical beliefs, Mr. A found it extremely absurd. Because this was no longer something that could be achieved by corrupting one or two people. One must know that the Loan military was not a one-man show. Various major nobles checked each other, and although Military Intelligence Section 9 was said to be a direct agency of the king, there were still many factional branches within it. Even the lower-level members largely came from major noble families. In other words, even if one or two high-ranking officials were controlled, the lower-level members would still not blindly obey orders. But the problem now was that almost all Military Intelligence Section 9 members appearing in the East Borough and Factory District were covering for enthusiasm, and the workers' movement was even more outrageous. They were protected by bankers, capitalists, and emerging nobles. Mr. A found it difficult to understand what kind of mentality drove these people, who were forced to lose a lot of money to improve workers' conditions, to protect the workers' movement. But he did finally understand one thing. That is, Snow's shepherding approach was different from his. He adopted the traditional shepherding iron triangle, composed of a shepherd, a led sheep, and a sheepdog, while Snow's method was to directly pen all the sheep. He provided all the sheep with enough fodder to allow them to grow, and drove them to band together through self-interest. Although this method did not produce lambs as devout as the traditional lead sheep method, its speed and stability far surpassed it. Furthermore, in this structure, there were no so-called shallow believers, nor would all the lambs scatter if the lead sheep died. Every lamb had its own interests, and even without the authorities acting as sheepdogs, they would fight for their own interests when encountering difficulties. Thinking of this, a flash of inspiration crossed Mr. A's mind. He seemed to understand a little why the authorities would voluntarily act as sheepdogs. Just as snow gave benefits to commoners to make them pray to the Lord, for the authorities, a stable East Borough and Factory District could reduce internal strife in the kingdom. At the same time, the royal family and the church were not a monolithic entity. Compared to the church, the royal family was not so concerned about faith. Even if they were cultists, as long as it did not affect the royal family's rule, they would rather see them counterbalance the orthodox churches. Upon realizing this, Mr. A felt his entire being elevate, because he even saw the possibility of the Aurora Order becoming an orthodox church. The Backland Diocese might not need me anymore. Mr. A smiled, contemplating when to apply to the Dark Saint to be transferred to another diocese. This was not an escape, but rather he was somewhat impatient to experiment with this new, shepherding principle, in other regions. To make the Aurora Order an Orthodox church, to free the Lord's faith from the shackles of the 7 deities, just thinking about it made Mr. A tremble all over. While Mr. A was envisioning the future, Little Sun, located in the sanctuary of the true Creator, had just awakened from his slumber. Listening to the quietly burning campfire and the steady breathing of his teammates diligently guarding the camp, he began to count his heartbeats. Every mature Beander in the City of Silver had the ability to estimate the approximate time based on their level of hunger. After a brief period of contemplation, he slowly relaxed a bit. There was still a long time before departure, enough to attend the Tarot Club. Chapter 212. Mr. Fool shot his own foot. Mr. Sun, what happened? Was the exploration of the fallen creator's temple unsuccessful? Son Derek, trembling amidst the constantly surging memories in his mind, suddenly heard a clear and pleasant inquiry. He immediately latched onto it like a drowning man grasping a straw, and recounted the process of his 5 consecutive explorations of the temple. He naturally attributed the surge of memories to Mr. Fool's reminder and solemnly stood up to bow. However, Mr. Fool, as the one being thanked, clearly did not understand what had happened. But it was obvious that this should be the gray fog's self-cleaning, so he did not deny it, merely nodding slightly in response. Seeing Mr. Fool's calm demeanor, Derek felt much more at ease. He then turned to the other participants and sincerely asked, "Do you know the root of the problem? How can it be solved? I think I probably know what you've encountered." Just as the hanged man was about to speculate using his knowledge of mysticism, he heard the devil speak with an uncharacteristically serious tone. This made him immediately close his mouth, which he had just opened, and wait for the explanation. Snow looked around, and only after confirming that everyone had turned their attention to him did he begin. Firstly, your situation should not be a dream or an illusion. If it were that kind of ability, you should have woken up when you heard Mr. Fool's summons, rather than only regaining consciousness after coming above the gray fog. Hearing Snow's words, the hanged man felt a bit embarrassed. It was a good thing he was a step slow in speaking, otherwise, if he had been directly refuted, his prestige in Sun's eyes would have dropped significantly. Snow seemed not to notice the hanged man's mood and continued. Excluding illusions and dreams, the power that can cause such a loop, as far as I know, has 4 types, each of which requires at least sequence 2 to achieve. 4 types. Sequence 2. In the context of the Tarot Club, where the highest sequence was only sequence 6, everyone was shocked, but Snow showed no sign of stopping and immediately said. The first type belongs to the Marauder pathway. It can steal a segment of experience, and the person who loses this experience will return to the starting point and lose related memories. Therefore, any injuries sustained will also recover. However, since you have killed that little boy named Jack multiple times, this means that the little boy is probably also a victim, whose death experience was stolen. Even experiences can be stolen. This ability would be very interesting if written into a novel. Unfortunately, this involves high sequence abilities, and if I write about it casually, I might be targeted by a powerful Beander of the Marauder pathway. First side with regret. Though even if she could write it, she would probably be too lazy to turn this inspiration into words. The second type belongs to the lawyer pathway. It can twist rules to create an area with special rules, and it's even possible to implement rules like, once someone dies, everything restarts. I've never heard of the lawyer pathway. Little Sun shook his head. He truly had no impression of this term, which even Mr. Fool could only explain but not translate. However, this was also very normal, as in the history of the City of Silver, there was simply no foundation for industries like lawyer to exist. Snow was noncommittal to his words and merely continued. As for the third type, it is the power of the fate pathway. When the fate pathway reaches sequence 1, it will possess the abilities of restart and loop. According to records, this should be able to achieve the effect of continuously cycling time within a small area. What about the fourth type? Audrey's eyes sparkled with excitement as she listened to Mr. Devil's speech, but just as she waited for Mr. Devil's next words, she found that he seemed not to intend to continue, so she immediately asked. However, as soon as she spoke, she noticed that Mr. Devil's gaze had once again turned towards Mr. Fool. This action by Mr. Devil was not the first time at the Tarot Club, but Audrey, relying on her spectator intuition, felt that this time, Mr. Devil's probing meaning was particularly serious. What does Mr. Devil mean by this? Why is he asking me again? I'm just a wild sequence 6 who knows nothing. Even if you ask for my instruction, I don't know what you're going to say. The esteemed Mr. Fool felt extremely helpless when he saw Mr. Devil's gaze, but in order to maintain Mr. Fool's mystique, he could only nod slightly, just as he had done in previous instances, with an attitude of, I don't care, say what you want. Having received Mr. Fool's approval, Mr. Devil relaxed slightly. He looked around, taking in the postures of all the members, then slowly said. The fourth type is the grafting authority held by Mr. Fool, which can graft things like fate, time, and thoughts. For example, it can make a novel that has just begun reach its ending, or it can make a person who has just eaten the last bite of bread return to the state of having just taken the first bite. Of course, if this were done by Mr. Fool, you would clearly have no possibility of recovering your memories. Mr. Fool. Klein felt the gazes almost simultaneously directed at him, and immediately felt like he had shot himself in the foot. Although he knew the high sequence abilities of his pathway in advance, it was completely useless. Not only was it useless, but it also caused unnecessary trouble. After all, if the members of the Tarot Club needed to use this power in the future and he couldn't, what then? Klein swore in his heart at this moment that the next time he saw Mr. Devil's gaze like that, he would definitely think it through before responding. Fortunately, the members of the Tarot Club soon realized their actions were somewhat disrespectful and slowly withdrew their gazes. Little Sun also clearly didn't think it was Mr. Fool's joke, and immediately asked seriously. Then, Mr. Devil, which type do you think my current situation belongs to? You mentioned Marauder earlier. Could it be Amon's doing? I'm not certain. Although Snow held the answer, saying it directly would obviously be too fake. He tapped his skull and slowly said. If you hadn't mentioned Amon earlier, I would lean more towards the fate pathway, because according to the information I know, beside the true creator, there is a snake of fate of the fate pathway. Of course, whether it's Amon or the snake of fate, you don't need to worry too much, because a true angel wouldn't need to torment you like this. So, you most likely stumbled into an area with their residual aura. This phenomenon is very common in the Beander domain. Compared to the ruins at the easternmost part of the Sonia Sea, a loop of mere memory loss is truly too friendly. With Mr. Fool's protection, you can completely retain your memories and make countless attempts until you deduce the pattern and find the key node, at which point you can break this loop. Chapter 213, Traces Left by the Gods. Key node. What do you think it might be? Little Sun greatly admired Mr. Devil's erudition, unconsciously using a respectful address. Although the question was for Mr. Devil, the hanged man, who always wanted to deepen his position in the Tarot Club, immediately wanted to answer. However, unfortunately, someone was a step faster than him. Miss Justice, who was most interested in such topics, had already noticed a key point when Mr. Devil described those Beander abilities. As Little Sun asked the question, she spoke. Could it be that little boy, Jack? Since the end of each cycle always concludes with killing that boy, then if we don't kill him, but deal with him in other ways, would it make the cycle different? That's possible. Alger quickly took over the conversation, no longer daring to pretend to ponder, and immediately continued. Sun's description of Jack reminds me of something. As he spoke, he turned his gaze to Justice, and said in a meaning tone. I think I mentioned before that I once pursued a listener of the Aurora Order at sea. His goal for going out to sea was to find the sanctuary of the true creator. It seems there was such a thing. Audrey recalled for a moment and nodded slightly. The hanged man immediately said in a deep voice. That listener also brought his child, whose age was very close to Jack as described by Sun. You mean, that Jack came from your world to the vicinity of the City of Silver? Derek's tone was very surprised, but after a brief thought, a surge of ecstasy suddenly grew in his heart. Since someone could reach the City of Silver from the so-called sea, it meant that the area where the City of Silver was located was not completely sealed off. They still had a chance to reach the normal world where the Hanged Man and Justice were. I can only say it's possible. The Hanged Man could not give a definitive answer. He thought for a moment before suggesting. You can find an opportunity to mention Sonia Sea, Loan Kingdom, and port cities in front of the little boy Jack. Perhaps there will be a different reaction. Of course, try to avoid your City of Silver's chief. Also, the key point might not be on the little boy Jack. You also need to consider other possibilities. Describe the specific situation, such as the detailed content of the murals, and perhaps we can discover other useful things. At this point, the hanged man glanced at the devil beside him, seemingly to boost Sun's confidence. Little Sun had a high degree of trust in the Tarot Club and Mr. Fool. After obtaining Mr. Fool's consent, he materialized the scenes he could recall, presenting the exploration process and the areas he considered important in a fragmented manner before the members of the Tarot Club, and began explaining them one by one. City walls collapsed in darkness, streets passing through ruined buildings, white and blue colors full of dust under the light of the first lanterns, ancient temples supported by stone pillars, statues hanging upside down on dark crosses, a series of images depicting the fallen creator bearing sins on behalf of humanity. Until the final appearance of the little boy Jack, scene after scene clearly presented. However, unlike the Tarot Club members who were looking for the so-called node, Snow, who already held the answer, kept examining the murals depicting the true creator, seemingly contemplating something. It wasn't until World began to display the deified statues he had seen in an underground mausoleum that Snow suddenly spoke. Speaking of the 6 gods, I thought of something. Hearing Mr. Devil finally speak, the hanged man immediately focused intently. Compared to Sun, who was still troubled by the situation of the exploration team, he could better understand the weight of the information revealed by the devil. And what the devil said did not disappoint his expectations. I wonder if any of you have heard of the ruins on the easternmost side of Sonia Sea. You mean? The hanged man's pupils suddenly contracted. Little Sun, who had never seen the sea, was still confused. Instead, Furs, who had previously harbored the intention of collecting writing material, suddenly spoke. I remember just now, Mr. Devil, when you spoke of residual aura, you mentioned the ruins of Sonia Sea. Yes, at the end of Sonia Sea, there is a ruined relic. Because in the 4th epoch or even earlier, a true god-level battle once occurred there. The power left by the deities caused a huge impact there. People might suddenly grow plants, and if they don't sleep at night, they might suddenly disappear. These are the influences of the residual power of deities like the Evernight Goddess and the Earth Mother. And your City of Silver has anomalies such as monsters appearing in darkness, people disappearing without light, and the sky filled with lightning. At first, I thought it was just a coincidence. After all, you didn't know of the existence of the 7 gods, but now that murals related to the 6 gods have appeared near the City of Silver. Mr. Devil, do you mean that the City of Silver, like the ruins at the end of Sonia Sea that you mentioned, was once a battlefield of the gods? Audrey asked in an exclamatory tone. She didn't know that there was such a dangerous place at the end of Sonia Sea, but the feeling full of legendary color and adventurous aura fascinated her. I'm afraid it's not just a simple similarity. The hanged man's tone was somewhat low, yet it carried an excitement of having discovered some major secret. He unconsciously lowered his voice, speaking in a tone as if discussing a secret. Didn't I say that I tracked that listener on Sonia Sea? If that Jack is truly the listener's child, then can it be assumed that the place where the City of Silver is located is at the end of Sonia Sea, at the end of that ruined relic, that they are one? They are the remnants of the same war. I think so too. While everyone was still shocked by the hanged man's summary, Snow took over the conversation. Making people suddenly disappear is the authority of the Evernight Goddess. The thunderstorms in the sky obviously come from the god of storms. The monsters in darkness are the power of the Hanged Man pathway. Although it is not completely consistent with the traces on Sonia C, it could also be the result of different gods fighting in different areas. So this painting is the key. Although Little Sun was also very concerned about the so-called end of Sonia C, he was more concerned about their current predicament, because if they couldn't even escape the cycle, knowing the exit would be meaningless. Perhaps, perhaps not. You can try to destroy it and see. Of course, you need to find an excuse first, so as not to be suspected by your chief. The Hanged Man reminded him, and Little Sun immediately thanked him sincerely. Klein was clearly completely unaware of these secrets, but he noticed a detail that no one else had paid attention to, so he gently tapped the edge of the bronze long table, letting out a chuckle. Rose Redemption. Chapter 214. The character must be established. At this moment, the members of the Tarot Club almost simultaneously began to recall the origin of this word. However, Miss Magician, who joined later, evidently didn't recall anything, while Justice and Hanged Man gradually remembered that when Mr. Sun first mentioned the true creator's temple ruins, he had once brought up this term in some murals. But besides that casual mention, this name had never appeared again. Although Mr. Sun was indeed exploring these ruins this time, none of them had expected it to be related to this name. Esteemed Mr. Fool, what does Rose Redemption represent? Miss Justice, the wealthiest and also the least reverent towards mysteries, raised her hand. At this point, she was already prepared to pay a substantial reward, of course, in gold coins, for this name, which likely held an enormous secret. Although Snow felt that the great Mr. Fool would be very eager to earn this sum, it was regrettable that Miss Justice was destined to receive only Mr. Fool's enigmatic smile. In fact, at this very moment, Klein, while intending to display his status, was also observing the devil's attitude, because he was very curious whether this gentleman, who had a transmigrator ancestor and belonged to the Aurora Order, knew some information that he didn't. After all, from the Red Angel Evil Spirit's words, he could basically confirm that Rose Redemption must hold some huge secret. Facing the smiling but silent Mr. Fool, Snow roughly understood his meaning, but he didn't intend to reveal spoilers here. Instead, letting Sun slowly make mistakes was a safer option, as too clear a goal could easily attract the attention of the City of Silver's chief. Although the chief was very much looking forward to change, if Little Sun performed too excessively, it could easily affect Mr. Fool's evaluation in the City of Silver. However, to maintain his image as the most knowledgeable member of the Tarot Club, he ultimately didn't remain silent. Instead, he quietly watched everyone discuss until Hanged Man spoke, instructing Derek to clarify the content of the murals, before suddenly tapping his glabella and saying, "Pay attention to the characters appearing as angels in those murals." The devil, who had not joined the discussion, suddenly spoke, surprising the members of the Tarot Club slightly. Little Sun even directly asked, "Mr. Devil, do you know something? I have some understanding of the organization, Rose Redemption, but most of the information cannot be disclosed to you. This is not due to vows or contracts, but because the identities, names of its members, and the organization's purpose are all extreme secrets. Even just storing these memories in your brain would put you in considerable danger. Especially Mr. Sun, if your current situation is truly related to Rose Redemption, please pay attention to anything related to the angel image that appears in your vision. That might be the key to breaking your predicament. At the same time, do not utter any names belonging to those angels that you obtain in any setting outside of the Tarot Club. Even if you hear others mention them, do not repeat them. I cannot tell you which ones are harmful, so it's best not to mention any. There's danger just from knowing." Audrey and Furs were still marveling at this situation, but Hanged Man, who had sufficient understanding of mysticism, showed a shocked expression. Because at this moment, a terrifying answer flashed in his mind, which he then quickly buried deep in his memory. If it was really as he thought, no, he couldn't think about it anymore. Hanged Man forcibly suppressed his chaotic thoughts, and all of this was observed by Klein, who had silently activated his spirit vision. He naturally noticed Hanged Man's chaotic, terrified, yet somewhat surprised mental state, and immediately understood that Mr. Hanged Man probably figured something out. However, he did not try to inquire through the world, because he noticed the devil's action of tapping his glabella before speaking. "Mr. Devil's action just now, was it to apply a suggestion? Or to undo some kind of suggestion? Speaking of which, he seemed to have tapped his head lightly before when mentioning some secrets. Could it be a form of memory blockade? This thought arose in Klein's mind. Following his intuition, he temporarily suppressed his curiosity about Rose's redemption, while Hanged Man forcibly changed the subject, beginning to design a basic plan for Little Sun to observe the murals and communicate with the little boy. With Hanged Man's intentional guidance, this matter quickly came to an end, and the Tarot Club finally began to proceed as usual. Justice turned her gaze to the head of the bronze long table and spoke with a hint of seeking credit. Mr. Fool, there are 3 more pages of Rosal's diary this time. I still owe you 7 pages. Hearing Justice's statement, Magician immediately followed. Mr. Fool, I also received a reply. There will be Rosal's diary at the next gathering. Very good. Klein nodded lightly, his gaze turning to the devil, and as expected, he heard the other party's response of noting down a page of the diary. After a simple materialization process, Klein reached out and took the 4 pages of the diary, starting with Rosal's diary as per usual. Looking at Rosal's record of a disastrous flirtation that almost got him anally assaulted, and seeing him about to become a demigod and considering building a Gundam, the corners of Klein's mouth subtly curved upwards. But this good mood vanished in the next moment, because he saw the text on the last page of Rosal's diary. What is a miracle? Resurrection from the dead is a miracle. Klein's mental state immediately shattered, because he inevitably associated it with his own 2 consecutive resurrections. His brain was pierced by a bullet, his heart was gouged out and then incinerated by demigod-level flames, yet he still revived twice. Was this, then, the so-called miracle? Klein's thoughts involuntarily diverged. He thought of the gray fog's enhancement of divination, as well as events like Marionettist, Antigona's family notes, the Hornassus mountain range, the misfortune doll, and so on, all seeming to point to the same thing. This gray fog seemed to be very closely related to the seer pathway. However, his knowledge of mysticism was too poor, so much so that he could only come up with 3 conjectures, already estimating as high as possible. A sealed artifact of sequence 0 of the seer pathway, the divine kingdom left behind by the previous fool, or the so-called uniqueness of the seer pathway. Shifting his gaze from Rosal's diary, Klein felt an unprecedented hope. He thought of the luminous staircase that appeared above the gray fog after his advancement. Perhaps that was the reason for his transmigration, and the way home. With vigilance towards Zeratul, Klein pulled out Paindrax's diary, which he had left for last. His eyes scanned it, and his expression immediately stiffened. The warrior pathway's chariot is damn hard to drive. Chapter 215, The Hell Lies Ahead. Hey, Mr. Paindrax, are you collecting stamps? Klein looked at the first line of the diary, his mouth twitching involuntarily. Although Bishop Stravinsky was the only warrior pathway he had truly seen, from Little Sun's description of the City of Silver, he could almost confirm the general height of the warrior pathway. And, with the frail body of the seer pathway, can you really handle a lady from the warrior pathway? Klein, being a modern man, let his thoughts run wild without restraint, instantly imagining many R-rated scenes. However, considering the occasion, he didn't dwell on it and continued reading down the text. While I was having an in-depth exchange with a warrior lady, I entered her subconscious, and then I found an illusion. It was a majestic, grand, magnificent, a palace that could be described with every positive adjective. The Twilight Giant Palace of Fosak would only be considered a common dwelling compared to it. Cloud-piercing peaks, massive city walls built on mountains, and a palace always bathed in the light of dusk, everything was filled with a sense of epic and wonder. I didn't even need to look up information to guess its identity. The Giant Court. Among the Fosak people, several tribes with the purest giant bloodline have always believed that this is the source of the giant bloodline, their true homeland, and the resting place for their spirit and soul. After dawn, while drinking a nearly lethal amount of high-proof liquor, I chatted with this giant girl from Fosak, and the result left me with a sigh. According to her, the Fosak people of her tribe often dream of the Giant Court. Many pioneers would set out to find this so-called homeland once their strength reached a sufficient level, even if they lived their entire lives in Fosak. I suspect that this so-called homeland is the imprint left by the warrior pathway in the collective subconscious ocean. I cannot confirm whether this imprint originates from the Beander characteristic, from the giants, or truly from the bloodline, but I obtained an interesting piece of information. In the easternmost part of the Sonia Sea, within the dream of the ruins of the Divine War, one can see the phantom of the giant court. This is also why those descendants of giants from Fosak constantly go to the other side of the Sonia Sea Toshik death. They believe that the giant court is at the end of that ruin, in the unknown East continent. I found this location description somewhat familiar. Through methods like dream entering, I finally recalled it. Because the Aurora Order also often has listeners sailing out to sea, heading east in the Sonia Sea to search for the True Creator's sanctuary. Is the giant court in the True Creator's sanctuary? Or rather, are both located on the same continent? The legendary East continent. I suddenly remembered the information I obtained from Sonia Wilson, as well as the world tour that no one in this world has ever been able to complete. I boldly speculate, could the East continent actually be the West continent? Is it just that, for some reason, it has been sealed off from a mystical perspective, so no matter if one goes west or east, there are places that cannot be reached? If that is truly the case, then this continent, which is the homeland of giants, elves, and the true creator, becomes very intriguing. Perhaps, it could be the source of this world's extraordinary powers. No, I can't be so certain yet. At least the true creator's true body does seem to exist on the East continent, while there is absolutely no related information on the West continent. This might just be a coincidence. Perhaps I should try to find another Aurora Order lady to secretly exchange information with. This time I need to avoid that madwoman money. And Sonia Wilson. Last time, I didn't deeply delve into her subconscious. This time, it seems I can try to use her as a springboard to observe the collective subconscious of her tribe. It's hell ahead. Klein, for once, finished Paindrax's diary in one sitting. When he saw this senior trying to communicate with an Aurora Order lady, he finally couldn't help but complain. If he remembered correctly, this should be the reason why this senior's entire family ran away. No, this senior should have had an in-depth exchange with an Aurora Order lady when making the stand earring. If he guessed correctly, the money mentioned in this diary is the Aurora Order member he provoked before. He just didn't know the specific time, only confirming through the name Sonia Wilson that it should have been after this senior started a family. However, the true creator's sanctuary, the giant court, Klein chewed on these two locations, almost certain that the forsaken land of the gods was on the East continent. It's just, isn't it a bit too coincidental? Klein frowned, his PTSD triggered again by 008, but he quickly realized that he seemed to be overthinking it. After all, no matter when this diary was brought up, he would feel it was too coincidental, especially since Little Sun joined the Tarot Club. He had never avoided matters concerning the Aurora Order and the giant court, City of Silver, Kingdom of Silver. Waving his hand to dismiss the diary, Mr. Fool felt a bit annoyed. If he had seen this diary before the exchange, he could have used the information within to show off his prestige. Indeed, the procedures of the Tarot Club cannot be changed casually. Klein sighed, but due to Mr. Fool's prestige, he couldn't just ask them to hand over their diaries when Little Sun anxiously sought help. That would be too heartless. You may begin the trading session, Klein said, quietly watching the Tarot Club members begin to purchase the materials they needed for their advancement. However, this time, Mr. Devil did not produce the corresponding characteristic. Did he not have it, or, Klein suddenly recalled his experience of obtaining the faceless characteristic, his mouth twitching slightly. This gentleman wouldn't intentionally watch others buy enough materials, then offer the characteristic, letting the other party exchange half the materials and some pounds to achieve a recovery effect, would he? But it doesn't seem to matter, does it? Klein thought of the other party's very fair quote and felt that there was no problem. As the Tarot Club gradually drew to a close, Klein finally controlled the world to speak. I hope to obtain clues about mermaids. How is your relationship with the Night Church? Klein was expecting Mr. Hanged Man, who made a living at sea, to answer, but he first heard Mr. Devil's counter-question, which surprised him. However, he certainly couldn't say that he was a former Nighthawk here, so he asked in a low voice. Why do you ask that? Most of the living mermaids are currently raised by the Night Church. If you have relevant channels, such as a relatively close relationship with a certain archbishop, it shouldn't be difficult to get in touch. Of course, if you don't have such a relationship, you can only go to the depths of the Sonya Sea. In the ruins of the God War we discussed earlier, there seem to be traces of mermaid tribes appearing. Chapter 216. The more scheming you are, the more likely you are to fail in unexpected places. Although both World and Mr. Fool showed no reaction, Snow could almost hear Klein muttering, "I'm not your ancestor, you know." Of course, this hint was not without purpose, it was to inform Klein of a piece of intelligence. The Night Church had some control over the seer pathway. So, how would the future Dwayne Dantes return to Backland? He. Just as Snow was curious if Klein would abandon his integrity and return to Backland in another, alternative identity, he suddenly heard Mr. World speak again in his hoarse voice. "Ladies and gentlemen, some recent messages I've received indicate that something big is brewing in Backland, which will bring extremely unstable factors, and perhaps a tragedy will occur." Hearing this news, Audrey immediately asked with concern, while Snow, diagonally opposite her, was slightly stunned. Because this time, EDSAC hadn't hired Detective Sherlock, and that writing instructor hadn't met Triss. Under such circumstances, did Klein still manage to get this intelligence? Mr. World claimed ignorance to all questions, but this was not beyond Snow's expectation. He frowned, waiting for World to pose his question to Mr. Fool. Then, he heard Mr. Fool, who as always leaned back, scan the crowd and utter a single word. Augustus. ... Back in reality, Snow's brows were tightly furrowed. Since Klein only mentioned the surname Augustus, it proved that everything was unrelated to EDSAC. But if it wasn't EDSAC, how did he get the news, and how much did he know? Snow felt that his previous contingency plans had been greatly affected, so much so that even the eagerly awaiting Lily noticed his irritation. Her gesture of asking for dried fish also stopped, and she obediently lay beside him, observing Snow's state. At this moment, inside Snow's body, countless consciousnesses were boiling. If someone were to observe with spirit vision, they would surely be dazzled by the indescribably chaotic color blocks, and if their sequence was lower, they might even be directly flashed into losing control by the overflowing spirituality of the all-knowing council. Innumerable consciousnesses collided with each other, but Snow's main consciousness completely ignored them. He let the consciousnesses argue, only guiding them when they strayed off topic. Undoubtedly, Klein's abnormality had only two possible causes, either the goddess or the Russian priest. As for whether he had entered the site of 008 in the identity of Sherlock, no one knew. He very much wanted to write directly to Klein at this moment, but he forcibly suppressed this dangerous thought. If it was the goddess, then so be it, but everything he was doing now absolutely could not be known by the Russian priest. The workers' movement or enthusiasm didn't matter, but the deepest core had to avoid the Russian priest. Under the protection of White Horse is not Horse, he believed that the Russian priest could not observe from a distance, and his core objective had not yet officially started. However, once he came into direct contact with the Russian priest, even if he could preemptively use high-sequence abilities, White Horse is not Horse would definitely not be able to cover him. Is this fate? Snow raised his head, a playful arc, as always, curving at the corner of his mouth, but this time, the object of his mockery had become himself. "Lily, I've learned one thing from my short life. Meow." Lily remembered this line was from Phantom Blood, but why say it now? The more cunning one is, the more mistakes one will make in unexpected places. "So, you're not going to be human anymore." Lily tilted her head, not quite understanding Snow's meaning, but Snow didn't explain. He took a deep breath, finally making a difficult decision. He had originally planned to leave Backland after this incident, to go to sea, to Balam, or even to the forsaken land of the gods to work for True Creator, slowly wearing down the side effects of the potion. But now, he had to choose the more adventurous path. "I should have sent out the remaining 3 rings and 1 arrow." Sure enough, flags like, "I'll go to ZZ after this XX is over," really shouldn't be set. Snow sighed, but still had no intention of sending out the items in the remaining time. He fed all the mystical items and Beander characteristics to Heaven Manufacturing, leaving only the rings and the arrow. Then, he chose a formal suit similar to traditional Loan attire, yet with certain differences. Under an Intis-style jacket was a shirt style from pre-Transmigration France, high collar, concealed placket, hidden buttons, double-cuffed sleeves, no chest pockets, and a fitted cut. He chose a blue navy pattern tie, secured with a golden tie pin, and heaven manufacturing was hidden beneath the tie, pushed up by the tie pin. He didn't carry a cane like most low-end gentlemen, nor did he wear a top hat. Instead, he placed Lily on his right shoulder as a decoration, then picked up a ready-prepared briefcase and walked directly towards Mr. A's mansion. The butler who opened the door to greet him hadn't even had a chance to speak when he saw Snow's attire, as if realizing something, and bowed slightly, saying, "Sir, what you requested is ready. Plan changed, send it to the North District." Snow sighed inwardly, but his tone was unquestionable. "But sir, the North District is the night." The butler wanted to admonish him, but when he saw Snow's serious gaze, he finally said no more. Instead, he extended his hand and tapped his chest 4 times, drawing an inverted cross, and respectfully said, "As you wish." "Very good." Snow wasted no words, simply took out his checkbook from his pocket, signed a line of numbers, and said, "After the matter is done, leave Backland immediately. As for when to return, or if you will return, I trust your judgment. You can continue to be someone else's butler, but do not try to proselytize. If you encounter any difficulties, you can seek help from people of enthusiasm." The butler did not make any remarks like an impassioned youth or an ordinary fanatic, such as, "I swear to live and die with my Lord," or, "shed the last drop of blood for the Holy Church." He clearly understood what he could do and what he should do. He simply kept every word of Snow's in his heart, then took the check and solemnly put it into his pocket. Having given all instructions, Snow turned and left Mr. A's mansion, walking directly towards the Tassoc newspaper office. His briefcase contained the saved manuscripts of parts 4 to 5 of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure novels, as well as the illustrations needed for the single volumes. Although 1/3 of the 6th part was also written, to avoid a long hiatus, he still chose not to bring it. After leaving the Tassoc newspaper office, Snow completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Apart from the Tassoc newspaper editors starting overtime meetings to discuss whether to change the serialization length, his disappearance did not attract anyone's attention, but changes had already begun silently. Chapter 217 Prelude. December 28th. Weather. Haze. Snow, who had been missing for a day, ate an Intis feast worth 24 pounds after his routine lunch prayer. He wasn't sure if his upcoming plan would succeed, but considering that if he failed, he would face a long period of only being able to eat dirt, he ultimately chose to order himself a lavish lunch that even he felt a little pained by. The meal took a full 3 hours, and it wasn't until the ice cream, served as dessert, melted on his tongue that he reluctantly left the restaurant with the gluttonous puppet on its roof. He then arrived at the Ermita Grand Theatre on Moonlight Avenue in the North District. Compared to the nearby Backland King's Theatre, the Ermita Grand Theatre catered more to commoners, of course, referring to middle-class commoners. However, today, this theater was not selling tickets to the public for a simple reason. Because today, there could only be one guest here. Booking out a venue was a luxurious concept, especially booking an entire theater, which was an expense even ordinary nobles found hard to comprehend. No, let alone the expense. If not for Snow's terrifying network of connections, it would have been impossible to book out a well-run theater just by throwing money at it. Dressed in formal attire, Snow slowly walked across the valuable red carpet, ascending the marble staircase. He didn't stop at the theater stage, nor did he go to the concert hall on the 2nd floor. Instead, he went all the way to the rooftop. And in this place, which was not originally suitable for lingering, a precious piano, infused with 10 barred characteristics, was now placed. He sat on the piano stool and took out the inverted cross pendant from beneath his tie. Perhaps understanding what Snow intended to do next, Heaven Manufacturing, uncharacteristically, did not utter any ravings. As Snow inserted it upside down into the specially prepared seat, a smile filled with many emotions appeared on its soft and sweet face. Anticipation, eagerness, nervousness, excitement, or something else. Snow had no intention of drawing a pie chart, he simply adjusted his state silently, his fingers gently dancing on the keys. Unmelodic notes rose and fell, and under Snow's spiritual guidance, they were slowly adjusted to the timbre most suitable for Snow. The true creator's gaze fell upon Snow, and a peculiar connection formed a vague bridge between Heaven Manufacturing and the true creator. Snow was not surprised by any of this. Under the gaze of these two-in-one deities, he slowly began to play the prepared music. Red Rose Manor, sunroom. Edsac Augustus sat on the soft bedside. In front of him, Triss was pouring various ingredients into a beaker, allowing them to mix thoroughly. As the ingredients began to melt and combine, a beautiful smile appeared on Triss's face. He turned his head, looked at the gloomy-faced Edsac, and said in a seductive voice rarely displayed in front of men. "Are you ready, my prince? This was decided long ago, wasn't it?" Edsac maintained his gloomy expression, taking off the ring symbolizing his royal status from his hand. He pulled out a jewelry box from his pregnant and put on his index finger a ring inlaid with orange-yellow, olive, reddish-brown, and black crystals, and engraved with the ancient Hermes words, 10, and Kingdom. His gaze gradually firmed. Looking at the brilliant potion Triss handed him, his expression suddenly seemed to clear, and he relaxed. "Do you want to experience being a man one last time while there's still time?" "Of course, it can't be me." Triss gently shook the beaker in his hand, asking in a teasing tone. Edsac looked at him deeply, reached out to take the beaker, and said with a slightly weak voice. "Do you know, every time I leave this room, I become like a different person. I clearly know everything, yet it's as if I notice nothing, being controlled like a puppet. Only when I return to this room can I temporarily become myself again. Do you know this feeling?" "I know, of course I know." Triss's smile became even more enchanting, so much so that even though Edsac was prepared, his blood still surged. Triss glanced at Edsac, his eyes carrying a hint of imperceptible envy. He took a deep breath, reined in his smile, and said, "At least when you're being manipulated, you're still a man." Edsac closed his mouth. He stared at the beaker in his hand, finally gathering his courage and pouring it down his throat. He watched the man's firm facial lines slowly soften, watched his expression begin to contort, watched his short chestnut hair begin to grow, thicken, and even writhe. Although Edsac had been performing, his identity itself meant it was difficult for him to do it perfectly enough. The assassin, a profession that only required secretly killing people, was one thing, but the instigator's performance was clearly somewhat strained. But he knew that if he didn't drink it today, there would be no other chance. Ignoring Edsac, who was fighting against madness, Triss walked to the wardrobe and took out two life-sized puppets embracing each other. Their likeness was so realistic that it was hard to distinguish them from the real person. Edsac was rolling on the floor, but Triss picked up the royal ring he had taken off and placed it on the male puppet's hand. And on the finger of the female puppet, which was almost identical to him, a sapphire ring was emitting a dangerous light. He placed the two puppets on the bed with a hint of disgust. He took out a body temperature coin from a crack, and as the coin bounced, a newly coined ancient Hermes word came from his mouth. Substitute. White mist spread from the coin, and with a flash of white light, the last bit of stiffness in the two puppets completely vanished. The two puppets began to entangle and twist wildly, which made Triss feel even more disgusted. He walked over to Edsac, who had stopped rolling, and kicked him twice hatefully, saying, "Are you not done yet? There's still some spiritual power leaking." Edsac gasped as he climbed to his feet. He touched his prominent chest with a complex expression, then pulled down his pants and glanced at the contents. Seeing this familiar scene, Triss's anger gradually subsided a little. He picked up a piece of clothing and threw it to Edsac, saying, "If you're fine, hurry up and change. Remember, you're Adelina now." "I know." Adelina tore off his shirt, then said somewhat awkwardly, "Can you help me get dressed?" "Shit." Chapter 218 Interlude. Has it already begun? Feeling his spirituality surge outwards wildly, Snow's fingers still danced across the piano keys, the pleasant notes intertwining to form a style completely different from Lowen's existing musical structures. As the melody flowed through the air, pedestrians on the road below the Ermita Grand Theatre began to stop and listen. As the most mainstream entertainment of this era, music was an art that everyone, except the destitute, could enjoy. Although the North Borough was not as wealthy and aristocratic as the West Borough or Empress Borough, it was still an upper-class area of Backland. It was precisely because of this that the pedestrians here had the privilege of enjoying a leisurely and comfortable afternoon. The true creator's gaze crossed the ocean, focusing on Snow. Even after being restrained, his eyes, filled with a frenzied will, were enough to drive an ordinary person directly insane. However, Snow had gained mental resistance during the listener stage and often listened to the true creator's ravings, so he had long adapted to this flamboyant and chaotic spirituality. That stimulating yet dangerous gaze, instead, became the wine that enlivened his performance. It was as if he had chugged 2 bottles of water of life. With a slightly dizzy feeling, Snow's fingers moved even more wildly, and his originally gentle performance gradually became more intense. The piano, infused with 10 portions of bard characteristics, elevated the already valuable instrument to the level of an artwork. At this moment, people from related industries were even beginning to consider whether they could discuss renting or using this piano. No industry insider would think they could afford to buy it. More and more people gathered to watch outside the Grand Theater, but Snow's movements did not stop. His body swayed with the rhythm, seemingly using it to vent the tension and unease accumulating in his heart. Suddenly, a dazzling light faintly appeared in the distant sky, but the notes from Snow's fingertips softened. He took a deep breath and pressed the final note, because he knew very well what that light signified. Did 008 still use the meteor shower? Is it because Edsack used this to act as a witch, or did Klein discover something? Or is it a problem on Mr. Azek's side? Snow gulped down water, feeling the spirituality in his body constantly being drawn out by various parties, but the corners of his mouth curved into a somewhat sinister arc. He took out a bell and gently shook it twice. Dodo's golden eyes flashed, and with the letter Snow had already prepared, he disappeared from his original spot. The piano music started again, but this time, it was no longer an improvisation composed of various Russian folk tunes, but a classic repertoire arranged during this period. The true creator's polluting gaze gradually diminished, and the evil spirits in heaven manufacturing became increasingly excited. Snow quietly looked eastward, and his performance became more and more intense, but just then, Snow's fingertips suddenly trembled, because at that instant, he felt the true creator, who had originally calmed down, suddenly erupt with a powerful rage. The wrath of a god, even if not directed at him, made Snow's hands and feet instantly turn cold. His brain trembled, his soul boiled, and all reason almost melted away in that instant. That bone-chilling coldness, which seemed to pierce through everything, made Snow truly realize what it meant for divine power to be like a mountain. Under the wrath of the god, even the most playful of his sub-souls became terrified, and the mental unity that Snow pursued was achieved in this instant. But he couldn't be happy at all. His main consciousness, taking advantage of that brief fear, returned to his body, desperately maintaining this rare state, but Snow's heart was filled with depression. If I had known it was this simple, why the hell did I hold a concert? Wouldn't it be better to find a place to hide and wait for the true creator to get angry? Snow sighed with a conflicted heart, but it was only a momentary loss of control, because he knew very well that if it weren't for this performance, the true creator would not have focused his attention so intensely, and his anger, not directed at himself, would not have been so scorching as to almost melt his reason. Entering a semi-meditative state to stabilize his mental condition, Snow's fingers danced again. The briefly paused notes resumed playing, and the true creator's momentary rage also began to slowly subside with the melody of his homeland. It's almost time, isn't it? An angel with 36 wings appeared beside Snow. He handed a water cup with a straw to his mouth, allowing the liquid inside to steadily enter Snow's body. As his body slowly regained vitality, Snow's gaze towards the east became sharper. Save one if you can. As the thought arose, his fingertip movements suddenly changed, and a brand new movement began to play. On a street deep in the East Borough, Old Kohler hurried back to his rented apartment, clutching ham wrapped in paper. He looked around warily, worried that those hungry, green-eyed fellows would pounce and snatch his New Year's gift. Although the environment in the East Borough had improved significantly under Enthusiasm's management, that was ultimately only in some areas. The official population of Backland's East Borough was 1.35 million, but the actual population was at least double that, while Backland's total population was only 5 million. In other words, no matter how much was done to increase income and reduce expenses, it would be impossible for everyone in the East Borough to be well fed. Just as Old Kohler was wary of vagrants who might rush out from corners, a pale yellow mist mixed with iron-black spread, and visibility became increasingly low. Old Kohler uncomfortably raised his hand to cover his mouth and nose. Why is today's mist so foul-smelling? He tried to quicken his pace, but soon, a painful sensation began to creep over his body. His cheeks started to burn, his chest felt stuffy, his throat was sore, and he had difficulty breathing. He tried to comfort himself that he would feel better after a nap, but the rapidly worsening situation told him that he might not be able to hold on. He reached out and clutched the bag containing the ham, which had almost spilled when he fell, and despairingly felt the certainty of death approaching. But just as the smiling faces of his deceased wife and children flashed before his eyes, he faintly heard singing. A song. This thought popped into old Kohler's hazy mind. In his eyes, which were already struggling to open, a faint light from afar was reflected. The singing came from far to near, and the mist, mixed with black iron and pale yellow, also seemed to give way. A man in black emerged from the mist. Listening to the approaching, messy footsteps, old Kohler, before losing consciousness, heard words that slightly reassured him. This person is still alive. Quick. Chapter 219 Main theme. On the streets at the edge of the East Borough, the smog had already spread, a faint halo enveloping several people dressed in black, creating a small clear area within the mist. They advanced quickly through the fog. Amidst them were about 40 to 50 people, occasionally letting out a cough. Some already showed clear symptoms of fever, but fortunately, they were all still alive. Liv walked among the crowd with Freya. Her face was flushed, and all her joints ached, making her want to collapse, yet she held her gently coughing daughter and moved with the crowd without stopping. When the smog rose, she and Freya were working in the cafeteria. Almost the moment people started collapsing outside, they were organized and began fleeing towards a safe place. She didn't know what a safe place was, but she could see the dead bodies by the roadside. She was worried about Daisy, who was at school, but didn't dare to ask the people in black, fearing she would be abandoned for slowing the team down. A faint singing echoed within this small, misty area, making many realize that perhaps this singing was the way to combat the fog. Some quick-witted people had already started humming the melody that resonated in their ears, while many more died before they could receive the rescue from Enthusiasm. After all, the core members of Enthusiasm were limited. It was impossible for them to protect the actual population of over 2 million in the East Borough. Besides the East Borough, the Docklands and Factory District were also gradually swallowed by the smog, and as the smog grew, an iron-black mixed yellow fog even crossed the Tussock River, pushed past the Backland Bridge District, and advanced towards the more prosperous areas of Backland. But at the same time, from the east of Backland, strands of singing began to converge, slowly transforming from a faint melody echoing in the ears into a clear musical piece that could truly be listened to. In the blood-soaked mission, defending the land, people in the night will welcome the rising sun. Members of Enthusiasm began to sing, members of the workers' movement began to sing, and the singing gradually grew louder. More and more people also hummed along to the melody formed from an unknown language. As the singing rang out, many people found their ailments diminishing, their breathing becoming smoother, and the soreness in their limbs easing. More and more people began to sing. They didn't understand the meaning of the song, but the piano sound that seemed to ring in their ears, the melody that seemed to converge above their heads, carried their voices, good or bad, into a resounding musical piece. That night of typhoid, we rushed towards the light. The strong joy of defending the land. The sound grew louder, the momentum more concentrated, and on the rooftop of the Ermita Grand Theatre in the North District, a deity, hanging upside down on a cross, bore suffering. Fever, cough, body aches, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. As Enthusiasm and the workers' movement saved more and more people, and as more people joined the Indestructible Alliance, their suffering was transferred to Heaven Manufacturing through some mysterious channel. The hanged man, besides corruption, also possessed the authority of bearing and sacrifice, just as Little Sun and his companions saw in the murals of the true Creator's ruins. The true Creator also possessed the authority to bear the suffering and sins of all living beings. Although Heaven Manufacturing at this time was only briefly borrowing the power of its true form through the connection created by the piano sound, this was already enough for him to share the fatal part of the suffering with his believers. Pain was unavoidable, and illness could not be cured, but at least, they could survive. The pain and torment converged into negative emotions, accompanied by the assumed fate of death, all gathering towards Heaven Manufacturing. The figure hanging on the inverted cross became increasingly vivid and real at this moment. His eyes opened, and the pink vertical pupil on his chest seemed to emit a magical power. The thorns on the cross moved like slithering snakes, their sharp barbs leaving wounds on his body. The wounds healed instantly, only to be replaced by more. As the singing grew louder, Heaven Manufacturing also let out a painful groan. The connection between the true creator's true form and Heaven Manufacturing grew tighter. Amidst this chorus, which had reached a scale of 100,000 participants, the true creator's consciousness became increasingly clear. His gaze towards Snow softened, and a certain power was being transferred from the distant East continent to Heaven Manufacturing's body through a mysterious channel. The suffering true creator's evil spirit grew stronger, and divine power was condensing in that pink vertical pupil. Snow continued to play this musical piece from the previous civilization with all his might. Whether it was because the smog had reached this area or due to the influence of the stigmata effect, Snow's forehead also began to feel hot. But he did not use Beyonder abilities to erase this influence. Instead, he used this shared sensation to fully activate the bard characteristic, which had only been partially triggered in the piano. 10 portions of the bard's Beyonder characteristic were activated with the infusion of spirituality. The piano sound, which had previously only been transmitted within the believer's consciousness, now resounded throughout Backland. Under the almost infinite supply of spirituality, a soft golden light began to emerge from everyone singing the hymn. Weak bodies received the comfort of illusion, but sometimes, that illusion named courage and hope was precisely the key to survival. The singing above Backland grew louder, no longer scattered, no longer noisy, but rather like a unified whole, rehearsed countless times, performing a chorus worthy of the Backland King's Grand Theatre stage. But just then, Snow's movements abruptly ceased. Although the music still echoed and the singing remained fervent, cold sweat beaded on his temples. The true creator's gaze showed a hint of threat, and Heaven Manufacturing released a piercing spiritual radiance. The source of all this was a young woman with long black hair and pure black eyes who had appeared in Snow's field of vision at some unknown moment. She had a beautiful appearance and seemed no different from an ordinary person, but the moment she appeared, even the true creator's true gaze fluctuated for an instant. "Madam, I thought you would first go to deal with the source of the smog." Snow stood up, forcing a professional smile, and bowed slightly, yet he did not perform the etiquette appropriate for her status. "This is the choice of the era." A quiet and gentle voice came from the other party, yet it carried a cruelty that belied her words. Snow's eyes twitched slightly, understanding that this was the other party reminding him, and at the same time, probing him. It must be said that Snow was the type of person who excelled under pressure. He had been so anxious he felt he would die before setting out, but when truly facing the being before him, he instead calmed down. The professional smile on his lips slowly became genuine, and the stiffness in the corners of his eyes returned to gentleness. He took a deep breath, looked at the woman before him, as profound and serene as the night, and slowly said, "Madam, I want to discuss a deal with you." Chapter 220 Epilogue. Phew, watching the eraser angel disappear from his sight, Snow, his legs a bit weak, sat back on the piano stool and stared blankly into the distance. Although the final outcome was very pleasing, facing the human form of a deity still brought him considerable pressure. That wasn't some kind of aura or majesty, it was a tangible sense of presence, even though she possessed the authority of concealment. When able to borrow the power of a sequence 5, Snow could faintly sense the traces of fate. In his eyes, fate was like a large net, and every living being walked on it. Ordinary people were like small insects, even if they crashed into it with all their might, they would only cause tiny ripples in a few threads of the net. However, the lady just now was like a planet. Her mere existence there brought terrifying pressure to the net of fate, even causing the living beings on the surrounding net to involuntarily roll towards the position she pressed down. This was the gravity of fate. Caressing the saint symbol of the knight in his hand, which he had exchanged for the Antigonus family's notes, Snow slightly perked up. Under the repeated education of two deities, his split souls finally endured enough beatings and finally curbed their fun-loving nature, becoming willing to obey commands. But he knew this wasn't permanent. He had to completely unify all consciousnesses before they forgot the pain after the wound healed. This wasn't difficult to do, as long as he used the ability of Pavlov's dog to leave a conditioned reflex as a switch for each split soul consciousness. For example, like in some games, where mentioning a certain keyword would cause one to involuntarily obey commands. Of course, this keyword had to be sufficiently obscure and niche, and the effect had to be obedience to the main consciousness's command, not simple absolute obedience. Otherwise, Snow could almost foresee a comical scene in the future where someone accidentally said a certain word and ended up controlling him. Carefully placing the saint symbol of the night, which possessed that deity's power, into his embrace, he redirected himself, turning to face the piano once more. The true creator's gaze had slowly receded after the eraser angel left, and the increasingly nimble heaven manufacturing also withdrew its vigilant and worried gaze. Audrey stood by the window, holding the doll that greatly resembled her, her expression slightly worried as she looked at the pale yellow and dark iron mist covering the sky in the distance. She listened to the piano music, which came from an unknown source, and tightened her grip on the doll slightly. Mr. Devil won't be in trouble, will he? Audrey listened to the majestic melody and thought to herself. Although to ordinary people, piano music was either good or bad, as Mr. Devil's piano teacher, Audrey could clearly hear Mr. Devil's unique habits in the transitions between keys. However, a few minutes ago, the piano music suddenly became somewhat mechanical. Although it still contained Mr. Devil's personal style, it was like the difference between listening to a live performance and listening to a record. Audrey, you must work hard. What if such danger happens nearby next time? You must protect your father and mother. And not just wait for the result after telling them the information. Audrey was lamenting her lack of ability when the piano music in her ears suddenly became nimble again. It's Mr. Devil, all right, and he's playing even better than before. Audrey felt the courage and hope that emerged in her heart along with the change in the piano music, and she took a deep breath. At the end of her vision, the thick fog was rapidly dispersing, and the piano music was slowly coming to an end. A heavy rain, uncharacteristic of winter, poured down, and her mood also stabilized significantly. After an unknown wait, Audrey finally saw Earl Hall return home. She eagerly walked up to him and asked with concern, "Father, how was it?" Earl Hall handed his coat and hat to the attendant and replied with a gentle smile. "It's resolved, but the specific process is still unclear, my little princess. You truly helped a lot this time. You deserve a ton of medals." That's good, thanks to Mr. Fool's reminder, thanks to Mr. Devil's letter, our tarot club once again thwarted the evil organization's conspiracy and once again saved the world. At Red Rose Manor, Archpriest Radar Valentine, whose face was filled with anger, was staring intently at the corpse on the bed, which looked as if it had been drained. Through various mystical means, they confirmed that this was indeed the third prince's body, but when they tried to commune with spirits, they found that the spirit body had long since dissipated. It was not a natural dissipation or forced destruction, but rather as if it had never existed from the beginning. He pressed down on his captain's hat and turned to look at Anthony Stevenson beside him, the meaning in his eyes self-evident. However, Anthony still remained silent, making the new Archbishop of the Storm Church's Backland Diocese look even worse. Ice Snake had just stepped down because Duke Negan was killed, and before he left, he had mentioned to him that the Night Church seemed to know something but was unwilling to say. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart and said, "What about the source of the intelligence? Why did you know about the demonist sect's matter first? And that piano music, it was also in the North District, right? Who is he? Why could he know in advance? And that gang, why are you and the royal family interfering with our investigation? Whose faction are they? You understand, we need to protect the safety of our informants." Archbishop Anthony's expression was gentle, and his tone was calm, seemingly completely oblivious to the emotions of his new colleague, which were like a volcano about to erupt. "Informants? You're telling me that people from the Aurora Order are informants?" Radar Valentine finally couldn't restrain his agitated emotions and roared at the Night Church Archbishop, who was one sequence higher than him. "That's the power of an evil god. It belongs to the true creator. I even suspect that this great smog was his own doing. He did it to make the evil god descend." "I know," Anthony muttered to himself. In fact, if it weren't for a divine oracle, he would have thought the same, or rather, if it weren't for a divine oracle, the red gloves would have already surrounded the area when the piano music sounded. But since it was a divine oracle, Anthony would not disobey. Ultimately, as a high-ranking Sequence 3, Anthony already knew many secrets. Therefore, he understood the fundamental reason why the Storm Church and the Aurora Order became mortal enemies, and naturally, he also knew that the Night Church and the Aurora Order actually had no real conflict of interest. They dealt with the Aurora Order simply to protect their believers, and this time, the Aurora Order protected their believers, so they naturally had no need to stubbornly cling to it like the Storm Church. Compared to the being who played the piano this time, he was more concerned about his former colleague who caused the meteor to fall. However, he certainly couldn't tell the irritable old man from the Storm Church directly, so he put on the traditional expression of the Night Church and said in a gentle and serene voice, "This is a secret." Chapter 221, the end of the song. 8,000 people. Snow looked at the report in his hand and sighed slightly. Although he had expected it, seeing this number still inevitably brought a sense of sorrow for a fellow creature's demise. He would naturally be happy if the good people who had died could live, but this did not mean he could ignore those passers-by who had also died. However, he had understood from the very beginning that he could not save everyone. Not to mention that Enthusiasm's core members only numbered a few hundred, making it impossible to shelter the East Borough with its millions of people. More importantly, this involved Zhou III and the Russian priest. If he saved some people, Zhou III would not say anything. After all, a population of 10,000 was nothing compared to the reported 100,000, not to mention that Enthusiasm itself represented an unconventional, new order. But if he dared to save everyone, Zhou III would definitely blow up, because if you reported tens of thousands of casualties yet didn't even have a single corpse, wouldn't that be absurd? In fact, Snow even suspected that the Eraser Angel came to him first instead of secretly dealing with Lady Despair, precisely to remind him not to go too far. After all, the phrase, "this is the choice of the era," was too symbolic. However, abandoning one group of people to save more was ultimately against Snow's aesthetics. "Sir, we all did our best," Gianna said with a heavy tone, noticing Snow's complex emotions. Although he was a gangster, the past 6 months of life had made him begin to adapt to his current identity. He was no longer the young master of a petty gang but a rogue superstar who led the poor, a protector of all people in the East Borough. Thinking of those corpses, and those survivors still suffering from the plague, he felt his heart twitching. Yes, we did our best. No one can save everyone. Snow toyed with the badge of the knight in his hand and sighed slightly. He took out his checkbook from his pocket and signed a number that was not too large but enough to support many people. "Take this money to buy food and medicine first. For those who hoard food and medicine, you can let them understand the meaning of the word, gangster." Understood. Gianna took the check. Although Enthusiasm, which controlled some docks and hotels, also had its own revenue, at this time, money was definitely not too much. Watching Gianna put away the check, Snow turned his gaze to another person, Lavish, who was dressed in work clothes but had a scholarly air about him. "Lavish, have you made up your decision?" Snow gently tapped the edge of the table and asked in a calm tone. Lavish nodded slightly. "Yes, the workers' movement in Lowen has entered the right track, and even without me, it can continue. Moreover, with the implementation of the Civil Service Act, our people can gradually enter the grassroots and change this country. As for dangerous and intense methods like strikes, they are no longer necessary. Do you have a goal?" Snow was noncommittal about Lavish's decision, merely asking casually as if asking a child whether they wanted to go to Tsinghua or Peking University. "I plan to go to the Fasak Empire." Lavish gave an unexpected answer. Although Snow genuinely felt that Fosak and the workers' movement were a good match, the problem was, why not Intis? Compared to Fosak, as the starting point of the Industrial Revolution, Intis should have more workers, right? Snow's eyes held scrutiny, but Lavish, hearing this, replied confidently. Because Intis no longer has the environment for peaceful evolution. At this point, Lavish sighed. The Intis regime is already controlled by capitalists and merchants. They hold absolute rules, whether it's laws or concepts. The working class is at an absolute disadvantage. They won't value decency, like the Lonus. They can even amend laws to make all our actions criminal. In contrast, the Fasak Empire is still an imperial system. The royal family and capital are inherently contradictory. The royal family wants sufficient control, while capital is never satisfied. The rule makers want to suppress capital, and this is the soil for our growth. It seems you have thought it through. Snow nodded slightly, acknowledging Lavish's answer, then wrote a string of numbers in the checkbook and handed it to him. Fosak is not like Loan. There, you won't get assistance from enthusiasm. Everything must be achieved through your own efforts. Although you can pray for the Lord's help, you must understand that even a great existence is not omnipotent. I have considered it clearly. Lavish took the check, bowed respectfully, and then turned to Gianna and said, I hope to borrow a few managers from enthusiasm to leave with me. You can discuss these with Gianna, but Fosak has fierce folk customs, and the gangster forms there are completely different from Loan. Don't blindly apply the experience from here. Snow thought for a moment, gave 2 reminders, and then let the 2 leave. Only when the sound of the door closing came did Snow turn his head to look behind him. Since you're here, come out. Isn't it to avoid causing unnecessary emotions in your subordinates? Triss said with a frivolous tone as she emerged from her invisible state. Snow did not respond to her but turned his gaze to the chestnut-haired lady beside her. She had a standard oval face, delicate and fair skin, and an aura of a superior. Although her figure and physique were vastly different from before, Snow could still vaguely discern a trace of her original outline on her face. Prince Edsak, it seems the medication was very successful. I am Adelina now. Adelina's voice was melodious and graceful, yet carried an indescribable complexity and sorrow. Snow's lips curved upward as he picked up the doll that had been on the table beside him all along, unnoticed by anyone. She had jet black hair, wore a short black and white vest and leather overalls, and her body lines were full and explosive. She was clearly a heroic and beautiful woman, yet she always gave people the illusion of being alluring. Is this our mission? Triss looked at the doll, which bore some resemblance to herself, her face darkening slightly, but Snow shook his head and said, This is Adelina's mission. As for you, go figure out how to hunt a demigod. Anyway, with your current mindset, the potion of pain will practically melt in your mouth. Of course, the prerequisite is that you first play the role of Joy well. Adelina watched Triss's expression stiffen, knowing that if this continued, the atmosphere would become awkward, so she proactively reached out and picked up the doll, recalling their original agreement. Carry her with you and attract the emotions of silver lust, right? Listening to her complex tone, Snow nodded and said, Actually, it's not as complicated as you think. You can even find a sufficiently lively entertainment street and leave her there, then just maintain her regularly, because as long as you don't deliberately draw attention to her, others won't notice her. However, desire that is vented is no longer desire, so you understand what I mean. I understand. To become an existence that all men crave but cannot attain, is that what you mean? As a male aristocrat from high society, Adelina understood very well how to incite more desire, but after she finished speaking, she still couldn't help but ask. Can I really turn back into a man? Of course, you can. As long as you advance to sequence 5, and then obtain the iron-blooded knight potion formula and corresponding materials, you can change your pathway. However, I think before considering turning back into a man, you should first consider whether to travel with Triss. After all, you once wanted to have her, and maybe after she advances to a demigod, the first thing she'll do is pin you down on a ship. Adelina's face immediately changed dramatically upon hearing this, and Triss, beside her, instantly sprang up and shouted loudly. What nonsense are you spouting? I like delicate and charming maids, not this thing that used to be a man. Aren't you yourself something that used to be a man? Chapter 222, Just the Goddess's Mission. December 31, 1349, night. Snow, who had just freeloaded a meal at Audrey's coming-of-age ceremony, quietly left the Queen's banquet after greeting Audrey, just as he had quietly arrived. With the saint symbol of the night, let alone the Queen's ballroom, even the King's bedchamber, he could. The King's bedchamber might have a Russian priest, so he still couldn't go after all. Recalling Audrey's expression when she saw him at the coming-of-age ceremony, clearly surprised, yet trying to maintain composure and a smile, Snow couldn't help but curve his lips upward. However, thinking that the young girl was also saddened by the casualties in Backland, the pleasure brought by his mischievousness diminished considerably. Sigh, Snow sighed softly and returned to the border between the West Borough and the Empress Borough. His eyes then subtly changed, as he noticed that the lights in his house were on. Who is it? Snow immediately activated his full Beander state, his fingers gently caressing the saint symbol of the night. As his spirituality flowed in, his body seemed to merge completely with the darkness. He quietly pushed open his door, and then, he saw the person who had trespassed. Detective Sherlock Moriarty, with some facial adjustments. At this moment, he was sitting awkwardly by the coffee table, and in front of him sat a cat. Lily. Snow immediately understood and revealed himself, saying, "Detective Sherlock, next time if I'm not around, I hope you can notify me via messenger, instead of just sitting there and having a staring contest with my cat. I don't want to either." Klein ranted inwardly. He had only knocked on the door, and then the cat opened it. He thought it was light before, but who knew no one was home this time. However, despite his internal complaints, he still apologized sincerely. "Sorry, I didn't know you weren't here." "Never mind." Snow shook his head, took down black tea from the shelf, and lightly tapped the button by the coffee table, letting the small stove crafted with fire mage Beander characteristic begin to boil water. Listening to the gentle rustling sound of the water in the kettle, he then asked, "Is there something you need?" "I want to purchase an identity," Klein said straightforwardly. Snow was slightly surprised, but still nodded. After all, compared to himself, going through Sharon to buy an identity was clearly more dangerous. However, he didn't immediately agree, but narrowed his eyes and said, "It seems you plan to leave Backland." "Yes, after all, Sherlock has already died in the meteorite fall, and I also need to go out to sea to prepare for my advancement ritual." Klein nodded lightly, but Snow suddenly stood up. He wasn't going to get the already boiled water, but instead turned to the safe, took out the intelligence he had received earlier, and narrowed his eyes, saying, "If that's the case, I suggest you wait a few more days. According to my intelligence, the Moretti siblings will arrive in Backland 3 days from now." "What?" Klein's pupils suddenly contracted, but then relaxed. After all, Mr. Snow had met Klein as a seer, so it was normal for him to know about his relationship with Benson and Melissa. "It's just, I don't want to see them, after all." Klein's words were cut short by Snow. "No, if I were you, I would meet them." Klein frowned. He solemnly scrutinized the man in front of him, seemingly waiting for an answer. "During this great fog, we did our best. I even risked praying to the true Creator, using the Hanged Man's Beander characteristic to bear a portion of the suffering for the people of the East Borough. But even so, over 8,000 people died, and tens of thousands are still suffering from illness. And the mastermind behind all of this is still enjoying his brilliant plan. Do you know what this means?" Snow handed the intelligence in his hand to Klein. Seeing the news that his brother had passed the civil service exam and his sister planned to take the university entrance exam, Klein felt a slight joy in his heart, but was immediately plunged into despair by Snow's words. "What does it mean? Will something like Backland's Great Fog happen again?" Klein's expression was very grim. His brother and sister were about to arrive in Backland, and with Melissa's personality, she probably wouldn't rent too good a place. South of the bridge, considering work, Sherwood Borough would probably be the limit, and this great fog almost drifted to the Empress Borough. Not necessarily, but disaster is certain. From the moment the demonist sect joined, this was already destined. After all, demonists digest their potions through disaster. I think you understand what I mean. Snow usually tried to be as ambiguous as possible with such false intelligence, letting the other party fill in the blanks. However, thinking of his previous transaction with the goddess, he still threatened, in more direct language. "You can't always guard your family. If you truly want to protect them, let them become Beyonders." "No." Klein's voice held a hint of anger. As a Beyonder, he knew too well the dangers of this pathway. He didn't want Melissa and Benson to constantly face the threat of madness. If he could, he wished they would forever. "Do you know about the apocalypse?" Snow picked up the kettle and slowly began to brew tea. As steam rose, his gentle voice reached Klein's ears. "In little more than 10 years, the apocalypse will arrive. I can't tell you much more, but you must know that only demigods are qualified to survive in that era. If you want to protect your relatives and friends, you must at least reach the angel level. As for sheltering ordinary people, do you think you can become a god within 10 years? Become a god?" Klein gave 2 bitter laughs. Let alone becoming a god, he was even unsure if he could become an angel. Although his early acting was very smooth, as he delved deeper into the mystical world, he also understood that the acting method was no secret among high-sequence Beyonders. Even so, a large number of Beyonders were unable to advance. Both high-sequence potion formulas and Beyonder characteristics were obviously difficult to obtain, not to mention the various requirements for advancement rituals. Coupled with the increasing difficulty of acting as the sequence increased, it was truly hard to say how far he could go in just over 10 years. After all, he now understood that some pathways had strict time requirements for acting. If the seer's high sequences also had something like the undying, requiring decades or centuries, achieving an angel within 10 years would be a joke. Seeing Klein's expression, Snow knew he was wavering. He took a deep breath and then said, "Let them become Beyonders. With the help of Mr. Fool and the channels of the Tarot Club, their progress will be relatively smooth. We don't ask for demigods, as long as they can reach mid-sequence, it will be enough to protect themselves in ordinary disasters. As for the apocalypse, that is something everyone must face, but no matter what, an extra bit of strength means an extra glimmer of hope for survival. The difficulty of a demigod sheltering ordinary people versus sheltering Beyonders is clearly different." Chapter 223, Klein's sense of urgency. Listening to Snow, Klein's eyes visibly softened. To be honest, the great smog of Backland this time had truly scared him. The singing that spread throughout Backland was enough to prove that the true creator's interference had reached a considerable level, yet even so, it still caused nearly 10,000 deaths. Furthermore, tens of thousands more were seriously ill and bedridden. Considering the medical conditions in East Borough, how many of them would survive was a question in itself. Even if the true creator was sealed by the 7 deities, he was still a true god. Even a god couldn't protect all his believers. His sister and brother, though believers of the Evernight goddess, were not the most devout. If they encountered such danger, they would certainly not be among those receiving priority protection. What was even more terrifying was that they didn't know of the Beyonder world's existence. Snow watched Klein fall into contemplation, but he feigned thinking Klein was still hesitating and continued, "Actually, you don't need to worry too much. As long as you master the acting method, and as long as it's not a sequence where the upper echelons of secret supplicant or mystery prior have issues, there's basically no risk at low sequences. I can provide you with pure Beyonder characteristics, which can minimize the mental imprints attached to the potion itself. Moreover, don't you want to see your family?" Klein was moved, because every word Snow said resonated with him, allowing Benson and Melissa to gain self-preservation abilities, and also letting him meet them. But, Klein suddenly shivered. He refocused his gaze on Snow's face and frowned. "Can you tell me why you are so enthusiastic about this matter?" "Mr. Devil, I don't recall you being someone who meddles in other people's family affairs." "Heh, it's just a form of self-protection." Snow spread his hands, his expression utterly matter-of-fact. "Put yourself in my shoes, let's swap identities. You find that a relative of an acquaintance has come to your territory and is in danger of losing their life at any moment. What would you do? What if they die? How would you face that acquaintance? And would that acquaintance resent you? Mr. World, I trust your character, but when it comes to family, character, morality, faith, bottom lines, these things are often not so reliable. Even if you're unlikely to trouble me over it, it would still leave a deep rift between us. As members of the same organization, rather than mending things afterward, I think it's safer to state things up front. Although if something truly happens, you'll still resent me, I myself at least won't feel guilty about it." Klein listened to Snow's answer, silently. Frankly, if Benson and Melissa really got into trouble, Klein felt a pang in his heart just thinking about it, and stopped contemplating that possibility. Instead, he asked with a heavy tone, "Is there no other way?" "There is. You can go and tell them to give up coming to Backland, give up their civil service jobs and their idea of going to university. Then, find a sufficiently remote place with few Beyonders, and live in seclusion with them. You are a Sequence 6 now, which is enough to dominate a third-tier city. As for the apocalypse, aren't there still Mr. Fool and his angels? Of course, if you choose that, remember to have your family change their faith." "Mr. Fool." Klein chuckled self-deprecatingly. He knew his own limitations. He could perhaps interfere with some occult matters, but when it came to real danger, he probably couldn't even protect himself. Actually, if it were Snow himself making the choice, saying this much would have been enough, as making a choice ultimately falls to the person involved. But he had, after all, made a deal with that lady. Taking a deep breath, he continued to add the final blow. Of course, you don't have to rush to make a choice, but your sister plans to apply to Backland University of Industry and Technology. Industry and Technology. That sounds quite in line with Melissa's preferences. Klein's lips curved slightly, but he quickly realized that Mr. Devil's words had a hidden meaning, and immediately asked, "Is there a problem?" This university, reformed from a technical college into a university, was covertly promoted by the God of Steam and Machinery Church. Many of the university's faculty members also belong to the God of Steam and Machinery Church. If your sister has good talent, she will most likely be developed into a Beander of the Savon lineage. I'm not saying this is bad, but you should be clearer than I am about the dangers of being an official Beander. Having said this, Snow picked up his teacup and took a small sip, quietly waiting for Klein to make his own decision. Klein's lack of motivation to advance was a very troublesome issue, so troublesome that the lady even made a deal with him over it. He even suspected that if he couldn't motivate Klein, the lady might find a way to kill either Benson or Melissa to push Klein onto a more frantic path of revenge. Time passed by minute by minute. A pot of black tea quickly lost its flavor. Snow poured out the tea leaves, rewarmed the cup, and rebrewed it. Not until the aroma of tea diffused again did Klein finally raise his head. Thought it through. Snow looked at Klein, who seemed to have made a certain decision, and the corners of his mouth curved slightly. Klein nodded, then said, "It's not convenient for me to appear now, and I don't want to be targeted because of meeting them. That's easy to handle. Once they arrive in Backland, I'll find someone to bring them over. I have several properties under my name, with guaranteed locations and safety. You can choose one for your family to settle in. Of course, you can't skip the rent." Snow took out documents for several detached houses from a drawer. Klein's eyes scanned them, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. This rent is almost double the market price. Snow didn't even need to guess what Klein was thinking, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly as he said, "There's a reason for the high price. I won't even mention the transportation, amenities, and environment. Most importantly, these properties are all near official Beander outposts. Especially this one in the North Borough. St. Samuel Cathedral is a 5-minute walk away. No wild Beander would dare cause trouble in such a place. Even if Fosak invades Backland, there would be enough time to evacuate to the cathedral for refuge. And as relatives of the martyr, Klein Moretti, the Night Church people, even if they don't actively protect them, will still offer certain preferential treatment. Furthermore, the furniture and furnishings in the house are all quite high class. In Backland, if I rent a house like this to you for £100 a year, I'd be losing a lot, okay?" Klein had originally wanted to refuse, but considering Melissa and Benson's safety, he gritted his teeth and rented it. Even the most frugal person has things they are willing to spend money on. Although Snow didn't lack the £100 in annual rent, he enjoyed watching Klein's expression when he paid. Chapter 224 Family. On January 3, 1350, the train carrying countless hopeful people finally arrived in Backland and stopped at the station. Benson, experienced as he was, protected Melissa and his wallet, carried the suitcase, and followed the crowd out of the station. But just at the station entrance, his gaze suddenly paused slightly, because he saw a few people not far away holding a sign with the words, "Benson's siblings," written on it. Such signs were not uncommon at the station, but they were mostly for welcoming relatives and friends. Benson, however, couldn't imagine who would be waiting for him and his sister in Backland. After a moment of thought, Benson and Melissa exchanged glances and decided not to approach them, but rather to go around them. Only, "Sir, madam, are you Benson Moretti and Melissa Moretti?" A gentle voice came from beside them. The man holding the sign seemed to have spotted them at a glance. As the other party walked out of the crowd, Benson and Melissa noticed his handsome face. He was wearing a formal suit that didn't look like Lowen style, and a black cat was perched on his shoulder. Although Melissa wasn't the type of girl who would stop in her tracks at the sight of a handsome man, just as a straight man wouldn't mind seeing a beautiful woman, she too admired the gentleman's handsome appearance. "Sir, I don't think I know you." Benson watched the man in front of him warily, carefully shielding Melissa beside him. The man, however, folded the sign, and with a gentle smile, said, "A friend wishes to see you too, but he is not suitable to appear here at the moment, so he entrusted me to bring you over. Please don't worry, our destination is next to the Church of the Night Goddess. If you have any concerns, we can take public transportation, that way, if I have any problems, you can immediately call for help." Benson scrutinized the man in front of him. Although poor, as a company employee, he had met all sorts of customers, and his judgment was not bad. Setting aside the man's handsome face, his attire was also extremely refined, both his tie pin and cufflinks were exquisite, and the fabric of his clothes was very carefully chosen, definitely not a cheap formal suit that could be bought for a few pounds. More importantly, the other party's movements were very proper, and his clothes fit him well, which meant that these were definitely not rented garments, and the other party didn't seem to be particularly careful with them. He even allowed a cat to perch on his shoulder. This was a wealthy gentleman with a certain social standing. Benson made this judgment in his heart and realized that he and Melissa probably had no possibility of refusing. He and Melissa had only informed a few close friends about their trip to Backland before they left, and those friends were definitely not the type to know such a person. Since the other party was personally waiting here, whether it was as he said, at a friend's request, or simply by the order of a greater personage, he and his sister had no right to refuse. Or rather, even if they did refuse, the other party would surely find a way to track them down. Taking a deep breath, Benson forced himself to remain calm and said, "All right. Then, please follow me." The man nodded with a warm smile, and led Benson and Melissa onto the subway. The 8-pence first-class ticket made Melissa's heart ache, even though the other party was paying. The subway car slowly began to vibrate, and as the tunnel outside the window rushed backward, Melissa, though a little uneasy, couldn't help but look around the subway interior. Benson, meanwhile, looked at the man in front of him and asked, "Can you tell me who wants to see us? It's a surprise." The man reached out and stroked the head of the black cat on his shoulder, gave it a small dried fish, and then said with a solemn expression, "Believe me, it's definitely a surprise." The subway stopped at a station in the North District. Benson and Melissa followed Snow out of the platform. Compared to a few days ago, the air here was noticeably much better, and occasionally pedestrians passed by on both sides of the road, discussing the performance at the Ermita Grand Theater a few days prior. Although this wasn't the most prosperous area of Backland, Benson and Melissa still inevitably felt like country folk entering the city. Even the anxiety of being led to an unfamiliar place by a stranger dissipated slightly. Of course, this was also partly due to the destination being a night church cathedral. After all, as followers of the Evernight Goddess, figuring out the location of the cathedral was something they had to do. The three walked along, and soon arrived at their destination. It was a detached house, not particularly large, but very exquisite. Just looking at the accessories like the doors, windows, and doorbell gave one the feeling that they absolutely couldn't afford to rent it. Snow gently rang the doorbell, and the pleasant jingle immediately echoed inside the house. Benson and Melissa heard a series of hurried footsteps, and as the door opened, their gazes suddenly narrowed. Klein. Melissa's eyes widened as she looked at the young man in front of her, still holding a broom, and couldn't help but exclaim. Benson, however, reached out and pulled back Melissa, who wanted to step forward, his eyes warily fixed on the man who seemed to be cleaning. "Who are you?" "My brother Klein is dead." Hearing Benson's words, Klein was slightly stunned, then showed a somewhat strained smile. Fortunately, he had prepared for this, and making way for them to enter, he said softly, "Come in and talk. It's not a short story. You two siblings chat. I have other things to do, so I'll be leaving first." Snow waved to Klein and turned to leave. Although Benson was wary, he did feel a familiar aura from this Klein, some small everyday gestures, and that look in his eyes, which finally made him decide to follow the other party into the house. The process of reuniting with Benson and Melissa went surprisingly smoothly. Apart from the memories only family members would know and Klein's own small habits, the most important thing was that Benson and Melissa had never actually seen Klein's body. To be precise, what they saw was only a charred corpse similar in build to Klein, but burned beyond recognition. Only the almost completely destroyed pocket watch could prove his identity. After confirming that Klein was indeed Klein, the three siblings chatted for a whole afternoon. It wasn't until they heard the devil's dinner prayer that Klein picked up his teacup, moistened his somewhat smoky throat, and said with a smile, "I think, shouldn't we have dinner? Although it's still a bit early." Melissa looked at the wall clock, then suddenly realized something, her eyes widening as she said, "Oh, my goodness. Klein, don't tell me, you rented this house. Decision of £225. Hearing Melissa's question, Klein's body stiffened abruptly, and the joy of reuniting with his family was instantly replaced by heartache. He forced a smile using his clown abilities and explained, "This house is owned by a friend of mine. He knew my family was coming to Backland, so he rented it to me at a low price." Was it that gentleman from before? Melissa took 2 steps forward, seemingly wanting to find some flaw in the expression Klein had made with his Beander clown ability, while Benson frowned and said, "Even if he's a friend, we shouldn't take advantage of him with a clear conscience. We've just arrived in Backland and haven't even settled into jobs yet. Living in such a nice house doesn't quite fit our class." Benson's words were clearly reasonable, but Klein, recalling Snow's explanation of the situation in Backland, couldn't agree with Benson's idea. He took a deep breath, retrieved a document from a hidden safe in the corner of the living room, and handed it to Benson, saying, "Benson, these are shares in a company I invested in. Although their current value is only £1,000, but..." "What? £1,000? And, only, £1,000? Klein, what have you been doing all this time?" Melissa exclaimed, her voice so close it almost made Klein's ears ring for a moment. He made a gesture of digging in his ear with his finger, causing Melissa to guiltily retreat 2 steps, then he smiled and said, "Let me finish. This company has excellent prospects, and I believe it won't be long before it appreciates to an exaggerated degree, so you don't have to worry about money." Benson looked at the document in Klein's hand and nodded slightly, while Melissa began to pace around the house. Looking at the brand new velvet bedding, the pristine white porcelain tableware, and the high-grade mahogany tables and chairs, she returned to the living room with a solemn expression and looked at Klein with a strange gaze, saying, "Klein, tell me honestly, what is your relationship with that gentleman?" Although Klein didn't know what Melissa had misunderstood, from her eyes, Klein sensed an ominous atmosphere and quickly said, "Just ordinary friends." Melissa's eyes were full of disbelief, because the furniture in this house was simply too valuable. If one only considered the house itself, this small building would be worth about £2 in monthly rent, but the deposit for this furniture would probably exceed £10. Actually, Melissa was just ignorant. In reality, the total price of the furniture in this house even exceeded £500. After listening to Melissa explain the issue with the furniture and furnishings in the house, Klein's mouth also twitched. He didn't think the furniture was expensive, rather, he remembered what Snow had told him when he introduced the property earlier. "The paperwork for this house is complete. It was given to me by a client of mine, and it has no connection to Beyonders or mysterious organizations. Neither the Aurora Order nor the other Orthodox churches will find any problems." As expected of the Pendergast family's inherited craft, Klein shook his head slightly and began to argue with Melissa, wanting to correct the strange idea that had suddenly popped into his sister's head, while Benson thought of some questions. According to Klein, he faked his death to escape the assailant at the time. So, how did he, having lost his identity, get involved with such a wealthy person? Considering the Beander Klein mentioned earlier, he vaguely had some bad conjectures. "Klein, can you tell me what you are doing now?" Klein heard this, and the words he was explaining to Melissa suddenly got stuck. How should he put it? Should he say he was running a cult? Fortunately, he still had a presentable identity. He coughed lightly and then said, "I'm currently working for the Steam and Machinery Church." That bicycle company was also started with a believer of the Steam Church. "I'm half an official Beander. Steam Church. But aren't we believers of the goddess?" Melissa said with a slight hesitation. Although she loved Machine and didn't have a bad impression of the Steam Church, belief wasn't something that could be changed casually. Belief is belief, and work is work, just like you believe in the goddess but also love Machine, isn't that right? Klein said in a light tone. Melissa thought about it and then nodded in agreement. Although Benson still felt something was off, he chose to trust his brother. Eating out was ultimately sternly rejected by Melissa, because during her earlier inspection of the rooms, she had found quite a lot of fresh ingredients in the kitchen. The three of them, for the first time in a long while, went into the kitchen together. Under Klein's guidance, a table full of sumptuous food was served onto the clearly expensive dining table, under Melissa's pained gaze. Eating with his family after a long time, Klein forcibly suppressed the tears that threatened to overflow at any moment, enjoying the most comfortable meal he had had in months. When all three had eaten to about 70% full, Klein finally remembered the conversation that had been interrupted by the house price issue, but as the words reached his lips, he hesitated again. Although he had already made up his mind when he came to see Benson and Melissa, now, Klein, is there something you want to tell us? For example, about Beyonders. Noticing that Klein had something to say, Benson stopped what he was doing, his expression serious with a hint of worry. Klein saw Benson's expression, then looked at Melissa, who still seemed to not fully grasp what was happening, and finally sighed. There is indeed a reason why I'm telling you about this. You may not know, but the great smog in Backland a few days ago wasn't actually caused by the toxic waste gas discharged by factories, as the newspapers claimed. Of course, that was part of the reason, but the more important reason was it was actually Beyonders. A powerful and evil Beyander caused this incident. Melissa gasped, saying in disbelief. To this, Klein simply nodded, repeating the reasons Snow had told him earlier, only omitting the part about the apocalypse, and emphasizing the dangers that the advancement of pathways like Demoness and Devil would bring to the surroundings. After listening to Klein's narration, Benson was silent for a moment, then he spoke. So, you mean, you want us to also become the Beyonders you speak of? Yes. Klein's expression also became serious. The world will become increasingly chaotic in the future. Becoming a Beyander, even the lowest level of Beyander, will allow you to have the ability to protect yourselves. It must be said that the previous Great Smog really scared Klein. If it weren't for that precedent, he would never have so forcefully suggested that Benson and Melissa become Beyonders. Chapter 226, Please be a human being. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. You have once again saved Backland. A light and pleasant voice spread above the gray fog. Snow saw Justice wink at him, but he was even more surprised that the Tarot Club was held as usual today. He had thought Mr. Fool would be talking with his family for a long time. Snow was surprised, and the other members of the Tarot Club were also lost in thought. On the other hand, the appearance of Little Moon was not as emphasized as the previous new members. After thanking Mr. Fool, Audrey thanked the devil and the world, and then briefly recounted the cause and process of the Backland Great Smog. Of course, this also included the descent of the primordial demoness's apostle, and Mr. Devil's activation of the fallen creator's power to fight against her. While everyone was marveling at the gods, game and Mr. Devil's audacity, Audrey suddenly changed the subject and added, I'm very sorry, but because the three great churches and the military are clearing Backland, I haven't been able to get the follow-up Rosal's diary. Please wait another week. All right, Klein said calmly and without a ripple. Hearing the class representative's suggestive words, Furs immediately realized the key point and quickly looked at the head of the bronze long table. Respected Mr. Fool, I have received 3 pages of Rosal's diary. I also remembered 1 page, Snow said as usual, and at the same time, he skillfully began to materialize the content. Only at this moment did Klein finally emerge from the excitement of meeting his family and remember a certain vampire he had overlooked. He chuckled and introduced, this is the new member, Mr. Moon. This gathering is called the Tarot Club, and they are. Watching the members of the Tarot Club begin to size each other up, Klein turned his attention to the diary, as always, starting with Rosal's diary. But just as he read the opening, Klein felt a little speechless, because he saw the content of the Hunter Sequence 4 transformation. Although there's a potion for women to become men, there should also be one for men to become women. But the Demoness Sequence 7 changes, while the Hunter has to wait until Sequence 4. This is very asymmetrical. Klein muttered about the chaotic and twisted underlying logic of this world, trying his best not to frown, but instead shifted his gaze downwards. After the short story about the invention of cannons, he saw content that interested him enough. That organization, even an old man like Hermes is a member of the Twilight Hermit Order. No wonder Senior Paindrax referred to them as the Sunset Otaku group. Isn't this a middle-aged and elderly group? Klein complained internally, but he also inevitably felt envious. After all, the other party possessed the second blasphemy slate, which was almost equivalent to a complete set of potion formulas. This is simply cheating, isn't it? Our tarot club only has 1/22nd of a blasphemy slate. His gaze continued downwards, seeing the characteristic of the Sunset Otaku group that, whatever is said will be known, and the names of the spectator pathway Sequence 2, Sequence 1, and Sequence 0. Although he was dissatisfied with Rosal's abrupt ending, Klein still thought of the numbered 008 quill through the name, author. Mr. Devil definitely has more information, but unfortunately, I don't have money right now. Klein's head throbbed just thinking about the cost of equipping Melissa and Benson with stand earrings. If it weren't for the compensation from Machinery Hivemind's exploration of Amon's tomb already being in place, his wallet would have long been so shriveled that it wouldn't even have a reason to exist. But even so, his total assets now were only around £1,000. Of course, the bicycle shares were not included, but those were to be given to Benson as a family safeguard and could not be sold now. His gaze swept over the remaining diary entries, finding that they were all about Rosal's philandering life in the early days of his transmigration, so he skipped them and turned his attention to the densely written Paindrax's diary. The women of the reader pathway must have a hole in their heads, right? I thought you would drain me of my essence, but you actually want to drain my brain. Who can tell me why I still have to face damned advanced mathematics after transmigrating? Hee, staying up late in a hotel room to do test papers, that's really something. Damn it. Klein almost didn't burst out laughing. This was the first time he had seen Senior Paindrax mess up. However, as his gaze moved downwards, he couldn't laugh anymore, because he saw. Fortunately, I am well versed in the art of being a contrarian. After solving the first problem, I forcibly interrupted her chanting and threw Fermat's last theorem at her. It's interesting to note that when people of the reader pathway concentrate on thinking, their brains overload. In other words, they can't do anything else but think, but their bodies can still react instinctively, so, he. Can you just be a human being? Klein was speechless internally. He continued downwards, his eyes slightly narrowed. After satisfyingly emptying my stock, I began to ponder a question. The academic atmosphere of Lindbergh is so rich. I find it hard to imagine that 100 years later, it would merge with two other small countries and ignite that great war that swept the world. Although this world is still very different from my previous life, so far, apart from Rosal, the plagiarist, everything has developed according to the historical process I know. Even though Rosal initiated the industrial era, the most prosperous place for the Industrial Revolution still became Lowen, which corresponds to Great Britain. Even though Rosal discovered the New World, Lowen still took the lion's share in it. Besides this awkward progression, there are also things like the Fenaport flies, Intis's cuisine, and its open-minded atmosphere. All of these almost perfectly correspond to the age of discovery in my previous life. Sometimes I even suspect whether this world is a novel created by some web novel writer, who, unable to construct history from scratch, simply copied real history. Of course, there is another, more terrifying possibility, and that is that we have actually been living in the author's ritual of becoming a god, and this author is very likely also a transmigrator. This conjecture is too terrifying, so much so that I immediately stopped thinking further. Any exploration of the author is dangerous before that Beander item is completed. But if that's truly the case, then Rosal's death is probably a big problem. The diary ended here, but Klein broke out in a cold sweat. Looking at the thoughts of this transmigrator senior during his sage time, he couldn't help but think of the Sunset Otaku group. This organization that invited Rosal to join, and which he described as full of lunatics, ambitious people, and backstabbers. Moreover, the leader of this organization seemed to be an author. Chapter 227, Everything I See is a Writer. As Klein saw the diary end, his heart was like a stormy sea. At this moment, many things that he hadn't understood before suddenly became clear. He had always felt that Lowen gave him a strong sense of déjà vu, but as he was only a keyboard warrior in his previous life and not deeply knowledgeable about history, he hadn't delved deeper, merely attributing it to the convergence of historical evolution. However, when Senior Paindrax tore everything open, he realized that the historical trajectory of this world had so many overlaps with the content from his primary and secondary school textbooks in his previous life. Female workers losing jobs due to new technology, the capital being called the City of Fog, the sea routes to the southern continent discovered during the Age of Exploration, and Intis's openness, Loan's pride, Fosak's warrior race. Although there were deities, everything was too similar. If Rosal hadn't started the Industrial Revolution early, everything would have been even more similar. Thinking of this, Klein redirected his gaze to the last few lines of the diary. It seems the ritual for becoming a deity on the spectator pathway is to make history develop in the direction one desires. Or, like the name of Sequence 1, author, to make the story one writes become history. This sounds like a very difficult ritual, but if this author is a transmigrator, who uses the historical trajectory of his original world as a template to drive the history of this world, then everything makes sense. No wonder the Sunset Otaku group secretly pushed the historical process. No wonder Rosal didn't receive help from this organization in his later years. Perhaps Rosal's appearance disrupted this author's script. Just as my appearance disrupted in Zangwill's script. As Klein thought of this, he couldn't help but recall Duke Negan's death. Undoubtedly, the other party had not yet become a deity, and the historical turning point he anticipated had not yet appeared. With his shallow historical knowledge, he only knew two important nodes for the subsequent historical trajectory. The two world wars. That's right. Previously, Hangman also asked Miss Justice about the war triggered by the Balam colonial conflict. Is this author anticipating World War I or even World War II? If I remember correctly, Duke Negan was the one who opposed starting the war. No wonder they targeted Duke Negan. Although Klein had solved many mysteries, at the same time, he felt increasingly horrified. Undoubtedly, the author's plan was not yet complete. Even the Backland Great Smog was very likely a part of his historical process. No wonder Devil has repeatedly reminded everyone to beware the audience since joining the Tarot Club. No wonder he warned me so directly this time. He, who knows of the author's existence, has probably always been wary of the manipulation in the shadows. Klein became even more determined in his heart to make Melissa and Benson Beyonders. After all, according to the information Miss Justice had given earlier, even if Duke Negan were still alive, the truce would only last until the second half of this year. If war spread to Backland, the consequences would be unimaginable. Klein leaned back slightly, making the diary in his hand disappear. While suppressing the unease in his heart, he revealed his inscrutable smile and said to everyone, "You may begin." Audrey, who had long been unable to contain her curiosity, immediately looked at son Derek diagonally opposite her. "Have you escaped that cycle?" Son Derek first nodded honestly, then bowed to the head of the bronze long table. "Great Mr. Fool, thank you very much for your reminder. It allowed me to find the crucial note of the Angel of Fate on the murals with Rose redemption text, helping the chief break the cycle of fate." "What Angel of Fate?" "Oh, that's right, Devil did say last time to beware the angels." Klein, somewhat bewildered, couldn't display more gravitas, so he could only respond with a smile. "Good." Hearing Mr. Fool's response, son Derek then turned to look at Snow, saying with some hesitation, "Mr. Devil, your previous advice was very useful, but when breaking the cycle, the chief mentioned the name of the Angel of Fate. I wonder if this will bring danger. It seems it's not the worst outcome." Snow smiled upon hearing son Derek's words. "Ouroboros is not one of the dangerous ones I mentioned before. Of course, it's best not to mention it if possible. He really knows." Little Son's emotions were clearly written on his face, and Hangman immediately realized that Mr. Devil was proving that he hadn't just been spouting nonsense along with Mr. Fool's words last time. However, son Derek's simplicity made him feel comfortable. He subtly glanced at the newly joined moon, adjusted his tone, and said in a calm and gentle voice, "Can you tell us the details of what happened?" Derek did not hide anything and answered honestly, "Thank you all for your concern. During the sixth exploration, I followed Mr. Fool's hint and specifically searched for the murals with the Rose redemption text, and as Mr. Devil said, I discovered the appearance of the Angel of Fate. Later, Little Son wasn't a good storyteller, but his first-hand experience gave his words a strong infectious, making everyone marvel at the process he described. The little boy Jack is from Enmat Harbor. It seems the forsaken land of the gods should really be in the legendary East Continent. It seems to be the homeland of the giant race and the elven race, and the elven king also seems to be a transmigrator, Klein muttered to himself, but Derek continued. The chief told me that through this incident, he connected it to some records in ancient texts. He mentioned the 8 king of angels closest to the divine throne. He suspected that Amen is the angel of time among the king of angels, and the one on the mural is the angel of fate, Ouroboros the tail swallower. 8 king of angels. Audrey immediately became excited and couldn't resist asking with curiosity. Mr. Sun, do you know the titles and names of the other 6 king of angels? Cough cough. Snow immediately coughed twice upon hearing Audrey's question. Audrey instantly remembered that during the last tarot club, Mr. Devil had mentioned not to utter the names of those angels, and she immediately felt ashamed for her impulsiveness. Son Derek gently shook his head, indicating that the chief hadn't said anything, and he hadn't dared to ask either. Snow then said solemnly, Miss Justice, the names of the king of angels are extremely dangerous knowledge, far more dangerous than praying to other great existences within a deity's church or prayer hall. Mr. Devil is so petty. Audrey puffed out her cheeks when she heard Mr. Devil bring up the old matter again, but knowing she was in the wrong, she could only forcefully suppress her curiosity. Chapter 228 Communication. The topic temporarily ended due to the devil's warning. Son Derek looked across the table and changed the subject, saying, Magician, due to some unexpected situations on the way back to the City of Silver, although they have all been resolved, it slowed us down and prevented us from returning to the City of Silver in time. Your spirit eater's stomach will need to wait another day or two. I feel that the surveillance on me is gone. No problem, I can wait. I have prepared enough gold pounds. Magician Furs breathed a sigh of relief. After selling the mirror dragon's eye to Miss Justice, she earned a full 300 pounds, which, combined with her original savings, was enough to buy the spirit eater's stomach. Although Mr. Sun doesn't need gold pounds, she can first exchange them with others for the potion formulas or main ingredients he needs. Then, the magician began another round of bargaining with the hanged man. After finalizing the deal for the Dragon Eye Sea Eagle's eyeball, Emlyn, who had been listening in, finally spoke with a hint of eagerness. Everyone, who knows how a sanguine can improve their strength, without relying on gifts from elders. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt gazes turn towards him. Whether it was the imaginative novelist Furs or Audrey, who had a great curiosity about mysterious creatures, subtle lights flickered in their eyes. The hanged man, however, appeared much calmer about this, while the sun thought of those festering figures in the darkness. Under the gaze of those eyes, Emlyn finally realized that he seemed to have asked a question he shouldn't have. Why are you looking at me? Am I not allowed to have a sanguine friend? Should I explain a bit? No. What's wrong with being a sanguine? I am a sanguine. A noble sanguine. What's so hard to admit? The highest items you trade are only sequence 6 level, not particularly impressive. After several twists in his thoughts, Emlyn suddenly lifted his chin and proudly added. That's right, I am a pure sanguine. Mr. Moon, do your sanguine imitate humans in dividing into noble titles like Duke, Marquis, Count, Viscount, and Baron to represent strong individuals of different levels and statuses? Furs asked, unable to suppress her curiosity. Although she might not necessarily write a book about it, knowing more was always beneficial. However, this remark immediately made Emlyn bristle. He adamantly declared that humans should be imitating the sanguine, but then he was immediately contradicted by the sun. Snow watched with amusement as the two simpletons, Sun and Moon, began to argue over historical matters. Although he could throw out some information to show off at this moment, it was very likely to incur the animosity of the foolish Moon. Hadn't Mr. Hanged Man put on an innocent and kind demeanor? For a slightly foolish Chunabu like Little Moon, first impressions are indeed quite important. After everyone finalized some more transaction details, Snow, who had been watching the show, suddenly saw Mr. World's gaze turn towards him. Mr. Devil, do you still collect Beander characteristics? Snow was slightly taken aback, then realized. Lord K was starting to free the souls from the little starved one who dares not squirm. He immediately nodded and said, of course, but may I ask what pathway the Beander characteristic is from? Klein was a little embarrassed, but still said. A faceless is Beander characteristic. I got another one after my advancement. That's a common occurrence. Snow smiled and nodded, saying, I can buy it back for 3,800 pounds. After all, this characteristic hasn't been processed, so it's definitely riskier than the one I sold you. Quote. Klein thought of losing 200 pounds in this back and forth, and his heart was bleeding. But on the one hand, if he hadn't bought that characteristic initially, he wouldn't have survived until now. On the other hand, the characteristic Mr. Snow sold was indeed processed, with a very low risk of losing control. So, he nodded, indicating his willingness to trade. Seeing Klein nod, Snow immediately turned to Miss Justice. As she looked at the devil's straightforward gaze with a slight surprise, she heard him say, "Miss Justice, are you interested in a Beyonder item that can change one's appearance and figure? I can guarantee to minimize the side effects. Change appearance and figure." Furs, who was beside them, immediately had stars in her eyes upon hearing this, but considering her financial situation, she could only dream. Audrey, however, was different. In the Great Fog incident in Backland, she had significantly increased her father's political capital, which meant her future expenses in the Beyonder domain could be reimbursed. So, she immediately said, "Of course. When everyone's transactions finally concluded, the Tarot Club members entered a period of free exchange. Justice Audrey did not disappoint the hanged man's expectations. She stood up, curtsied, and bowed to the top of the bronze long table. "Respected Mr. Fool, I wish to know the truth behind the Great Fog incident in Backland. Was it purely caused by those cultists to awaken the primordial demoness? Why did Prince Edsack choose to cooperate with them? According to the principle of equivalent exchange you established, what do I need to pay to obtain the corresponding information? If I knew, the matter would have been completely resolved by now." Klein sighed inwardly, but with his rich experience, he maintained a relaxed sitting posture and chuckled. "The root of the problem has not yet been discovered, but there are enough clues. I hope the three great churches are not too foolish." Seeing Mr. Fool, who knows everything, make a statement that was as good as saying nothing, Snow couldn't help but feel a bit amused. However, she didn't need to undermine Mr. Fool. After the hanged man and the world exchanged information about human traffickers, he said meaningfully, "The Aurora Order in Backland has undergone reorganization and received covert support from the Lowen royal family. Although they are still openly shunned by the three great churches, a certain tacit understanding has been reached in secret. Apart from remaining hostile to the Storm Church, they will no longer be actively targeted by the authorities Beyonders. How can this be? Compared to the information about human traffickers, the Devil's intelligence clearly had a more intense impact on the hanged man. Even the Aurora Order has reached some kind of tacit understanding with the Lowen royal family. Can this be linked to the demonist sect and human trafficking?" Little Son, however, showed a somewhat solemn expression at this moment. He rarely interrupted when others were discussing their experiences, saying, "Mr. Devil, if I'm not mistaken, the Aurora Order is the organization that believes in the fallen creator, right?" "That's right." Snow nodded calmly, then said, "The little boy Jack you found, his father should be a member of the Aurora Order." Little Son frowned deeply, feeling some suspicion towards Mr. Devil in his heart. This gentleman seemed to have a significant connection with the fallen creator. Thinking of this, he looked at Mr. Fool at the top of the bronze long table, and then felt that he might be overthinking. The great Mr. Fool and the fallen creator should be in an antagonistic relationship. If the devil was truly a follower of the fallen creator, Mr. Fool couldn't possibly not notice. But if Mr. Devil had no problem. Little Son took a deep breath, because he suddenly remembered what Mr. Devil had said last time. Is there a possibility that Elder Lovia did not betray the City of Silver, and the exploration team's incident was just an accident? Chapter 229 Destined Coincidence. In Empress Borough, Backland, at Viscount Glaint's home, Miss Audrey Hall, who had just come of age socially, entered the mansion, which was being prepared for a banquet, accompanied by her maid. Although Miss Audrey frequently attended the balls or salons hosted by Viscount Glaint, her choice to attend this social ball, the second after her coming-of-age ceremony, undoubtedly led some people to draw certain conclusions. This made Glaint feel some piercing gazes. After all, that was Audrey Hall. However, the anxiety in Glaint's heart at this moment did not come from those jealous stares. He would rather Audrey truly used him as a shield, but the problem was, he was here to meet that person. Although Earl Hall didn't seem to have realized that his daughter was frequently interacting with that lady killer, still, "Oh, Glaint, it's quite rude of you to be so distracted." Audrey's light voice echoed in Viscount Glaint's ear. Viscount Glaint sighed slightly, but out of the instinct of a noble under the old Lowen Union Jack, he still put on a social smile, took the hand Audrey offered, and after a perfunctory kiss, he smiled and said, "Oh, Miss Hall, your beauty made me lose my composure." After speaking, he then whispered, "Audrey, I didn't send an invitation to that fellow today. You know, this is your first ball since you came of age socially, many people will be watching." "I didn't come for that," Audrey said softly, revealing a perfect smile. "Remember the surprise we talked about earlier? As long as it's not a scare." Glaint felt a twitch in his heart, afraid to hear Audrey say something shocking. However, Audrey didn't intend to speak immediately. Instead, she winked mischievously and said, "See you in the study later." Quote. As Glaint watched Audrey begin to mingle with other peers, he suddenly felt that he, an apothecary, probably, should try to concoct some heart-related potions. After 2 dances, Glaint and Audrey left the dance floor separately and went to the small study where they had met Furs and the others. Looking at Audrey, who was casually flipping through a book on noble history, Glaint felt a bit of a toothache. This young lady was actually reading noble history. What a joke. That book next to it, Mystical Exploration, 100 Rituals of Me and My Friends, is what you would read, right? All right, Audrey, I'm ready. What are you going to say? Glaint asked, bracing himself for the possibility of being shot by Earl Hall and his 2 sons for half an hour. Don't be so nervous. Audrey clearly sensed Glaint's inexplicable fear at this moment. Although she didn't know what he was worried about, Audrey had no intention of scaring him further. Instead, she took out a small box, about the size of a matchbox, from her purse and placed it on the desk. "This is a very interesting mystical item. I believe you will like it." A mystical item? Just a mystical item? Glaint let out a long sigh, then was consumed by curiosity. He opened the matchbox and saw 2 Roselian arrows carved inside. Slightly puzzled, he asked, "How do I use this? What are its abilities? Have you read Mr. Snow's latest book, Stardust Fighter?" Audrey didn't answer directly but instead asked a question. "I have. Is this something similar to the stone mask?" Although Glaint got a headache every time he heard Snow's name, as a noble, following trends was a must. Snow's novels were very popular in their circle, so no matter how much he disliked seeing Snow's name or thinking about his existence, he had to read some of it to have enough topics with the ladies and madams. Audrey shook her head and said, "The stone mask is outdated. This is a stand arrow. As long as you accommodate it for a period of time, you can gain a stand." "A stand? Like Star Platinum? Which arrow is this? Hierophant Green or Magician's Red? I think Justice's stand is super powerful." Glaint looked at the arrow in his hand, instantly losing his dislike for Snow, but when he looked up, he found a strange expression on Audrey's face. "Audrey, what's wrong?" Click. Feeling the disintegration of the potion within him, Snow slightly curled his lips. Although he wasn't sure if Klein had finally completely discarded his luck mentality after the Tarot Club and decided to make the Moretti siblings Beyonders, or if Audrey's missionary work had yielded results, or if it was simply that JoJo's distortion of readers' aesthetics had reached a critical point. In any case, the Baron of Corruption's potion was completely digested. However, this time, Snow clearly couldn't directly consume the Sequence 5 potion, because, for the Paradox pathway, consuming potions above Sequence 5 also required a ritual. And the advancement ritual for Sequence 5, Shakespeare's Ape, was to complete a sufficiently strong coincidence. This, sufficiently strong, is actually not an exaggeration. It's roughly the equivalent of winning a second prize in a lottery or encountering someone in a strange city of millions. In reality, for Snow, the focus of this ritual was on completion and coincidence. Completion meant that the event had to be actively targeted by him, not just encountering anyone. Coincidence meant that it could not be guided by any power, including Beyonder abilities. Simply put, Snow had to set a goal for himself and, accidentally, achieve that goal without using Beyonder abilities. Take an accidental encounter. For example, if Snow wanted to encounter a character from the original story by chance, he couldn't choose a target whose exact location he knew. Nor could he choose those existences that were bound to appear. Similarly, he couldn't conduct prior investigations or use various channels to pinpoint the other party's range. In a sense, this is a very simple ritual because it doesn't have any special risks. You just need to designate a person, and then, without deliberately investigating their location, happen to meet them. This counts as completing the goal. You don't need to fight powerful Beyonder creatures, nor do you need to sell your morals and beliefs, let alone search for those rare vengeful spirits or corpses. But this ritual also shares the same characteristic as the fate pathway, its source, which is that if one's luck isn't good enough, it's very possible that it might never be completed in a lifetime. Ultimately, the easiest way to perform this ritual is actually to buy lottery tickets. As long as you buy enough, winning a prize that meets the ritual requirements is quite easy. Unfortunately, that scoundrel Rosal copied so many things, but he just didn't copy the lottery. Chapter 230. Follow the arrangement of fate. Mr. Devil's prayers are always so punctual. Klein, who had chatted with Benson and Melissa late into the night, was woken by Snow's prayer. He walked 4 steps counterclockwise to above the gray fog, then was surprised to find that Mr. Devil wasn't just praying today, he was also making a sacrifice. Could it be that the mystical item promised to Miss Justice is ready? Although Klein was a bit surprised, he didn't rush to open the sacrificial door. Instead, he spread out his spirituality and began to ascertain Mr. Devil's complete request, his expression suddenly becoming strange. He reluctantly opened the sacrificial door, and before long, a piano appeared above the gray fog. Mr. Devil is treating me like a storage facility, but playing the piano for the true creator every day. Is this the price for activating the true creator's power during the Great Smog? It doesn't sound that terrifying. Klein examined the piano, suddenly realizing the aura of a mystical item emanating from it. His mouth twitched, but after a moment of thought, he carefully pushed it into an empty corner. Away from other items, this piano clearly had a price he couldn't afford to compensate. Even if he broke it, Mr. Devil probably wouldn't make him pay. On the other side, Snow, who had sent the piano to be stored above the gray fog, breathed a slight sigh of relief and continued to pack his luggage. Lily, beside him, seeing him looking like he was going on a long trip, naturally began to pack her own things, and then, "I'm not taking you this time." Meow. Lily's movements suddenly stiffened, the food plate in her mouth clattering to the ground. She looked at Snow in shock. "If you don't take me, what about my dried fish? The dried fish is in the cabinet on the left. Eat it sparingly, it should last about a month. If a customer comes, remember to pray. Also, act well. If you were a witch now, I would definitely take you," Snow said, pointing to the cabinet in the corner, using a tone to coax a child. Lily, however, fell for it and nodded. When I become a witch, I can make my own dried fish." Watching Lily pick up the food plate and put it back in its original place, Snow grinned and continued to pack his things. Although Lord K was still at home procrastinating, he wasn't worried that Lord K would give up going to sea because of the happiness his family brought him. Ultimately, Zhou Mingrui had a strong sense of responsibility. The more he valued his family, the more he would choose to take on his responsibilities. Moreover, the goddess was helping him with arrangements on his side. What he needed to do was to quickly advance to Sequence 5, Lord K's advancement speed would become increasingly exaggerated later on. If he couldn't establish a sufficient advantage in the early stages, he feared that by the later stages, he would only end up like the Tarot Club members in the original novel, welcoming Lord K's slumber without knowing anything. The destined coincidence itself was very easy to complete. The whole process was, set a goal for himself, then start acting without actively conducting any investigations, until the goal is achieved or a new goal is set. In this process, all non-active matters he experienced were considered part of the coincidence, and all active behaviors would weaken the intensity of the coincidence. This ebb and flow would eventually transform into ripples of fate, stirring up sufficiently large waves, ultimately becoming a catalyst for him to consume the potion. Ultimately, this was a ritual that was easier to complete the less one knew, and Snow, coincidentally, knew too much. He understood Backland, knew the class distribution of the city, and knew which people would appear in which areas. This meant that anything involving this city would not meet the degree of coincidence required by the ritual. He also thought about flipping a coin, but he found that this ritual required the accumulation of coincidences, the resonance of fate's ripples, just like constantly throwing pebbles into a river, making the splashes grow larger with each oscillation. The act of flipping a coin, whether done once or repeatedly, brought too small a ripple to fate itself. Even if he flipped heads 10,000 times, it would have no meaning to fate itself. Of course, if he set it so that flipping tails meant killing someone, and flipping heads meant saving someone, and he kept flipping until he got 20 consecutive heads, then this could complete the ritual. This was also why he hadn't tried to make a lottery box to draw tickets, because lotteries could complete the ritual because the lottery itself would change the fate of certain people, and this change in fate was the main body of the ritual. And the most critical problem with this ritual was that it couldn't be cheated, or rather, the potion ritual itself required a delicate balance where some kind of mystical influence coexisted with one's mental state to be achieved. If he tried to deceive himself, he would essentially be seeking death. After much deliberation, he decided to go to sea. Firstly, the ocean was vast enough, and encountering a specific person or group of people at sea would be sufficient to meet the ritual's requirements. Secondly, the sea was unfamiliar enough. Even with the guidance of the original novel, he couldn't pinpoint too many details, thus avoiding too much trouble from subjective thinking. Thirdly, he really didn't know enough about other places. Compared to nations like Intis, Fosak, and Fenaport, which were barely mentioned in the original novel, and compared to the East Balam, which he knew something about but was simply too vast, the Sonia Sea was more likely to lead him to the person he designated. Of course, it wasn't strictly necessary to pinpoint a specific character, certain identities with fewer associated people could also work. For example, Snow had already set a goal for himself at this time: to coincidentally encounter a certain pirate general. On the vast sea, encountering 7 people had a probability sufficient to meet the ritual's requirements, and their inherent sequence 5-level strength could itself stir the ripples of fate. Moreover, there were countless pirates under the pirate general at sea. It wasn't uncommon for a smaller conflict to attract a larger force at sea. As long as Snow coincidentally encountered a subordinate of a pirate general, the pirate general might come looking for him, and the pirate general actively seeking him out would naturally be a coincidence. Of course, it was still the same point. Snow could not actively seek out and kill the pirate general's subordinates, he had to passively follow the arrangements of fate. Are all the rituals of the fate pathway so troublesome? Snow sighed, grateful that only this one upcoming sequence required him to consume a fate pathway potion. He packed his bags, tidied the arrangement of banknotes in his wallet, and then headed to Backland docks. Gianna had already bought him a ship ticket to Pritz Harbor. Although he could also reach it by land, to avoid entanglement with Klein and to avoid the intertwining of fate, Snow still chose the slower waterway. Chapter 231 The Dice of Fate Has Fallen. In Tingen City, within Raphael Cemetery. The winter sun shone indifferently on the cold tombstones, bringing no warmth at all. Instead, it made them appear even more gloomy and chilling. Leonard was currently standing before a tombstone, quietly gazing at the stone slab in front of him. Just the night before last, he had a dream. He dreamt of his former colleague, Klein Moretti, who had died before his eyes. This was nothing unusual. In fact, over the past 6 months, he had dreamt of his former teammate more than once, dreamt of him being killed by Ins Zangwil, dreamt of his brother and sister's sorrowful scenes. Although such dreams had become increasingly rare as time went on, he still occasionally recalled the scene from that day, but this time, the dream was particularly vivid. The clear image, the voice and appearance belonging to Klein, his demeanor, expression, everything about him was so distinct, yet precisely because of this, Klein in his dreams seemed somewhat distorted, somewhat familiar. Then, another figure from his memory overlapped with him. That figure from Gianna's memory, the ghost on the roof of Capham's mansion, and also, that figure he had brushed past in the East Borough. He was almost immediately startled awake by the overlapping figure in his dream. Although he suspected it was just his imagination, he still conducted an investigation, and then, using the excuse of previously collaborating with the Machinery Church on a case, he saw a photograph of Sherlock Moriarty. And so, he appeared here. Old man, are you sure that dream wasn't influenced by external forces? Leonard gripped the shovel stuck beside him tightly. Even though he was here and there was no need for further hesitation, he still asked, as if talking to himself. I'm not sure, but I can at least guarantee that beyonders below the angel level cannot escape my eyes, and above, hee hee. An aged voice echoed in Leonard's mind. Although the old man didn't say it explicitly, Leonard seemed to understand and nodded gently. Those above the angel level wouldn't need to target me, right? Pallas didn't answer. Leonard took it as an affirmation, took a deep breath, and pulled the shovel from the ground. 2 piles of earth gradually grew higher, and the twilight snow was exposed little by little. Occasionally, people passed by, but they were completely unaware, as if what was happening here was merely a dream. Finally, Leonard tossed aside the shovel, bent down, and firmly gripped the edge of the coffin lid. He suddenly exerted force and lifted the heavy wooden lid. The unexpectedly light feel made him realize that the iron nails that should have secured the coffin lid had fallen off at some point, and the pitch-black coffin inside was empty. Nothing at all. Leonard's hands seemed to lose their strength, and the coffin lid fell back with a dull thud. His posture, however, remained stiff in a half-bent position, as if he had turned into a stone statue. Klein, who was teaching Benson and Melissa knowledge of mysticism, suddenly froze. Before his eyes, a mist suddenly spread. At the end of the mist was a stone tablet, with blurred inscriptions written on it, standing with many other similar ones on black soil, stained crimson by the scarlet moonlight. "What's wrong, Klein?" Melissa, who had little interest in mysticism, immediately noticed Klein's unusual state and promptly asked. Klein was startled awake by his sister's voice. As the white mist before his eyes slowly receded, Klein chuckled. "Nothing. Just a slight spiritual tremor." He used this as a starting point to introduce the meaning of spiritual tremors to his siblings, but in his heart, he began to ponder the content of the previous dream. As a seer, he certainly wouldn't disregard spiritual enlightenments. After a simple analysis, he felt that his Sherlock persona might be in trouble. "It seems I can't delay any longer." Klein sighed inwardly, while smilingly recounting various taboos to Benson and Melissa, but in his heart, he had already set a final deadline for himself. In the evening, Benson, while Melissa was clearing the dinner table, pulled Klein to a corner and asked with a serious tone. "Did something happen?" "Yes, I have to leave for a while." Klein didn't hide it, and Benson didn't ask further, just nodded and said, "I understand. Prepare a set of textbooks, and I'll supervise Melissa's studies." Actually, Klein wanted to say something, but Benson shook his head. "Klein, Melissa and I both trust you, trust that you can make the right choices. Since you've decided to let us enter the Beyonder world, there must be an unavoidable reason. We will protect ourselves, but you must also protect yourself." Just as Klein finally made up his mind to leave his newly found comfort zone, Snow, who had finished dinner at Pritz Harbor, was already standing in the ticket hall, toying with a coin in his hand. It wasn't a mystical item formed from the winner characteristic, but an ordinary silver coin. To reduce variables, he had prepared a complete set of tabletop games for this trip: 1 20-sided die, 1 12-sided die, 2 10-sided dice, 1 6-sided die, 1 4-sided die, and a coin. Of course, there was also a dice tower. Since everything was to be attributed to coincidence, why not maximize the guidance of fate and attribute all choices to the dice? This was his ultimate method for reducing his own initiative. White agate delayed due to unforeseen circumstances. Is it the goddess's arrangement, or the butterfly effect? Snow looked at the content on the notice board and grumbled inwardly. However, he didn't deliberately avoid the white agate. Instead, he numbered all the ships currently heading to the Sonia Sea, and then tossed the 20-sided die into the rather Gothic-style dice tower. Rumble, I don't know why, but hearing this sound always gives me the creeps. Is it because I used the wrong materials? Snow frowned but didn't try to investigate. Even if it was a spiritual warning, this was a choice given by fate. If he retreated at the very first step, he might as well go back to Backland and be a good little boy. After some mental preparation, he turned his gaze to the die at the bottom of the dice tower. 14, it's the Black Pearl, departing on the 8th. I always feel like this name will get me roped into piracy. Muttering a few words, Snow pulled out half a month's worth of food money from his pocket and bought a first-class ticket. Although he didn't have high expectations for the quality of first class in this era, just the quiet dining room and excellent chef were enough for him to spend an extra £25. After all, he wasn't sure he'd encounter a red-dressed maid staying in first class. Chapter 232 Boarding the Ship. On January 8, 1350, Snow boarded the Black Pearl as a musician, bringing his piano with him. Although he had Mr. Fool at his disposal, considering it would take about 10 days for the ship to reach Byam, he still dutifully brought his piano aboard. Otherwise, he couldn't explain the source of the music. Even though there was a dedicated music hall on the ship, he couldn't possibly pull out Heaven Manufacturing in public. After all, if this little ancestor got too excited listening, he would even sing along for a couple of lines. Snow himself didn't mind, but driving the guests in the music hall crazy would not be good. It's worth mentioning that the Black Pearl was not the dirty pirate ship he imagined, but a luxury cruise ship of considerable specifications. Although its overall structure was still a mix of wood and iron, it used steam power, which ensured its displacement and cruising speed. In fact, from its appearance, this ship already had a touch of a modern cruise liner. The first-class ticket, valued at £35, came with commensurate treatment, an independent bathroom and toilet, as well as a first-class exclusive dining room, library, smoking room, bar, and music hall. Moreover, behind the first-class cabins was an emergency passage directly to the lifeboat deck, allowing immediate access to the rescue area for boarding in case of danger. In addition, in the public areas of the promenade deck, there were cold drink shops, a gym, and a large ballroom. It was also said that between two cargo holds on the first deck, there was a high-quality tea house for guests with some spare money to enjoy tea. Of course, due to certain traditions, the existence of the tea house was only rumored. Only after giving a substantial tip to the bar's bartender would he open the passage to it. Incidentally, the above information was included with the first-class ticket. Snow had no intention of verifying it. He placed the piano in the living room of his cabin, checked the current time, and found it was almost time to eat, so he reached out and pulled out a coin. Clink! The silver coin was tossed high. Snow, acting completely on a whim, extended his hand, letting the coin land in his palm. Tails, shall I go to the common dining room? Although he was a bit dissatisfied with this result, as it was a choice given by fate, he decided to obey. Coincidences always need to accumulate little by little. He put the silver coin into his pocket and walked towards the stairs at the back of the deck. The common dining room, where second-class passengers could eat for free, was located on the second deck. Its location was not too out of the way. After descending the stairs, there were dedicated staff to guide the way. Except for the wooden floor beneath his feet, the ship's overall feel was basically no different from the luxury cruise ships he had seen in his previous life. "Sir, what would you like to eat?" Perhaps noticing his extraordinary attire, the waiter conscientiously approached, respectfully presenting a menu. "Just some specialty dishes that people who don't often go to sea can accept, no drinks." Snow flipped through the menu, looking at the simple and completely unintelligible ingredient names, and calmly stated his request. "All right, please wait a moment." The waiter seemed to have received such a request before and quickly had an idea. He took the menu, checked off a few dishes, and after Snow had no objections, went to the kitchen. Even on a luxury cruise ship, the dishes in the common dining room would not be overly lavish. An unfamiliar fruit, a fried fish the size of 2 palms, 2 loaves of bread, and a bowl of thick soup constituted a simple meal. "Thank you, fool, for my lunch." After his routine prayer, Snow took out a small silver tube from his pocket, containing a set of silver cutlery. While not expecting silver needles to detect poison, bringing his own cutlery was always more reassuring than using those whose cleanliness was unknown. The taste is actually pretty good. Snow's furrowed brows slowly relaxed as a small piece of fish entered his mouth. He ate the fried fish while listening to the chatter of the guests in the dining room. However, he didn't hear any useful information until he finished the thick soup, which had a strong fishy smell but was surprisingly fragrant when dipped with bread. Perhaps it was because he ate lunch early, or because the newly boarded guests hadn't yet become acquainted under the guidance of those social butterflies. Where to next? Snow silently recalled the numbered areas on the ship, took out a 6-sided die, and dropped it into the dice tower. Rumble. Number 5, the promenade deck, that's a good place to go. Snow suddenly felt a bit like he was playing a tabletop RPG, that unknown feeling of not knowing what he would face next, which made him, who was always used to planning everything, feel particularly stimulated. The promenade deck, as its name suggests, is the deck area provided for guests to move around. It is elevated above the ship's side, allowing for a better view of the sea, and is also a good place for sunbathing. However, in winter, probably no one would attempt such a leisure activity. Although there was no pool, and no young ladies in bikinis sunbathing, there were still quite a few pedestrians here. Most of them held a wine glass, standing by the railing of the promenade deck, looking out at the distant sea view while chatting about various topics with acquaintances or newly made friends. Snow, following local custom, bought a low-alcohol cocktail. Like a melancholic poet, he leaned against the railing. As he removed the open black lens bracket NGU close black lens bracket from himself, gazes immediately turned towards him. After a brief silence, a young lady who looked to be 26 or 27 finally broke the reservedness typical of Lonus people and walked over with light steps. She had long, flowing, soft light blonde hair, a high nose bridge, and eyes full of the distinctive three-dimensional quality of Westerners, giving her a somewhat Russian feel. She leaned against the railing about 2 meters away from Snow, holding a glass of pale gold champagne. She slightly raised her wine glass and asked with a smile, "Are you also going to buy 'em?" "That's right." Snow subconsciously showed a professional smile and nodded slightly, almost instinctively saying, "I am a creator traveling for inspiration. My name is Snow. And you, beautiful lady?" "My name is Seraph." The lady in front of him smiled sweetly, then, as if suddenly realizing something, lightly covered her lips and said in surprise, "Mr. Snow, are you the author of Phantom Blood and Battle Tendency?" "That's me, but do ladies like you also enjoy reading them?" "I thought my readers were all boys," Snow said with a gentle smile. Seraph immediately shook her head and said, "Not at all. My classmates and I love them." "Oh, my goodness, you absolutely must sign an autograph for me." "Please wait a moment, I'll go get the book." Chapter 233, The Great Secret Treasure Exists. "Miss Sarah, you mentioned a classmate earlier." Snow swiftly signed his name on the 2 single volumes Sarah brought over, then asked casually. "Yes, I just graduated this year, but my parents actually want me to work at the family company." "Oh, my goodness, I majored in archaeology. If I'm going to be a manager, wasn't my 4 years of studying a waste?" Sarah looked at Snow's almost perfect face and spoke with great enthusiasm. "Thankfully, I'm usually quite frugal with money and have saved a considerable sum. This is enough for me to properly explore this familiar yet strange world. I've already visited Emperor Rosel's former residence in Intis, admired the magnificent giant palace of Dusk in Fosak, eaten traditional delicacies in Fenaport, and attended academic discussions in Limburg. Next, I plan to go to Byam, the city of generosity, to experience the legendary pirate stories." Snow listened to Sarah's outpouring, and the habits from his previous self, stored in his memory, began to resurface. He forcefully interrupted his urge to comfort and guide her, warning her in a more serious tone. "Oh, madam, although I appreciate your trust, I must still remind you that when you're alone abroad, some things shouldn't be said casually. After all, on this vast sea, order is only limited to those with power." Upon hearing Snow's reminder, Sarah showed a smile with faint dimples, gently patted her waist, and softly said, "You should believe in the self-preservation abilities of a lady who has traveled alone for half a year." Snow chuckled inwardly. Although he couldn't discern her specific pathway, from a spiritual perspective, she was only around sequence 8, at most a newly promoted sequence 7. Whether due to work or knowing the acting method, her Beander potion digestion was quite good. However, while this level was not too low for a wild Beander, it was clearly still insufficient for venturing into the Sonia Sea. Snow gently toyed with the coin in his hand, then suddenly tossed it up. Seeing the coin land tails up, he dismissed the idea of reminding her and casually said, "Then, Miss Sarah, who possesses sufficient self-preservation abilities, what do you plan to see on the Sonia Sea? Although Byam has a great reputation, if I may be frank, it's not a place worth visiting for a lady." "Hee hee." Sarah blinked gently, then said in a very small voice, Mr. Snow, do you know about Emperor Rosel's great secret treasure?" "Great secret treasure?" Snow frowned slightly, recalling the maritime legends from the original novel, but the original only mentioned it briefly, and he had no related information, so he simply put on a bewildered expression. Seeing Snow's puzzled look, the human DNA's ingrained trait of liking to play the teacher began to erupt. She put on an expression that said, I'm only telling you, so don't tell anyone else, and narrowed her eyes. Legend has it that Emperor Rosal once had a period of dominating the seas. During those glorious years, he not only discovered new sea routes to the southern continent but also acquired many treasures. He brought a portion of them back to Intis, which became the foundation for his later rule of Intis, while the other portion was hidden by him on the Sonia Sea. Later, Emperor Rosal secretly dispatched trusted aides to sea multiple times, which serves as proof. Snow listened to Sarah's earnest recounting and shook his head slightly. Although this indeed matched Rosal's personality, he knew very well that those who went to sea were going to build tombs, and they were built near the abyss. Seeing Snow's disbelief, Sarah seemed stimulated and said very seriously, "Everything I said is true. Although many treasure legends at sea are false, this one is absolutely true. I discovered a manuscript in an ancient library in Lindbergh that recorded specific information about the treasure left by Emperor Rosal. Emperor Rosal did not directly leave the treasure to his descendants but instead created 4 stone tablets scattered across the sea. Each stone tablet recorded a coordinate. Through those coordinates, one could find 4 islands. As long as these 4 islands are marked on a sea chart and connected by lines, the intersection point is where he buried the great secret treasure." Snow's previously lazy gaze suddenly sharpened. If he hadn't believed it before, now, he believed it completely. That's right, not 7/10, nor 8/10, but 10/10. Because this kind of operation could only be conceived by someone who had watched One Piece. Since Rosal didn't plagiarize One Piece, only a few individuals could come up with this combination of historical poneglyphs and a great secret treasure, and they clearly couldn't do such a thing in Rosal's name. It's just. Snow once again spun the coin on his fingertips. With a clang, the coin landed in his palm again. Heads. Interesting. Snow kept flipping the coin on his fingertips, as if his previous actions were merely habitual. He slightly adjusted his expression, making himself appear to be genuinely developing interest, then said thoughtfully, "You wouldn't share such important information with a stranger, would you? Even if you're my fan, that doesn't prove I'm really, Snow, does it? It's not really secret information." Sarah showed a playful smile and said with a hint of apology, "The first stone tablet fell into the hands of Queen Mystic more than 10 years ago. This is something almost all treasure hunters at sea know. So, you're not going to tell me you plan to compete with the 4 kings for the treasure, are you?" The coin chose to inquire further, but Snow still had to follow basic logic. Hearing Snow say this, Sarah decisively shook her head. "How could that be? I just want to experience the thrill of treasure hunting. I don't need to find all of them, finding just 1 stone tablet is enough. And according to geometric knowledge, you don't actually need to find all the stone tablets. If you find 2 of them, you can connect the 2 locations with a line and try your luck. If you find 3, you can simply move along the lines connecting the 3 coordinates, and you'll definitely find the destination. Is that how geometry is used? You're a Beander, after all. Haven't you considered the possibility that these coordinates contain Beander-level power?" Snow grumbled inwardly, tossed the coin again, and looking at the lion pattern on the reverse side, he decisively showed a heartwarming smile. "Then I wish Miss Sarah good luck in finding the legendary great secret treasure." With that, he stood up, gentlemanly paid for their drinks, and then walked towards his room without looking back, leaving Sarah utterly bewildered. What's going on? Shouldn't he be asking me why I came to him? Chapter 234. Don't worry about him, play the piano. After bidding farewell to Salazar, Snow once again threw the 6-sided dice, and with a rumbling sound from the dice tower, the dice fell into the small tray at the bottom of the tower. 4. Third deck. Snow checked the table, took out an 8-sided die, and threw it. This time, the number displayed at the top was 8. Following the dice girl's instructions, Snow made his way to the first-class lounge on the 3rd deck. Hearing the not-so-lively atmosphere inside, he was slightly disappointed. It was well known that most people staying in first class were quite wealthy, and the main purpose of this lounge, to put it bluntly, was for these people to discuss business and boast open black lens bracket deep close black lens bracket about their achievements. Of course, occasionally there would be some unexpected situations, such as a red maid who bought a first-class ticket but could only stay in the servants' quarters. Pushing the door open, he didn't see any cute children or enchanting noblewomen, only groups of pot-bellied or muscular men gathered in twos and threes. The ship's passenger capacity wasn't too large. Excluding the ship's own crew, the total passenger count was only a few hundred, with fewer than 100 buying first-class tickets. Currently, about 60% of the people in the lounge were actually bodyguards. It wasn't that they thought they would encounter any danger on the ship, or that these bodyguards would be of any use if they really encountered pirates. Rather, it was simply to highlight their status. What kind of rich person goes out without bodyguards? How undignified. Snow wasn't particularly keen on the proper etiquette of Old Lowen. He casually ordered a drink and took some seemingly decent pastries from the table. He could only say that he hadn't eaten very satisfyingly at lunch, so this was just making up for an afternoon tea. The conversations of the guests flowed past his ears, mostly about business matters. However, soon, a middle-aged man's complaint from a corner reached his ears. "Damn it. Don't let me catch that damned scoundrel. Salazar is also a scoundrel. I boarded the Black Pearl because of his name, but when there was a thief on board, he just lightly said, 'It's not his people.' Damn it. Even if it's not his people, this is his ship. A thief." Snow's lips curled up playfully. A thief on a ship was a rare occurrence. If you ask why, it's because of the cost. Why are there many thieves on buses but few on airplanes? It's not about difficulty, but because a bus ticket costs 1 or 2 yuan, while an airplane ticket costs hundreds or thousands. A bus journey is only a dozen kilometers, while an airplane journey is measured in hundreds of kilometers. In summary, it comes down to 4 words: the cost of theft. Even a third-class ticket on the Black Pearl costs £10. In other words, if a thief cannot steal items worth more than £10, he will be at a loss, not to mention having to consider the return journey and the time spent on this trip. Moreover, a ship itself is a confined space. After committing the theft, there is basically no escape before reaching port. Once caught, there is even the risk of being thrown into the sea to feed the sharks. So, if a thief appears on a passenger ship, there are only 3 possibilities. Firstly, a traveling thief does it opportunistically, following the idea that a thief never leaves empty-handed. Secondly, someone specifically targeting a valuable cargo on the ship. Thirdly, a crew member committing the crime. Well, after all, crew members don't need to consider the risks mentioned above. And the ship just left port. To encounter a thief in such a short time, hey. Snow seemed to have thought of something interesting, and the coin in his hand flipped even faster. Clink. After a soft sound, the coin spun rapidly in the air, then slapped into Snow's palm. Lion, tails. Snow shook his head, ignoring the so-called theft incident. Anyway, besides his wallet, only his piano was valuable. A thief on a ship wouldn't come to steal a piano, would he? While Snow was contemplating, a middle-aged man wearing a captain's hat, with a messy beard and an eye patch, walked into the lounge. He scanned the people in the room with his exposed eye, then said in a slightly stiff tone, "Gentlemen, I apologize for interrupting your leisure time. The smell of the sea breeze is somewhat off. I have reason to suspect that a heavy rain is coming soon. If anyone is seasick, you can go to the medical room on the promenade deck to get seasickness medicine. Also, if you are not confident in standing steadily on a swaying ship, please return to your rooms now. Compared to here, where all furnishings are fixed, it is much safer there. But please don't worry, I have rich sailing experience, and this heavy rain should not last too long." Clink. The coin went up and down. The goddess with a sword and shield in one hand and an olive branch in the other faced upwards, heads. Following the guidance of fate, Snow did not complain to the captain, who seemed to share a name with a certain snake house founder, like the other passengers. Instead, he obediently returned to his room. The excellent layout of the first-class cabin allowed him to see the gradually murky sea through the porthole. It must be said that at such times, trusting professionals is always correct. About 15 minutes later, the ship began to sway, and waves started to appear on the sea outside the porthole. The dark clouds and raindrops pattering against the window piqued Snow's interest. He took out Heaven Manufacturing, which he always carried behind his tie, and inserted it upside down into a specially opened slot on the piano. Then he sat on the piano bench and played an impassioned melody on the turbulent sea. There was no sheet music, it was a completely improvised performance, yet the notes played in rhythm with the waves. The sound of the piano merged with the waves and the heavy rain, as if tumultuous waves were simultaneously rising both inside and outside the ship. After the Backland Great Smog, Heaven Manufacturing, having received more power from the true creator himself, clearly gained a few more points of spirituality. However, the biggest change was indeed its appreciation ability. Originally, Heaven Manufacturing only listened to the Soviet songs Snow copied, but now, as long as it sounded good, it could accept it. Of course, there still had to be at least 1 hour of Soviet music every day, otherwise, no matter how good it sounded, it would sing by itself. Just as Snow was showcasing his piano talent on the sea, a somewhat unusual sound came from the corridor outside the door. Logically speaking, both the heavy rain outside the window and the piano inside the room should have been enough to cover up most miscellaneous noises, but Snow clearly heard the sound of what seemed like a wet rag slapping the ground. At this moment, the all-knowing council began to function. While Snow's main consciousness was still playing the piano, 4 options were summarized. 1. Stop playing the piano and listen carefully. 2. Directly open the door and check the situation outside. 3. Use an ability to hide himself and secretly observe the situation outside the room. 4. Ignore it and play the piano. Under the control of the all-knowing council, Snow's shadow extended a tendril, coiling around the dice tower and dice. As the 4-sided die fell into the dice tower, after a series of rumbling rolls, the answer emerged. 4. Ignore it and play the piano. Chapter 235, Ignore him, go to sleep. Night gradually deepened, and the swaying ship slowly calmed down. After playing a serenade, Snow rehung Heaven Manufacturing around his neck. He threw a die and then had a professionally trained attendant bring dinner to his room. There seems to be a lot of trouble on this ship, Snow thought quietly, eating fish head soup and biscuits, a dish he wasn't sure if it was passed down by the Elven King or Rosal. He pondered the sights and sounds of the day, but then remembered the instruction, ignore him, play the piano, and abandoned the idea of further contemplation. Following the choice of fate was not an empty phrase. To complete the ritual as quickly as possible, he had made up his mind that unless his life was at stake, he would never violate the outcome of the dice, unless he had confirmed he could meet one of the 7 pirate generals. Actually, he didn't need to be in such a hurry, or rather, according to his original life plan, he should still be figuring out how to digest Zeno's tortoise. Ever since he saw that ridiculously difficult ritual for becoming a god, he had never considered such a thing. Or, even if it were possible, it would only be after Mr. Fool successfully became the Lord of the Mysteries, or after the true creator returned to normal and became half a god almighty, under their protection. However, the goddesses and true creator's assistance allowed him to digest the Sequence 6 potion at least a month early, which gave him a better option. The possibility of becoming a king of angels, or even a god, through his own efforts, without the help of an outer deity. Facing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he ultimately decided to take a gamble. He motioned for the attendant to clear the leftovers, then leaned against the piano, quietly sifting through the emotions of the all-knowing council. Everything is either 0 times or countless times. After the first unification of minds, gaining complete control over the all-knowing council had become an inevitable outcome. The connection between his main consciousness and the sub-souls grew tighter, and the issuance of commands became smoother. The amplification brought by the unification of the sub-soul's consciousness was far greater than imagined. Reaction speed, power, and even control over Beyonder abilities all saw a qualitative leap. If before he was somewhat wary of strong individuals with firm wills who could enter mythical creature forms as demigods, now he could have some sub-souls bear the corruption, some perform psychological analysis, and the rest control his body to escape or continue fighting. Even if he encountered a demigod from the spectator pathway entering dragon form, the spectator would definitely go crazy first. Of course, whether he could win was another matter. It was foreseeable that, as long as he skillfully commanded each sub-soul, upon reaching demigod status, he could activate his mythical creature form without damage, even without the aid of a Saphira. The ticking of the pocket watch reported the time. Snow warmed a cup of hot milk, preparing to offer his good-night prayer to Mr. Fool. But just then, in the quiet corridor, the squelching sound of footsteps echoed once more. It was a sound like a water-soaked rag repeatedly slapping on wooden planks, like squirming, like crawling, or like a child playing in mud. The sound would pause for a moment every 10 seconds or so, then continue forward. After a simple calculation, a scene instantly appeared in Snow's mind. A wet monster with an Innsmouth-like face was slowly moving down the corridor. Whenever it reached a cabin door, it would stop, press its head against the door, confirm there was no sound inside, and then continue on after a moment. Listening to the squelching sound drawing closer, a series of options instantly flashed in Snow's mind. 1. Immediately open the door to check the situation. 2. Ask loudly from the room, "Who's out there?" 3. Use Beyander abilities to carefully investigate the situation outside. 4. Wait until the other party reaches the door and then suddenly push it open to knock him away. 5. Make a commotion in the room to observe the other party's reaction. 6. Ignore him, go to sleep. He casually picked up the 6-sided die and dropped it into the dice tower. After a series of soft, rumbling sounds, the die fell into the small tray at the bottom of the tower. The upward-facing number was clearly a 6. Ignore him, go to sleep. Snow rolled his eyes and very simply took off his outer garment, not at all bothered by the sound that was only about 7 or 8 meters from his door. He lay on the bed and silently began his bedtime prayer to Mr. Fool in ancient Hermes. "Thank you, Fool, for granting me a beautiful morning." In the early morning, Snow was awakened by his precise biological clock. He casually pulled on his clothes and habitually completed his prayer. Then, he was somewhat surprised to find that a ray of morning light was already streaming into the room from the porthole. Clearly, the morning at sea seemed to come earlier than in the city. After tidying his attire slightly, Snow activated the "effort will inevitably yield results" buff and began his morning training. Although with his current physical condition, even with the breathing technique learned from Mordred, his progress was extremely slow, he still enjoyed the feeling of watching his experience bar slowly increase. I wonder if Klein, who is 3 days late, will still be able to eat merman cheek meat, Snow thought with a hint of dark humor, holding the blade of flesh and spirit and completing a set of sword-swinging exercises. However, just as he began to consider whether to go to the ship's dedicated gym to work up a sweat, urgent footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. Along with them came a cacophony of knocking, and he could vaguely hear the anxious shouts of the crew. Click, click, click. As the noise spread, the nearby cabin doors opened one after another. Snow wiped away non-existent sweat and also pushed open his cabin door. The sailor who was about to knock on Snow's door seemed not to have expected the door to open suddenly, and his fist slammed hard against the doorframe. Yet, even though he winced in pain, he didn't shout. Instead, he immediately ran to the next door. It wasn't just him, there were 4 sailors bustling in this corridor at the moment. If one listened carefully, sailors seemed to be doing the same thing in the distance. Snow remembered the strange, squelching footsteps from last night and subconsciously glanced at the floor. He could vaguely see some traces of dried water, but with more and more passengers in the corridor now, it had been trampled so much that nothing was discernible. The passengers, roused from their sleep, were clearly not in a good mood, especially since after being woken, not a single person willing to offer an explanation appeared. The middle-aged man in the cabin diagonally opposite Snow's even grabbed a sailor, wanting to ask what had happened, but his pampered body couldn't hold on to the man of the sea. He only received a promise that a notice would be given shortly before being shaken off. As the noise in the corridor grew louder and almost all the cabins had been knocked open, a somewhat distorted voice finally came from the brass speaking tube installed in the ceiling of the cabin. "We apologize deeply. A serious incident has occurred on this ship. All passengers, please proceed to the large ballroom on the second deck." Repeating, this ship. Chapter 236 KP wants to curse. Slowly moving with the crowd, and after passing through the not-so-spacious staircase, everyone arrived at the large ballroom located on the second deck. This should be the largest room on this ship apart from the cargo hold, but with hundreds of passengers standing here, it still felt a bit crowded. However, the actual reason for this crowding was the corpse in the center of the ballroom, which everyone intentionally or unintentionally avoided. Seeing this corpse, Snow's eyebrows twitched slightly. He had seen this person yesterday. It wasn't Ms. Salazar from the archaeology department, nor was it the middle-aged man who claimed to have encountered a thief, but rather the unlucky fellow who listened to the middle-aged man recount the thief's story. Although he only glanced at him, his memory as a sequence 6 combined with the all-knowing counsel's correction allowed him to recognize the person immediately. At this moment, the unlucky fellow's face was pale, his eyes bulging, and his hands seemed to be scratching his throat, as if trying to pry open a pair of hands that were gripping his windpipe. His body was somewhat shriveled, and his expression was ferocious and terrifying, looking as if he could jump up and start killing at any moment. By this time, many passengers had realized what had happened, gathering in 2s and 3s and beginning to converse in whispers. Just as Snow was eavesdropping on those uninformative complaints, a figure with light golden long hair suddenly approached him and whispered, "It's terrifying. He looks like he's suffered some kind of curse. We're not close, all right." Snow rolled his eyes. And Jiu, while changing her external impression, would also weaken her sense of presence to a certain extent. To ensure that his opportunity wouldn't be shielded by it, he could only endure it. Of course, as a mature social person, Snow wouldn't directly confront a beautiful woman like that. He merely nodded thoughtfully, then took out a coin from his pocket and tossed it high. "Should I accept Salazar's overture?" Heads. Accept. Snow looked at the goddess holding a sword, shield, and olive branch on the coin, nodded gently, and then said to Salazar, "You seem to know something. When it rained last night, something seemed to have gotten on the ship. I suspect this person was killed by that thing." Salazar seemed worried that Snow wouldn't believe her, so she added, "The footsteps of that thing sounded like a wet rag slapping in mud. When I went out just now, I even saw water stains on the floor." Snow nodded, about to say something, when he heard the captain, dressed in standard pirate attire, suddenly step forward and declare loudly, "As you can all see, last night, someone died in their room, and the bodyguard in the servants' room next door didn't notice a thing. This ship still needs 3 days to reach the next supply port. During this time, I hope everyone remains vigilant. Of course, if anyone can catch that damned killer, I will pay a sufficient reward. Now, I want to know, are there any doctors, detectives, or other such professions on board? We need to purify the deceased to prevent him from turning into a water ghost or something else. Of course, before that, if we can confirm his cause and time of death, that would be even better." Listening to the captain's orderly words, the chaotic passengers gradually quieted down, while Salazar whispered, "Isn't there a medical bay on this ship? Why are they still looking for a doctor?" Because the ship's doctor on such a passenger liner is generally skilled in internal diseases like infectious diseases and seasickness. At most, they help treat bumps and scrapes. After all, you should understand that a proper doctor with higher education is an absolute high-salary profession. They wouldn't, and don't need to, waste their time on a bumpy ship. Snow casually explained to Salazar, but the coin in his hand bounced up again after several rolls. This would determine whether he would step forward to examine the corpse. And the coin's answer was, "Tails, no. Tisk." If this were a tabletop RPG, the GM would probably be figuring out how to kill off a character by now. Snow looked at the lion pattern on the coin and shook his head gently. Salazar noticed his actions, and a glint flashed in her eyes, as if she realized something. "There's a hidden role here." Captain Salazar waited for a moment, and seeing no passengers step forward, his expression was slightly disappointed, but he continued. "In any case, a dangerous culprit has infiltrated the ship. I will increase patrols, and all passengers should try to avoid being alone. If you discover anything, please notify the sailors on board immediately. Aside from that, all facilities on the ship will remain open as usual. As long as everyone maintains order, that damned killer will absolutely not dare to act rashly. Now, we are going to perform a requiem ceremony for this poor gentleman. If there are any followers of the Lord of Storms, they can come to the prayer hall to observe." After speaking, he gestured for a few sailors to lift the stretcher, and they left the ballroom through the aisle that the crowd had spontaneously cleared. With Salazar's disappearance, the ballroom, which had finally quieted down, once again became boisterous with human voices. All sorts of complaints, roars, and even cries and screams filled the entire room in an instant. It was only at this moment that Snow noticed that among these hundreds of passengers of various identities, not a single one lost emotional control upon seeing the corpse. Even if there weren't any brainless characters on this ship who wouldn't survive 3 episodes, what about children? Wait, there aren't any children on this ship. Is it a coincidence? Or the result of some deliberate guidance? Snow frowned, because the Black Pearl was rolled out with dice, and the coin had refused his prior investigation of this ship, which made him feel quite at a loss now. How to describe it? It was like the helplessness one feels when facing the first plot point after several consecutive listen and investigate rolls have failed. The coin once again danced in his hand, and this time, it was to decide whether to inquire about the information of the Black Pearl. Clink. The coin spun rapidly in the air, then slapped into his palm. Looking at the goddess holding a sword, shield, and olive branch, Snow finally revealed a genuine, faint smile, and Salazar, who witnessed this action, also showed a charming smile. Salazar, do you know anything about this ship? Listening to Snow's direct question, Salazar nodded, but did not answer immediately. Instead, she glanced at the increasingly noisy ballroom and smiled. Of course, but I don't think this is the place to talk. Won't you buy me a drink? It would be my pleasure. Snow readily accepted, actively pushing through the crowd, and led Salazar towards the upscale bar on the 3rd deck, exclusively for first-class passengers. Chapter 237, Is it okay for Coin Princess to directly send out gold water? Snow casually ordered a drink and sat at a small round table away from the bar, quietly waiting for Sarah to continue. Sarah seemed a little excited by Snow's intense gaze, a faint blush appeared on her face. She picked up her goblet, took a sip of the amber liquid, and squinted her eye of wisdom, saying, Mr. Snow, you are a seer, aren't you? Oh, why not an astrologer, a warlock, or a robot? Snow's eyes crinkled with a smile, as he toyed with a coin in his hand. Unconsciously, his spirit vision activated, allowing him to clearly see Sarah's blue spiritual manifestation, indicating she was deep in thought. A robot wouldn't be as humorous as you. Warlocks and astrologers must maintain a sense of mysticism. Although there's no concrete evidence, your spiritual glow tells me you understand that method. Sarah's eye of wisdom swept over the coin in Snow's hand as she spoke, hinting at something. Snow just smiled, not giving a direct answer, but instead asked, What about you? A detective, or an archaeologist? A detective, but I prefer the title detective. Sarah had no intention of hiding anything. She gently brushed back her light golden long hair, and her eye of wisdom became unexpectedly profound. Guarding knowledge doesn't mean locking it in a safe, it means letting it spread as widely as possible. The more people who know, the less likely knowledge is to be lost. Excellent insight. It seems you'll be able to finish your acting soon, Snow complimented her. Sarah immediately gave him an, I knew you'd understand, look, took another sip of her drink, and after confirming no one was nearby, whispered. You heard it last night, didn't you? No, I was playing the piano at the time. Snow spread his hands, but Sarah's eye of wisdom suddenly widened, and she said in disbelief. The one playing the piano so brazenly last night was you. Aren't you afraid? I'm not afraid, Snow replied calmly. Sarah was momentarily speechless. Watching Sarah choked up, Snow flashed a sunny smile before speaking. How much do you know about this ship? Sarah gave Snow a deep look, beginning to wonder if he was a mid-sequence Beander, or a fool who, having stumbled upon a Beander legacy, was now full of himself. However, considering the powerful etheric aura she had initially mistaken for a warrior, she felt the former was more likely. After all, a low-sequence seer could never possess such a powerful life aura. Having quickly made her judgment, Sarah took a breath and said, The Black Pearl itself has no issues. Although it's a new ship from over a decade ago, its captain, Salazar, comes from a family of seafarers. His parents and grandparents mostly made their living at sea. He himself once studied at the Loan Naval Academy, but because he lacked noble status, he didn't join the Navy after graduation. Instead, he bought this newest steamship. Of course, this is all information you can easily find out. For a small fee, you can get relevant details from the ticket office staff. Is there any more rare information? Snow didn't mind the commonness of the information. Because of the coin he had previously tossed, he hadn't even had access to common information. Having finally tossed a coin that could lead to inquiries about the Black Pearl, he naturally wanted to gather as much information as possible. That depends on whether you're willing to cooperate. Sarah gave a slightly suggestive smile. Snow's lips curved upward. What do you want me to do? Help me find the secret treasures at sea, Sarah said very seriously. Snow frowned slightly. Rosal's great secret treasure. No, other things are fine too. The secret of the fountain of youth, death's key, the silent laurel. Any of them will do. Sarah's expression was slightly fanatical, but Snow shook his head. Impossible, or rather, why do you think we can find something that even those high-sequence powerhouses couldn't? Oh dear, why are you so? Never mind. How about this, we sign a contract. It will stipulate that we won't harm each other, and we won't reveal any information obtained from the other party without their permission. This way, we can both speak frankly. As Sarah spoke, she took out a piece of white paper with a special seal printed on it from her handbag. The aura on it had a significant overlap with the contract Snow had once purchased from the Eye of Wisdom. The Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom seems to have quite a few Sun Pathway sealed artifacts. Snow had almost confirmed the identity of the young woman before him. Relying on the Paradox Pathway's advantage of easily breaking contracts, he calmly agreed to Sarah's proposal. Once the contract was written and both parties confirmed there were no omissions, Sarah finally breathed a sigh of relief. It is well known that Beyonders of the White Towern Pathway have an innate tendency to be didactic and to show off their knowledge. This might be a requirement of their acting, or perhaps an influence of the potion, but whatever the reason, Sarah had certainly been holding back. Now that the contract was complete, she finally relaxed and immediately began speaking like a machine gun. I found a piece of information about Rosal's secret treasure in the Grand Library of Lindbergh. Although most of the annotations were in Roselian, from the sea charts and symbols, I can roughly pinpoint an area. Whether or not it's the location of Theastone Tablet, there must be something worth exploring there. How about it, are you interested? I'm now seriously wondering how you've lived this long. Snow looked at Sarah indifferently, his expression very strange. Even after signing a contract, to so brazenly declare that she possessed information of immense value, wasn't that courting death, a bit too far? At this moment, he even suspected whether this Sarah was Wu Long's pawn, sent to deliver information. Follow fate, follow fate. Although Snow was very suspicious of Sarah's information, and even began to doubt her identity and true strength, he still tossed the coin high in his hand. Should he accept Sarah's invitation? Heads, yes. Looking at the upward-facing goddess statue, Snow clutched the coin in his hand, but still asked. Why me? I think a seer can add a lot of assistance to a treasure-hunting journey. Snow didn't even need to use psychology to judge that Sarah was hiding something, but he had already decided to follow the choice of fate. Anyway, he had the true Creator's divine favor. As long as it wasn't a true god looking for trouble, there was no life-threatening danger. As long as he couldn't die from it, he would go all out. It had to be said that while taming the all-knowing council, Snow was also clearly influenced by those death-courting and fun-loving split souls. He sighed slightly, pulling the conversation back on track. You win. I am indeed quite interested in Rosal's secret treasure. Assisting you in your adventure is not out of the question, but before that, shouldn't we first discuss the Black Pearls problem? Of course. Sarah immediately nodded vigorously, then pulled out another contract paper and began writing swiftly, saying as she wrote. It's not that I don't trust you, but I think for something like this, it's really best to sign a contract. Chapter 238 The Secret of the Black Pearl. After signing another lengthy and complex contract, Sarah finally got to the point. The Black Pearl's sailing record has always been excellent, and Salazar's reputation in this line of work is above average. At least so far, his ship hasn't experienced any major maritime disasters, even if occasional accidents happen, but those are just unavoidable. Get to the point, Snow said impatiently, watching Sarah showing off the intelligence she had gathered. Sarah wasn't annoyed and nodded, saying, in short, everything about the Black Pearl is normal, but precisely because it has been too normal in the past, this trip seems so abnormal. Oh, what's abnormal? Snow asked, echoing Miss Justice's tone, and Sarah visibly puffed out her chest, clearly pleased, then said with even more effort. The sailing schedule is abnormal. After throwing out this answer, Sarah took a small sip of her drink. Seeing that Snow didn't show any thoughtful or suddenly enlightened expression, she said with slight disappointment. Regular passenger ships usually rest for about 3 months after each trip. The Black Pearl, in particular, only sails once in each of the spring, summer, and autumn seasons. This trip, however, is its first time sailing in winter since it began. Don't you think there's something wrong with that? A bit interesting. Snow began to think, following Sarah's words, but found his knowledge in this area somewhat lacking. Although the original work contained a complete description of a mad adventurer's sea hunt, it was, after all, only an experience along a single route. Because the objective was always clear, it didn't involve too much knowledge of the sea. The more interesting part is yet to come. Sarah grew more excited as she spoke, even beginning to wave her arms. Seeing that she might attract too much attention, Snow immediately flipped a coin to decide whether to help her cover it up. However, it was a pity. Tails. Ignoring Sarah's flamboyant gestures, Snow focused on her next words. Generally speaking, when a ship encounters a storm, it will try to go around it, or simply find a nearby small island to take shelter. But when the storm hit last night, this ship plunged directly into the storm, and its speed was actually more than 30% faster than normal. Storm sailing, are you saying this ship is a ghost ship? Snow thoughtfully rubbed his chin. A ghost ship, so called, doesn't mean the ship is literally a ghost, but rather refers to a mystical item ship that possesses living characteristics. Because it has spellcasting abilities and certain living characteristics, it is called a ghost ship. Of course, most ghost ships do indeed have ghosts on them, because their negative effects mean that no living person can operate them. Those ghost ships that can be controlled by people, however, are highly sought after secret treasures on the sea. If the Black Pearl is a ghost ship, then what pathway is it? If it's storm sailing, could it be seafarer? The possibility is not small. In fact, I reviewed the Black Pearl's annual sailing records and found that not a single accident was due to bad weather. This seems to be a ship designed for sailing in harsh weather. Sarah said pointedly, and Snow gradually connected the dots. He recalled the descriptions of various sea treasures in the original work, and frowned at the areas with severe sea conditions. God of weather. Or sea god. You know. Sarah was startled by the two gods, Snow uttered, then made a shushing gesture. Although it shouldn't be related to them, it's close enough. I suspect the Black Pearl's target is a special sea area created by the relics of a high-sequence powerhouse, just like the legendary stormy sea left by death. Is that why you chose this ship? Snow seemed to understand Sarah's thoughts, but Sarah shook her head. Actually, I only finally confirmed this ship was a ghost ship yesterday. The main reason I got on board was to follow this guy. Saying this, Sarah pulled a portrait from her handbag. The portrait showed a young man, at most 23 or 24 years old, whose appearance barely met the standard for joining the Aurora Order, and he had a very sunny smile. Seeing this portrait, Snow looked at Sarah with slight surprise and said speechlessly, "Your crush?" "Absolutely not." Sarah denied it decisively, then explained, "His name is Jack, a street author who occasionally does a bit of petty theft. He used to live in Pritz Harbor." "Wait, let me catch my breath." Snow suddenly raised a hand to stop Sarah's words, pinching his brow. "Don't tell me there's also a rich young lady named Rose on this ship, traveling with a priceless gem and her fiancé. You've also seen Emperor Rosel's opera, Titanic. Oh, you're also an author, so it's normal for you to read Emperor Rosel's works," Sarah said, then suddenly realized Snow had disrupted her thoughts, and shook her head vigorously. "Unlike that Jack, this thieving Jack is very strange. I originally only investigated the ships that were about to sail recently. Besides the Black Pearl, there were 2 other ships that were also a bit suspicious. For example, the White Agate, captained by Fair Island, had a very rare delay in its departure this time, and the reason given was the ridiculous one of having bought inferior liquor. There was also the Emerald, which inexplicably took on a large quantity of perishable animal offal before sailing. During my investigation, I noticed this thief frequently loitering near the ticket office. While this is normal for a thief, I noticed that all his targets were passengers who had purchased tickets for the Black Pearl. And 2 hours before the ship sailed, he suddenly disappeared from Pritz Harbor. Immediately afterward, the Storm Church's Punishers began patrolling various parts of the port and searched all ships. What do you think this means? The Punishers, or rather the Storm Church, have been watching Jack. Snow's brows gradually furrowed. A somewhat similar character appeared in his mind. He calmly looked at Sarah, and only when her gaze shifted slightly did he speak. So, it's possible that this Jack holds some kind of secret, and this secret is related to the Black Pearl. The Black Pearl's abnormal decision to sail in winter is also because of this secret. That's what I think. I even suspect that Jack is the orphan of an ancient family, and the reason the Storm Church is watching him is for the secret he might possess. I just don't know what relationship he has with Salazar, Sarah said, then suddenly saw Snow toss a coin high into the air, and her eyes immediately lit up with hope. What she didn't know, however, was that Snow wasn't divining, but rather deciding whether to tell Sarah the information he heard yesterday about the thief. Chapter 239. The result of the secret investment is a bit scary. The coin spun continuously in the air. As part of the role-playing game set Snow specifically made for this trip, this coin, like his other dice, completely shielded all Buridan interference. Under such circumstances, neither Snow's own spirituality nor the influence derived from his sequence could affect the outcome of this coin. Provided Snow did not subjectively control the force of the throw, its heads or tails could only be attributed to coincidence. Clap. The coin landed in his palm, heads up. Snow glanced at the coin, then looked at the expectant Salazar, and told her about the deceased and the wealthy merchant discussing the marauder. Hidden role. This is unreasonable. Even if he had kleptomania, he shouldn't have started stealing immediately after boarding the ship. Listening to Snow's narration, Salazar's brows slightly relaxed, as if the fog that had been bothering her before had suddenly dispersed. She excitedly said, "Wait, kleptomania. So that's it. I understand." Seeing her enlightened expression, Snow raised his eyebrows but did not speak, because he knew that no matter whether he flipped the coin or asked for the reason, this woman would tell him what she was thinking. Sure enough, after a brief moment of excitement, Salazar, like a detective who had solved a cold case, began her deduction with a confident smile. If Jack is indeed an orphan from an ancient family, as I imagine, then the reason he became a marauder is likely not a lack of money, but to cover up some secrets, such as his Buridan pathway. You mean, he disguised himself as a Buridan of the marauder pathway through a mystical item, in order to avoid excessive attention from the punishers? Snow nodded thoughtfully, and also had an idea about the illogical theft. In that case, the theft on the ship was likely because he used Buridan abilities before boarding the ship to ensure he could steal the ticket, which resulted in the side effects of the mystical item acting up, forcing him to immediately commit a theft after boarding. Snow's quick answer froze Salazar's excited expression. The feeling of being interrupted halfway through a deduction was clearly not pleasant. She looked at Snow resentfully, but Snow did not respond. Instead, he gently stroked his chin, thinking more deeply. If their guess was correct, then this secret must be related to the other party's true sequence, and it belonged to a pathway closely linked to bloodline. Following this line of thought, the other party's ancestors must have been at least an angel family. Only then would the influence brought by the pathway have the qualification to penetrate the bloodline, and only then would it be qualified to be valued by the Storm Church. Just like the collateral branch of the Tudor family in Backland, wasn't he monitored from childhood? Of course, the intensity of Jack's monitoring seemed to be a bit less. It's unknown whether the angel family Jack represented was not strong enough, or because his pathway jumping behavior had a significant enough impact on his own value. However, the only thing worth celebrating was that he should not be Amen. Ahem. Salazar's deliberately louder cough woke Snow from his thoughts. She looked at Snow with some dissatisfaction and said, "What did you think of?" "I'm thinking about the other party's true pathway." Snow did not hide his thoughts. Hearing this, Salazar's brain began to run at high speed, and her beautiful eyes lost focus. While Salazar was thinking, a list also appeared in Snow's mind, and he began to list all 22 pathways and the families he knew one by one. Since he disguised himself as a marauder, then Zoroaster and Jacob can be ruled out first. The apprentice and seer pathways can also be ruled out. The leaders of the 5 major families are all big shots who rose in the second epoch, at worst king of angels, and there is no foundation for an angel family. The black, death, and warrior families, the warrior pathway would make one's body tall. If his ancestors really had warrior angels, Jack's physique should be like Little Sun. The death lineage, except for Azek, the rest are in Balaam, and there's even a suspected sequence 1, so there's no need to focus on a small character. As for night, then it wouldn't be the storm church monitoring him, but the night church. Soon, Snow had sorted through all 22 pathways and had a rough guess about Jack's origin. It was unclear if it was a coincidence, but at this moment, Salazar's eyes also regained focus. The two looked at each other, seemingly having already figured something out, and were momentarily stunned. Salazar wanted to speak, but remembering her previous interrupted deduction, she immediately said, "Don't say it out loud. Let's write the keywords on our hands and then show them together." "Okay." Snow nodded, took out a pen from his collar, while Salazar took out an eyebrow pencil from her handbag. The two quickly wrote down a line of words, then made fists and placed them on the table. Hidden roll. Both hands opened at the same time. Looking at the answers in their palms, which were slightly different but undoubtedly pointed to the same target, the two smiled at each other, immediately cleaned the words from their palms, and continued to enjoy their wine as if nothing had been discovered. Just a moment later, Salazar finally couldn't help but speak. "If our guess is correct, then are the things that came aboard last night and today's deceased a coincidence? Maybe, maybe not. Or perhaps our initial guess was a bit off. Maybe Jack and Salazar are not on the same path, but Jack knew about Salazar's plan and wanted to hitch a ride." Snow spoke vaguely, but Salazar frowned. This troubled expression did not last long, however. Her brows quietly relaxed, and a cute dimple appeared at the corner of her delicate lips. Then, Salazar said quite happily, "Doesn't this mean we have 2 treasures in front of us? Maybe 3. Snow recalled the sound from last night in the state of the deceased, and suddenly wondered if the true creator had secretly given him a buff through the Great Serpent. How could he encounter 3 side quests just by boarding a random ship? Of course, because he hadn't asked the Great Serpent for a buff, and the true creator hadn't asked for his opinion. Whether it was or wasn't, it was all within the scope of coincidence and would not affect his advancement ritual. He naturally didn't need to dwell on this. He just began to wonder if he had set the goal of coincidence a bit too low. But this was just a thought. After all, if he changed his goal now, it would be no different from shooting an arrow and then drawing the target. He could only grumble in his heart with some regret, and very painfully gulped down the remaining wine. Chapter 240, Beander Concentration Exceeds Standard. Bidding farewell to Sarah, Snow toyed with the coin in his hand. According to the information he received from Sarah, at least 2 Beander events should be happening simultaneously on the ship. Jack and Salazar's treasure, and the monster that boarded during the storm. Considering that the deceased's condition today did not resemble that caused by a marine creature, Snow suspected that a third party was likely responsible for the guest's death. Of course, it was also possible that Jack or Salazar had acted in order to perform some kind of ritual. Forget it, why bother with so many things? I'm not here to play detective games. Going with the flow is conforming to fate. Snow chuckled and shook his head, walking out of the bar. After tossing 2 dice, he went up the stairs to the entertainment room on the 2nd deck. Although a murder had just occurred on the ship, guests were still seen gambling in groups. Dice rolling, fighting evil, Texas Hold'em, except for billiards and dog catching mouse, all the entertainment found in an onshore bar could be found here. Finding a random Texas Hold'em table, Snow pulled out a handful of change and placed it on the table, indicating his eligibility to join. He then sat down in the spot vacated by a guest who seemed to have lost a lot, and while looking at his cards, casually said, "You guys have a lot of nerve. Someone just died on the ship, and you're still having so much fun." Regarding Snow's attempt to strike up a conversation, neither the gamblers at the table nor the onlookers found it strange. Texas Hold'em, without considering cheating, is inherently a psychological battle. Small tricks like distracting opponents through small talk are common at the card table. What's there to be afraid of? This ship has nearly 1,000 people, including the sailors. What are the chances they'd kill you of all people? And who knows how Barbassa died? Maybe he offended someone. The gambler sitting across the table casually threw his cards onto the table and spoke with a carefree tone. Snow was slightly taken aback by this. He picked 2 one-sol coins from his pile of change and tossed them into the center of the table before speaking. "Barbassa. Is that the name of the deceased? That guy was the owner of a bar in Pritz Harbor. Rumor has it he had some ties to pirates. Who knows what ill intentions he had coming aboard this time? The gambler sitting diagonally opposite said, throwing in 2 sol coins. Someone among the onlookers added, "That's right. If you ask me, that guy might have been secretly signaling pirates and got caught by Salazar. You little rascal, stop spouting nonsense. When Salazar kills pirates, he always breaks their limbs and throws them into the sea to feed the sharks." Hee, I was just saying. The conversation at the gambling table opened up, with everyone chattering about Barbassa and Salazar's gossip. Snow listened while casually placing 2 bets, winning some and losing some. No particularly good or bad luck. It seems my fate hasn't been affected. Snow looked at the cards in his hand, feeling a bit speechless about the names of the characters involved this time. Did he just stumble into a pirate's den? Is David Jones going to come robbing on the Flying Dutchman no error soon? Actually, if you ask me, it's really strange how Salazar is running this ship. He's been sailing out of Pritz Harbor for over 10 years, when has he ever left port in winter? A gambler angrily covered his cards, muttering as if to vent his dissatisfaction. The gambler who swept the money on the table into his arms rolled his eyes and said in a tone that implied taking advantage while still feigning ignorance, "Don't act too smart at sea. Do you think you're the only one who knows? Just look at the first-class passengers this time, which one of them looks like they're on a normal sea voyage?" Snow's eyes flickered slightly. The coin in his hand suddenly flipped up, and as the goddess representing heads came into view, he no longer concealed his curiosity. "What do you mean? Hee. The gambler who had just won a hand just chuckled twice and raised his hand, signaling the dealer to continue dealing. Seeing this, Snow said to a passing waiter, "Bring everyone at this table a glass of South Wales beer. It's on me." "No problem." The gambler took the beer, gulped down 2 mouthfuls, and let out a satisfied grunt. He first flipped open his cards and glanced at them before saying, "What kind of guest would pay £35 for a ship ticket?" "Of course, it's those nobles who have money to burn." A gambler who had gotten a free beer exclaimed. Snow, holding a king as an open card, first tossed a sol coin, then said, "Nobles should prefer ships with official backing. It should be those wealthy merchants, right?" "Exactly." The gambler snapped his fingers, tossed out 5 coins, and then replied, "The guy in charge of loading told me that among the passengers on this trip, no one brought any cargo except for one young man who brought a piano. Given the faces of those merchants, even if they don't have a need, they'd still bring some goods to make back the ticket price, right? Even if 1 or 2 bring small items like jewels, there are 20 first-class cabins on this ship, they can't all be small items, can they? Even if all the first-class cabins are for those with money to burn, what about the second-class cabins? Dozens of second-class cabins, and not a single one brought cargo. There are 3 large cargo holds on this ship, but all the ballast is Salazar's private goods. The composition of these passengers, tisk tisk. Buddy, you seem to know this ship very well." It wasn't Snow who asked, but a middle-aged man at the gambling table who hadn't spoken much. He had short, gray-green hair, an unhealthy pale complexion, ordinary clothes, and a slender build, but he had light blue eyes like gemstones. "Hey." The gambler didn't answer the question, he just chuckled and placed a £1 gold coin on the table, with an expression that said, "If you want to bet, hurry up and follow." The middle-aged gambler with blue eyes frowned. He didn't follow the bet, but said to himself, "Can I assume that you are also among those who boarded because you discovered something was wrong with the Black Pearl?" "Yes, of course." The old gambler made no secret of his intentions, casually taking 2 gulps of wine. "Even a third-class ticket costs £10. If there's no profit to be made, who would board the ship?" Ha. The blue-eyed middle-aged man let out a light chuckle, his gaze sweeping over the pile of banknotes in front of the gambler, his meaning obvious. The gambler, however, had no intention of avoiding the man's gaze. He called a waiter, exchanging some of the loose coins for larger banknotes to put away, leaving only a portion to continue gambling. The topic at the gambling table changed several times, and Snow maintained a state of half wins and half losses. However, as the personnel at the table changed, his lips couldn't help but curl up. "Good heavens, I've gambled for 3 hours and encountered 6 Beyonders. The concentration of Beyonders on this ship is a bit excessive." Chapter 241, Shoveling and Sleepless Nights. Find Jack. Visit Sarah at night. Follow the old gambler. Investigate Salazar. Talk to the blue-eyed middle-aged man. Examine Barbas's body. Check the goods in the warehouse. Ignore him, eat. Snow looked at the 8-sided dice showing an 8 on the dice tower's base, his mood somewhat complex. He even wondered if he had unknowingly gained a legendary D&D feat, otherwise why would he always roll this last number? However, since it was the dice goddess's decision, Snow had no intention of disobeying. After flipping a coin, he went to the first-class exclusive restaurant and began to eat dinner. Compared to the lunch he had yesterday in the regular restaurant, first-class dining certainly lived up to the ticket price. Although it was far from Snow's daily food expenses, it could still be considered a grand meal that a small middle-class family might only have once a week. It's worth noting that very few people were dining at this time. Only 3 out of 20 tables were occupied, and they mostly had no mood for small talk, silently devouring the food in front of them. Seeing there was no gossip to listen to, Snow didn't push it. With his hands clasped and eyes lowered, he silently chanted, "Thankful for my dinner." With a spiritual impulse, Snow gently stroked the heaven manufacturing hidden beneath his shirt's high collar, feeling a little guilty. Although he was sure that even if true Creator cast his gaze, he would only see himself praying to him, how should he put it? Before, he only considered him an evil god, so using him was fine. But now, he was somewhat of a true believer, and continuing with such fake prayers made him feel a little uneasy. "I really am too conscientious," Snow sighed slightly, picking up a piece of fish cheek meat. Feeling the tender, smooth, and gelatinous texture, Snow couldn't help but narrow his eyes. This taste, Lily should like it, right? Too bad she can't eat it. Snow, with a strange smile on his lips, began to feast. But perhaps this world was just that strange. Before he had even eaten halfway, he heard layers of prayers in his ears, and the source of the prayers was Lily. To avoid the awkwardness of Klein having to check Saphira Castle for every little thing, Snow had categorized his believers' prayer modes. Ordinary prayers and requests for spells would enter an automatic response state. Only in special circumstances would they be transferred to human service. However, there was one exception, Lily, who watched over his home. Because Lily usually didn't pray, her prayers would be immediately transferred if she ever did. "It can't be that she sensed I was eating fish, right?" Snow grinned and said to the waiter, "Please make me another portion of these 2 dishes. I want to take them back to my room." "All right, please wait a moment." The waiter glanced at the dishes on the table and didn't ask why he was ordering another portion of a dish he hadn't finished. After working in a first-class restaurant for so many years, he had seen plenty of wealthy merchants who only ate fish cheeks. At the junction of Backland's West District and Empress Borough, a young man wearing red gloves looked indifferently at the building in front of him. He rang the doorbell for the 3rd time and began a mental countdown, intending to sneak in and search if no one opened the door after another minute. After swinging his shovel in Tingen, Leonard hadn't really closed his eyes for several days. Although as a former sleepless, his need for sleep was very low, this complete lack of sleep still left him with deep dark circles under his eyes. In these past few days, he had visited many places, finally investigating everyone Sherlock Moriarty had come into contact with, and ultimately connecting the 3 existences of Black Emperor, Sherlock, and Klein. Although Sherlock and Black Emperor's actions still portrayed him as a good guy, the fact that Klein faked his death in Tingen left a big knot in Leonard's heart, no matter what. He should have immediately reported this intelligence to the church, but he unexpectedly saw the Moretti siblings in the North District. This made him hesitate. Leonard didn't know if the siblings knew that Klein was still alive, but he ultimately used the excuse of being able to investigate Klein through these siblings to postpone reporting. Instead, he continued his investigation and then discovered many clues. For example, the property where the Moretti siblings lived. Although the siblings had received a large sum of compensation due to Klein's death, judging by their frugal life in Tingen, they weren't the type to be so extravagant. He investigated this house and finally confirmed that it was gifted by a countess to a part-time novelist who was also a veterinarian. This wouldn't normally be anything to pay attention to, but when he saw the veterinarian's name, he felt as if struck by lightning. Snow von Paindrax. His impression of this man was so deep because he was the first man he had ever seen who was handsomer than himself. Recalling that this man had been implicated in the death of Heinous and Vincent, and Hainison Vincent's case was a problem Klein had discovered. He finally decided to investigate. This investigation was not trivial, because Snow von Paindrax's intelligence in the St. Samuel Cathedral archives actually reached the level of archbishop and above. According to the old man, this meant that this person at least possessed demigod-level strength or a corresponding level of secrecy. As for why Leonard still dared to confront someone with such a high level of secrecy, perhaps it was because the intelligence directory didn't label him very dangerous, like other intelligence of the same level. Leonard actually knew that doing so was a breach of discipline, but everything concerning Klein was like a thorn in his heart, to the point of keeping him awake at night. In his memory, Klein was slowly splitting. Whenever he closed his eyes, two images of Klein would appear in his mind. One was sunny and kind, with his own secrets but not arrogant. The other was cunning and shrewd, as if everything was merely a chess piece in his plan. Leonard wanted to end this fantasy. He hoped to get an answer. "Old man, open the door," Leonard said, seeing no movement. He finally stopped waiting, but just as he reached for the doorknob suddenly began to turn. This instantaneous change almost made Leonard draw his pistol. "Come in." An elegant but slightly childish female voice came from behind the door, but Leonard didn't see anyone. He paused slightly, then, as if receiving some kind of hint, looked at the black shadow that leapt down from behind the door. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and come in." Lily sized up the big cat in front of her. Although he looked a little silly, his clothes were made of good material, so he should be quite rich. Thinking of this, she forced her gaze to become a little kinder and slowed her pace, gesturing for him to follow quickly. This was Leonard's first time seeing a magical animal that could speak human language, but he ultimately didn't delve into this issue. After a brief silence, he finally followed Lily into the room. Then, he smelled something. "It smells like grilled fish." Chapter 242. Leonard feels he has been tricked. Leonard had imagined the smell of rotting corpses, the smell of perfume, or even other strange and chaotic smells, but he never expected that after entering the door, he would see a table laden with an all-fish banquet, and enjoying this sumptuous dinner was a cat. "Haven't you seen a cat eat fish before?" Lily noticed Leonard's gaze and said with great displeasure. Then, she extended a paw, picked a piece from the roasted fish, removed the bones, put it into her mouth, and let out a classic meow. "All right, Mr. Red Gloves, you must have something more important to discuss than observing my cat, right?" A voice with a hint of mockery suddenly rang out, and only then did Leonard realize that he had actually overlooked the main person. Why didn't the old man remind him? Leonard frowned, but immediately adopted a businesslike attitude and said, "Mr. Snow, I would like to consult you about some matters." Although there was little communication, Leonard still subconsciously used honorifics. Snow smiled slightly, then put his hands in his pockets, and said in a frivolous tone, "I see, haha, I understand. You probably haven't reported this to your superiors, have you?" Leonard looked at the other party's smile, which made him want to punch him, took a deep breath but still nodded. Very honest, Snow's tone still carried a hint of mockery. "Tell me, what information do you want to get from me? My fees are very reasonable, but you'd better be quick, I only have half an hour." "Fees?" Leonard's mouth twitched, but he still spoke. "Sherlock Moriarty, or rather, Klein Moretti, what exactly does he want to do?" These two questions require separate fees. Klein and Sherlock are different individuals. Snow's tone became slightly more serious, but Leonard frowned. "They aren't the same person." "They are the same person, but are the things you wanted to do half a year ago the same as what you want to do now?" Snow smiled faintly, but Leonard fell silent for a moment, and a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. "Are you saying that Klein didn't intentionally fake his death to escape?" Snow just smiled, then, as if by magic, pulled out a price list. "Klein's objective is £10, Sherlock's objective is £1,000. We accept mystical items, Beander characteristics, and potion formulas, calculated at market price. You can also deduct it through tasks. As a Sequence 7 nightmare, one risk-free conventional task is worth £100. Based on this, if you commit to 10 tasks, you can get all the answers you want." "Tasks?" Leonard's mouth twitched slightly. Seeing that the old man still had no intention of giving him a hint, he shook his head and said, Forget the tasks for now, I want to understand Klein's objective first. Leonard took out his wallet and pulled out 10 one-pound banknotes. As a Red Gloves, his salary was quite good, even a level higher than a Nighthawks team captain. Snow took the banknotes, counted them casually, then nodded and said, Klein's objective, or rather, his wish, is very simple, to let his family live a good life. He is also working hard for this. Even with some special secrets, he is just an unambitious fellow. Leonard was slightly silent. Although it sounded a bit harsh, the impression Klein left on him was indeed like this. What about Sherlock? Leonard frowned and continued to ask, but he saw the man in front of him make a gesture of rubbing his fingers. I have a weekly salary of £25, plus subsidies from the police department. I can save £1,000 in half a year. Leonard tried to prove his ability to pay, but Snow put on a stern face and said, You might also die tomorrow. In our line of work, it's not that we can't invest, but at least there must be a profit. Is there any benefit for me to let you run up a tab at my risk? No benefit. Of course, if you are willing to take on tasks, that's another matter. If you can advance to sole assurer, just one task can replace £1,000 of debt. Listening to Snow's unhurried words, Leonard's gaze somehow drifted to the cat in the corner again. At this moment, its amber eyes were staring at him with a peculiar look. Can I hear about the types of tasks first? Leonard took a deep breath and asked with some compromise. He could secretly participate in the Hermes Society, so he naturally wouldn't mind taking on some private jobs, provided they didn't violate his moral standards. Investigating intelligence, protecting relevant individuals, acquiring special items, theft, assassination, there are all kinds of tasks. However, we can specify the scope we can accept in the contract, such as not taking assassination jobs, or jobs targeting the Orthodox churches, etc. Of course, you can also agree to accept tasks first, and redeem them when you have Beander items. By the way, task redemptions do not accept gold pounds. Snow skillfully introduced the business, then spread his hands and said, Don't think of me as too dark. If you have doubts, a sequence 7 main ingredient for a potion, or a worm of time, and I'll answer your questions. Worm of time, what is that? Leonard subconsciously asked. Snow just smiled without speaking. Leonard felt his veins throb at the other party's enigmatic nature, but after a moment of thought, he still nodded and said, I have £300 in cash here. For the remaining £700, that's 7 tasks, right? Yes, that's right. Come, let's sign a contract first. Snow knew very well that Pales had the ability to violate contracts, but he still spread out a standard contract and motioned for Leonard to sign it. Although he was among the 3 fools of sun, moon, and stars, Leonard's mind was actually quite sharp. It was just that with Pales as an external brain, he usually bothered to think. At this moment, Pales was silent, which made him even more vigilant. He carefully read the contract several times before finally signing his name. Feeling the established restraint, Leonard eagerly asked, What exactly did Sherlock Moriarty come to Backland for? What is his objective? Sherlock's objective needs to be divided into 2 parts. Snow's smile became even brighter, but Leonard's face turned ashen. You're not going to charge separately again, are you? No, please believe my professional ethics. I would never say I'm increasing the fee after payment has been made. Snow shook his head seriously, then explained. After Sherlock Moriarty's resurrection, he has 2 objectives, revenge and going home. Leonard easily understood the meaning of revenge and going home, but the moment he felt that this question was not worth £1,000, he noticed a keyword. Resurrection. Chapter 243. This is a secret. Resurrection. Leonard's eyes flashed with surprise. He frowned and asked, You mean, Klein wasn't faking his death, but was truly killed by Ince Zangwill? He was just resurrected for some reason. Exactly. Snow nodded slightly, his smile unchanging, and said, For certain sequences, resurrection isn't something difficult to understand. The old gentleman within you should be very clear about this. He knows about the old man's existence. Leonard's original confidence vanished. Connecting this to the old man's sudden silence, he suddenly felt that he might have been a bit too hasty. However, if the opponent was a Beander that even the old man couldn't deal with, and even had to avoid, why was the confidentiality level within the church only, Archbishop and above, and not the highest confidentiality level? There wasn't even a danger warning. Heh, don't get excited. Actually, when you came in, I wanted to take out a monocle and put it on, but considering the old man wasn't in good shape, it wouldn't be good if I scared him into losing control. Snow chuckled as he pulled out a monocle and began to wipe it. Although Leonard didn't understand what this meant, he clearly felt something twitch in his heart. That wasn't his own reaction, so. The old man is afraid of monocles. A thought like this popped into Leonard's mind, and for a moment, he suddenly found it a bit absurd. However, he didn't forget his main objective. He took a deep breath and said, even if some high-sequence beyonders can be resurrected through specific means, Klein should only be a sequence 9. No, he should be a sequence 8 now. Sometimes, resurrection isn't necessarily an active act, and Klein already hasn't resurrected, for the first time, has he? Snow's lips curved upwards, his tone carrying an expression of, you clearly know but you're asking me. Leonard frowned, beginning to recall all the information about Klein. Then, he suddenly thought of something. How did Klein survive? Yes, in the incident involving the Antigonus family notebook, all the parties involved died, only Klein survived. At the time, it was just considered an accident, but if resurrection happened more than once, did he actually die back then, only to be resurrected under the influence of some factor? Assuming resurrection is a Beyander ability of a certain sequence, and Klein just happened to come into contact with a Beyander item that solidified this ability, thus gaining the ability to resurrect. Leonard's thoughts slowly focused, finally locking onto one item, the Antigonus family notebook that was stolen by a Beyander with the ability to turn invisible. If I remember correctly, the Antigonus family should be an angel family that controls the seer pathway. So, is resurrection a high-sequence ability of the seer pathway? Klein also happens to be on the seer pathway. No, I can't be sure yet. Maybe this is just his rhetoric. I'll go back and confirm with the old man. With a plan in mind, Leonard shifted the topic to the next question. Klein, Sherlock, is Sherlock the Black Emperor? And does he belong to an organization that worships the Fool? Why did he join this organization? What is the relationship between the Fool and the Antigonus family notebook? Although he knew these questions might be very expensive, as it concerned a newly emerged secret organization, if he handled it well, he might be able to get reimbursement from the church. However, just as Leonard asked this series of questions, he saw Snow suddenly reveal a smile that was very familiar to him. Immediately after, this gentleman suddenly pulled out an extremely familiar object from his pocket, and while lowering his gaze, he said in a low, elegant voice. This is a secret. Quote exclamation mark 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 quote. Leonard's brain almost crashed at that instant. As a follower of the Evernight goddess, he naturally couldn't mistake the holy emblem of the Night Church, let alone that the object in the other party's hand wasn't just an ordinary holy emblem, but an emblem containing the power of the Evernight goddess. Leonard suddenly felt a sense of clarity, as if the clouds had parted to reveal the moon. If this gentleman was a member of the Night Church, or even a favored one of the goddess, then could Klein, whom he knew so well, actually be an undercover agent, using death to infiltrate that organization that worshipped the Fool? Leonard suddenly realized that he seemed to have been reckless. If Klein was truly undercover, then his investigation would undoubtedly make his situation dangerous. Continuing the investigation might lead to Klein's mission failing, but not investigating would end too abruptly, making Klein highly likely to be suspected. He looked up, casting a pleading gaze at Mr. Snow, seemingly wanting to get some guidance from him. But the other party's expression was that all too familiar smile. He suddenly understood how the two archbishops of the Storm Church felt when facing Archbishop Anthony. Watching Leonard turn completely pale, Snow suddenly had the urge to show him heaven manufacturing as well. However, considering Len Shovel's sanity, he still didn't do so, merely smiling and saying, "Don't worry, things aren't as complicated as you think, or rather, they are far more complicated than you imagine. For small problems, you can go back and ask the old gentleman. What I can tell you here is that if you encounter any difficult problems, you can try praying to the Fool. The goddess won't blame you." Quote. Leonard frowned, looking at the gentleman in front of him. After confirming that he wasn't joking, his mood became even more complicated. His previous guesses were almost instantly shattered, and an even more magical thought even popped into his mind. Could this organization that worships the fool be the Night Church's Black Gloves? Just like how the Storm Church secretly raises pirates. Thinking about it carefully, most of the people rescued by the Black Emperor seem to have become followers of the goddess. What am I thinking? Seemingly realizing that his thoughts were somewhat blasphemous, Leonard quickly tapped his chest 4 times, drawing a crimson moon, and silently repented. Snow, meanwhile, took out a business card from his pocket, on which was written the incantation to summon Dodo. You should be able to find the honorific name of the fool. This card has the summoning method for my messenger. I'm not in Backland recently. If you have any questions, you can tell me directly through the messenger. Regarding your debt, I will also send it through the messenger. Oh, by the way, there's a good mission here. You know the Moretti siblings, right? They are currently coming into contact with the Beander world. You might be able to give them some guidance under the pretext of visiting a comrade's relatives. But please note, Miss Moretti is not yet an adult. Please don't make such jokes. Chapter 244, Russell joke. Old man, I never knew you were such a coward before. Leaving Snow's residence, Leonard walked in the glow of dusk, feeling Pales stir again. He immediately teased Pales without much respect. Pales didn't try to explain, only remaining silent for a moment before speaking in a meaningful tone. That person has the aura of at least 3 great existences on him. 3. Leonard's eyes widened, but Pales said with a slightly humorous tone, perhaps 4, and they are all, as you would say, God's chosen. Leonard felt his worldview shattered. He found it hard to believe such an incredible, almost comical situation where multiple deities would share one chosen, but one thing he understood, the old man had indeed been afraid. Although he wanted to make a few sarcastic remarks, considering there were still things he wanted to ask, he temporarily put that thought aside. As he moved towards St. Samuel Cathedral, he asked, does Klein's resurrection ability come from that Antigonus family notebook? Also, which existences do the divine blessings on Mr. Snow belong to? If it's a seer, resurrection is indeed possible. As for whether it comes from that notebook, I cannot be certain. Pales had no intention of answering the latter question, and Leonard wasn't sure if it was because Pales didn't know or didn't dare to answer. What does that monocle mean then? Leonard changed the subject, but Pales still didn't intend to respond to him. What sequence level is Mr. Snow likely at? What is the relationship between the fool and the goddess? Could Klein's resurrection be the goddess's arrangement? Leonard asked several more questions in succession, but received no answers. Just when he suspected Pales had fallen asleep again, he suddenly heard the old man speak. Didn't he say, it's a secret? In a cabin with a piano, a light door opened out of thin air, and Snow's figure emerged from the door. A few seconds later, the light door closed again. Dark red shadows, mottled in color, flowed out from the piano's shadow, rejoining Snow's shadow. As the dark red and mottled hues gradually faded, Snow finally breathed a sigh of relief. The burden is lighter than I imagined. It seems the integration of the separated soul is indeed the correct way to act. Snow felt the part of his separated soul that had returned to his body and began to sort out his consciousness, which had become slightly frayed due to the brief separation. The light door earlier was not the ability of a traveler, but an application derived from sacrifice bestowal that he had used before. However, this time, Snow had temporarily stored a part of his separated soul in a stand, allowing the return journey to be realized. However, at Snow's sequence 6 level, he was far from capable of separating his soul for extended periods. Even with the special nature of his innate stand, he could only maintain it for about half an hour. Beyond that time, the separated soul, which had been painstakingly integrated, could rebel, or even take control of the stand, forming an existence similar to a malevolent spirit. He turned to look at the time, then sat on the piano stool, pulled out Heaven Manufacturing, and inserted it upside down into the piano's slot, beginning his daily sacrifice. Melodious piano music emanated from the cabin, penetrating the wooden walls and slowly spreading outwards. However, it wasn't just the sound that spread, but also Snow's bribes. It must be said that the abilities of the Black Emperor pathway are truly useful. For example, the act of bribing has a very high playability. For instance, earlier in the casino, he bribed all the drinking patrons by treating all the gamblers to a drink, thereby causing them to relax their inner defenses, lower their guard, and reveal information they normally wouldn't. And now, he was also using music to bribe everyone who could appreciate this piece and found it beautiful. Of course, he didn't intend to do anything with it, it was just an advance payment, like, you owe me a favor. He bribed now, and when needed later, he would receive the corresponding feedback. Fate is truly an elusive thing. Snow's spirituality was rapidly evaporating under the high-intensity use of his abilities, but it consistently maintained half of its total volume. His fingers danced quickly across the piano keys, making the music's rhythm become passionate and full of enthusiasm. The number of Beyonders on this ship had already exceeded the normal density, and what was even more surprising was that their boarding seemed to be merely a coincidence. If it wasn't for the Great Serpent, the goddess, or the Russian priest secretly arranging it, then the only possibility he could think of was the aggregation of Beyonder characteristics. However, currently, there were already confirmed Beyonders from the open black lens bracket Fate close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket White Towern close black lens bracket, and open black lens bracket Storm close black lens bracket pathways. If he hadn't already confirmed that White Horse is not horse didn't possess the aggregation characteristic, he would have suspected that this thing was attracting monsters for him. Of course, strictly speaking, White Horse is not horse does have an aggregation characteristic, but it can only aggregate characteristics that it has polluted. So, theoretically, unless there is a second Beyonder of the paradox pathway in this world, there would absolutely be no aggregation occurring. Open black lens bracket True Creator expletive close black lens bracket. Just as Snow's thoughts were wandering, Heaven Manufacturing suddenly began to mutter. Ever since the Great Smog, Heaven Manufacturing had learned to restrain itself. Now that it suddenly swore, the reason was naturally that it noticed Snow's mind wandering while playing the piano. Don't speak. I was wrong. I'll concentrate on playing now. Snow grinned, immediately reined in his wandering emotions, and focused on playing. Heaven Manufacturing's mood stabilized again, and Snow finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's one thing for this little ancestor to be mentally unstable, but to have such strong artistic appreciation. Wasn't White Creator a researcher before? How could he know so much about music? Could it be that his taste was spoiled when he was the Silver City Creator? That makes sense, he must have raised many bards back then. That guy is playing the piano again. Is he really not afraid of death? In another first-class cabin, in one of the adjacent suites, Sarah, who was sorting through the intelligence gathered today, frowned. Although Snow played the piano quite well, was it really a good idea to attract so much attention? But that's right. Since he brought a piano on board, not playing it would be strange. Sarah shook her head. When she thought that the only cargo brought on board by the first-class passengers this time was a piano, she felt a headache. She thought other first-class passengers would bring cargo, so she didn't prepare any, but who would have thought that others didn't bring any either? What kind of Rosal joke is this? Open black lens bracket Note 1 close black lens bracket. Chapter 245, Flag Flying. Thank you, fool, for granting me peaceful sleep. Snow, who had just finished a set of paladin training, sat on the edge of his bed, performed his usual pre-sleep prayer, then picked up a glass of hot milk and drank it in one gulp. However, the moment his back touched the bed, that squelching sound once again traveled along the floor to his ears. The sound, like a rag slapping the ground, wasn't unpleasant in itself, but after several rhythmic repetitions, it inevitably caused a sense of irritation. As the sound drew closer, Snow's mood grew increasingly annoyed. Over 80% of the all-knowing council's consciousness demanded that he go out and teach that fellow a lesson, but Snow's main consciousness exercised its veto power, then pulled out a die. 1. Immediately open the door and check the situation. 2. Ask loudly from inside the room, who's out there? 3. Carefully use Beyonder abilities to investigate the situation outside. 4. Wait until the other party reaches the door, then suddenly push it open to knock them down. 5. Make some noise in the room to observe the other party's reaction. 6. Ignore it and go to sleep. The six-sided die fell into the dice tower, making a series of soft rumbling sounds. When it landed in the tray at the bottom of the dice tower, Snow frowned slightly. 4 points. Wait until the other party reaches the door, then suddenly push it open to knock them down. At least it's not. Ignore it and go to sleep. Snow grinned, grabbed the clothes from his bedside, put them on, and with steps lighter than a cat's, approached the door, casting an unlock spell learned from a spellbook. The locked door silently opened. Snow kept the door closed, quietly waiting for the sound to draw near. Thump, thump. Walking a bit, stopping a bit, the sound, as if constantly lurking outside each door to eavesdrop, finally reached Snow's room. Snow prepared himself for a sanity drop and suddenly pushed the door open. His physique, almost comparable to a Dawn Paladin's, pushed the door open with virtually no resistance. With a squish, the hallway scene came into Snow's view, and the resistance suddenly vanished. It feels like I did hit something. Snow raised an eyebrow, his nose crinkling slightly, as if he smelled a faint fishy odor. It wasn't the smell of fish or the sea, but a bloody smell mixed with a hint of pepper, yet not as strong as real blood, instead having a slightly spicy sensation. Snow held his breath immediately, and the shadow beneath his feet was tinged with a mottled dark red. He examined the traces outside the door and found a faint wet trail, as if a snail had crawled by. But the thing that should have been knocked over by his door panel had left no trace at all. No, there were still traces. On the outer side of his cabin door, there were some more obvious wet marks. Snow tore off some toilet paper and wiped it on the marks, discovering it was a slightly viscous substance, subtly pale red overall, like a mixture of menstrual blood and bodily fluids. The subtle bloody smell also came from this liquid. I thought it was a merfolk. Snow was slightly disappointed not to see a monster with an Innsmouth face, but the blindness of the situation still made him feel something was amiss. However, he was not a Beander who had received a formal mystical education, and his knowledge of Beander creatures was limited to a few that appeared in the original work, mostly only knowing their names. Fortunately, he knew someone who might know what this thing was. Carefully collecting some of the viscous fluid into a test tube offered by Lily, Snow sealed it multiple times with spirituality, then placed it with Heaven Manufacturing. Only then did he return to his bedside. No ambush last night. In the morning, after instinctively completing his morning greeting to the fool, Snow opened his eyes, somewhat surprised as he got out of bed. All the trigger traps in the room were still in their original state, which astonished him. He had thought that after that collision last night, the other party would be so enraged as to give him a surprise during the night. The piano is fine, the slime is still there. Snow removed the various trigger traps while checking his belongings, finally picking up Heaven Manufacturing, and as he hung it around his neck, he asked, "Did you discover anything last night?" Open black lens bracket true creator expletive close black lens bracket. All right, I understand. Snow grinned, tied his tie, pinned his tie clip, covered Heaven Manufacturing, then tucked the test tube containing the light red viscous fluid into his pocket and pushed open the door, stepping out of the room. The viscous fluid on the floor and door had completely dried by now, leaving only a faint trace as if it had once been wet. However, it would surely disappear again within a few minutes from being stepped on. Snow closed the door, playing with a coin to decide where to eat breakfast today, but just then, he saw a head of light golden long hair appear in his line of sight. "Are you also up to investigate?" Sarah noticed someone coming out and immediately looked up. Seeing it was Snow, a faint look of joy appeared on her face. She scurried over in a few steps, rattling off like a machine gun. The traces from the night before last were all destroyed. "I thought I'd get up early this morning and use my scene retrospection ability to observe, but I still didn't find anything. That thing left traces but erased its mystical imprint. This is completely abnormal. I suspect someone is helping that thing erase traces, or perhaps that thing is simply being controlled by someone." Listening to Sarah's somewhat regretful words, Snow tossed the coin high in his hand. "Should I ask Sarah about the viscous fluid?" Heads, yes. Looking at the goddess holding a sword, shield, and olive branch, Snow's lips curved into a smile, and he immediately pulled out the test tube from his pocket, saying, "That's perfect. See if you can find anything with this." "What is this?" Sarah looked at the test tube in Snow's hand but did not reach out to take it, instead maintaining a distance of about a meter, carefully observing its contents. "It was left by that thing last night. When I opened the door, it was gone, so I had to collect some traces. Snow placed the test tube into Sarah's hand. Sarah's eyebrows immediately twitched twice. Would a normal person go out in that situation last night? Oh, right, this is a seer. So he divined that there was no danger, which is why he decided to collect clues. Sarah instantly completed her mental reconstruction and decided that the first thing she would do after being promoted to polymath was to find a seer and learn the art of divination. Snow did not know what Sarah had imagined. Entrusting everything to fate, he was too lazy to think so much at the moment and asked directly. Any clues? Sarah picked up the test tube and gently shook it, watching the viscous liquid slowly roll inside, her brows furrowing slightly as she said, I'm not very sure. I recall several kinds of monsters that leave similar bodily fluids. I'll research it this afternoon and give you an answer tonight. Snow listened to this answer, which almost sounded like a flag, and said speechlessly, you know what? In most mystery novels, researchers who say such things usually don't live to see the night. Chapter 246, Girls Research. On the Black Pearl, in the first-class dining room, Snow and Sarah sat at a table, quietly enjoying a delicious breakfast. However, due to the abnormalities of the past 2 days, Sarah and Snow very tacitly performed multiple tests on the food, including for toxins, diseases, and occult influences. Fortunately, the abnormalities did not seem to have spread to the kitchen yet. Drinking the clear soup made from mushrooms and fish bones, Sarah ate bread and used her fingers to draw and write, seemingly pondering some complex problem. Snow had long heard of the reader pathway's nervousness and did not disturb her state, instead casually observing the kitchen staff. They were not the only table eating breakfast so early. Snow casually glanced around and spotted the middle-aged man he had seen at the casino yesterday, with gray-green hair, pale skin, and a pair of azure eyes. Next to him sat 4 burly men who were clearly followers of the Lord of Storms. Although these 5 had a clear hierarchy, their relationship was not that of bodyguards and employer, but rather more like superior and subordinate. This combination is a Punisher's team from the Storm Church. I thought it was a zombie. But, an entire team boarding the ship, is it to find Jack, or for the abnormality of the Black Pearl? Snow muttered to himself, picked up a slice of bread, spread jam and mint paste on it. He had to admit, this slightly stimulating sweetness, combined with toast and fish soup, gave a refreshing morning feeling. Even if it wasn't refreshing, eating this would immediately make you feel refreshed. Don't you think the waiter looks familiar today? Just as Snow was savoring the exotic delicacies, Sarah suddenly ended her research and abruptly looked up to ask. Following her words, Snow focused his gaze on a busy service staff member, somewhat confused, saying, he is the waiter in this restaurant. I saw him yesterday at dinner. Yes, but aren't there too few waiters on the ship today? Listening to Sarah, Snow finally understood her meaning. Whether in a regular restaurant or a first-class one, his dining experience had always been good, and the service staff were always attentive. But today, with only 3 or 4 tables of guests in the restaurant, this one waiter was sweating profusely from being so busy. This was clearly because he was overwhelmed. Why was he overwhelmed? Where did the other waiters go? Snow and Sarah exchanged glances, a hint of suspicion in their eyes. However, the captain did not notify them of any deaths. After quickly finishing breakfast, Snow followed Sarah to his room. Of course, this was not for a morning tryst, but because Sarah had been startled by his previous words. Watching Sarah fiddle with a very classical-looking microscope, Snow sat by, playing with a coin and dice in his hand. After several throws and spins, he suddenly spoke. I observed carefully just now, and it seems the number of people on the ship has indeed decreased. But because most of them are staff, no one has really noticed. Where do you think they went? Died? Or ran away? Sarah pressed her eye to the microscope, observing the prepared slime smear, while not forgetting to respond. I don't know, but no matter which it is, the captain definitely has a problem. The coin in Snow's hand spun rapidly. He stood up, somewhat annoyed, and walked over to Sarah, saying, any discoveries? Something similar to snail mucus, mixed with a very small amount of blood, but it has lost its activity, making it difficult to determine if it belongs to human blood or the mucus owner's own blood. However, it can be confirmed that it is not a marine creature. Although there are some spiritual residues, it is not an area where Byander characteristic is concentrated, so it's impossible to determine the specific classification. Well, this is the limit of what ordinary equipment can do. If we want to investigate further, we need to trace it through ritual magic, which will take a considerable amount of time. Sarah looked up and said with some regret. Snow listened to her answer, his brows slightly furrowed. Not a marine creature. Marine creatures wouldn't leave this kind of mucus, because in a marine environment, they don't need to frequently come ashore or stay moist. Also, the salt content in the mucus is wrong. If this animal were in seawater, the osmotic pressure would pickle it dry, just like sprinkling salt on a slug. Oh, by the way, do you know what osmotic pressure is? Snow nodded at Sarah's sudden question. He gently stroked his chin, thoughtfully saying, not a marine creature, then the hypothesis of it boarding during the storm doesn't hold. So, what is it? Something someone raised or summoned. And what is its purpose? Are the decreasing crew members related to it? Barbassa. At least we can be sure that Barbassa was not killed by these things. Sarah took out essential oils, hydrosols, and the corresponding brass and mercury for the god of knowledge and wisdom from her suitcase, explaining casually. From the state of the mucus, this creature's movement should be relatively slow, lacking explosive power, but with strong endurance. Killing people, if they have the ability to kill, it should be through suffocation, dissolution, or corrosion. Barbassa's cause of death should be excessive blood loss, but it's not impossible that this monster has a special blood-sucking mouthpart, but this doesn't conform to the structure of a normal creature. Of course, it's normal for Byander creatures to have structures that defy logic. Sarah rattled off the results of her investigation while opening a mercury test tube and using a special metal pen to dip mercury and draw complex mystical symbols on a notebook-sized brass plate. Snow saw the mercury exposed to the air and instinctively put a layer of protection on himself. However, he quickly noticed that the mercury Sarah used to write on the brass plate showed no signs of evaporating. But that made sense. Since Wulong used mercury as a metal to carry talismans, he naturally had methods to control it. Otherwise, it would be too ridiculous if followers of the Church of Knowledge were poisoned by mercury while praying. I need to pray to the God of Knowledge. Do you have any Byander items from the sun or storm pathway? Sarah finished her drawing with flowing strokes, then turned to look at Snow. Snow grimaced, but finally said, I'll wait outside for you. Call me immediately if there's danger. With that, without waiting for Sarah's reply, he turned and left the room, even remembering to add another layer of occult protection to himself, to avoid Wulong's gaze sweeping over him by chance when he cast his sight. He didn't have any Byander items from the sun or storm pathways, but he had heaven manufacturing with him. Chapter 247 Give Up. Above the boundless gray fog, the magnificent palace, like a giant's dwelling, stood silently. The Tarot Club members, once again arriving above the gray fog, emerged from the covering mist and heard Miss Justice's usual light-hearted voice. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Good afternoon, Miss Magician. Good afternoon. Greetings, starting with the Fool and ending with the world, echoed above the gray fog. As the Tarot Club's membership gradually increased, Miss Justice's greetings also began to follow the order of the tarot cards. After a period of obvious struggle that even Little Sun could discern, Mr. Moon's brow finally relaxed. Seeing Miss Justice finish her greetings, he immediately tapped the edge of the table and looked at her, saying, What you need. Miss Justice gracefully pressed her hand down, making a stopping gesture, then smiled faintly and said, Let's discuss it during the trade segment. Now is Mr. Fool's reading time. After speaking, she turned her gaze to the figure in the thick fog and said with an upward inflection at the end of her sentence. Respected Mr. Fool, I've obtained 3 more pages of Russell's diary. Hearing Miss Justice's statement, Miss Magician also spoke up. Mr. Fool, I also have 3 new pages of Russell's diary here. Today was destined to be a day of harvest for Klein. After the 2 ladies spoke, Little Sun also followed closely, saying, Great Mr. Fool, I have transcribed some legends of ancient gods. Then, he turned to the Hanged Man and said, The list of monsters in the surrounding area has also been compiled. After everyone had spoken, Klein turned his gaze to Mr. Devil and, as expected, received his 1 page of diary in response. Compared to the 3 pages of diary and the legends of ancient gods, Mr. Devil's page of diary materialized first. Klein didn't have that ritualistic need to read Russell's diary before Paindrax's diary, so he immediately looked at the neat text. Unexpectedly, the content of this Paindrax's diary was surprisingly serious. At the risk of madness, I obtained the Scholar of Yours potion formula. Hey, Scholar of Yore. Why do I feel it should be called Ancient Man instead? But jumping to Wanderer is even more suicidal. Rather than going to open black lens bracket beep, close black lens bracket, I'd rather jump to Mentor of Deceit and play hide and seek with Eamon. Quote. What does open black lens bracket beep, close black lens bracket mean? Is it like the Twilight Hermit Order, an existence that cannot even be written about? No, given this senior's habits, he would directly use other nicknames. But here, a censor was used. And from his meaning, playing hide and seek with Eamon is acceptable compared to this censored word. Klein looked at the first paragraph, his brows slightly furrowed. This senior could even use nicknames for organizations suspected of having a Sequence 1 author. What kind of existence could make him censor it? The King of Angels whose name couldn't be called, as Mr. Devil mentioned before, or perhaps. Klein shook his head slightly, stopping the thought from going further, and began to analyze the other text. Scholar of Yore, this should undoubtedly be the name of a high sequence potion on the seer pathway. He now knew that Sequence 5 was Marionettist, Sequence 2 was Miracle Invoker, and according to this senior's previous diary, he also understood that Sequence 4 should be Bizarro Sorcerer. Coupled with the fact that the sequence name, Wanderer, had also been mentioned before, it could basically be confirmed that Scholar of Yore was the name of the seer pathway's Sequence 3. But judging from this diary, this senior seemed very disappointed with Scholar of Yore, otherwise he wouldn't have considered Wanderer and Mentor of Deceit. Also, what did Ancient Man mean? While Klein was thinking, he casually picked up the diaries and documents submitted by Justice, Magician, and Little Sun, placing them beneath this page of the diary, and continued to read downwards. The prophecy of the apocalypse is less than 100 years away. How can I gain 300 years? No, let's change my thinking. I am a transmigrator, so I am inherently detached from this era. Maybe I can directly consume the potion without undergoing the ritual. This is a very bold idea, but compared to a future where I might fall asleep and never wake up again, taking a gamble might be a better choice. Quote. The ritual for a seer to advance to Sequence 3 requires 300 years. No wonder Senior Paindrax was disappointed. Klein took a deep breath, also feeling a bit hopeless, because he himself was a seer. Klein was already quite clear about the need for rituals for potion advancement and knew that some rituals might require a considerable amount of time. For example, the fifth epoch, that history extremely similar to the historical trajectory before Transmigration, could be the godhood ritual of an author. I don't even know the specific content of the ritual. Really, why couldn't Senior Paindrax write these important details in his diary? Klein grumbled 2 sentences in dissatisfaction, but at the same time, a doubt in his heart was finally resolved. He had been pondering a question before. According to the diary, this senior's transmigration time should have been not long after Rosal's death, which means it was likely just over 100 years ago from the present. Although this seemed to exceed an ordinary person's lifespan, for powerful beyonders, it didn't seem to be an insurmountable obstacle. But from this diary, this senior was clearly stuck at the advancement ritual. Whether it was a failed advancement, the ritual being in progress, or simply giving up on advancement and choosing to remain at Sequence 4 for life, all could explain his disappearance. Thinking of this, Klein couldn't help but look at the last paragraph of the diary. He was also a seer, and he, too, would have to face that ritual that seemed to require centuries to complete. As Klein's solemn gaze fell, lines of text appeared on his retina. After much deliberation, I still decided to give up. Perhaps the next person who understands my diary will call me a coward, but that's just my personality. Although continued advancement can grant a long lifespan, powerful strength, and even the possibility of finding a way home, still. My home is here now. I don't want to gamble. Not to mention that the apocalypse didn't leave enough time. Even if it did, could I truly abandon everything? I've already experienced one transmigration, and I don't want to experience that feeling of waking up and having no one familiar again. As for directly consuming the potion, I might as well jump to Mentor of Deceit first, then jump back to Miracle Invoker after digestion. The diary entry ended there. Klein was even a little bewildered for a moment. Senior Paindrax's choice left him at a loss for how to evaluate it. If it were him, what choice would he make? Would he choose that ritual that seemed to require abandoning everything? Or would he gamble, relying on his identity as a transmigrator? Or, as this senior finally said, jump to Mentor of Deceit first and then jump back? However, Klein quickly realized that he seemed to be getting ahead of himself. He hadn't even secured the ritual for Sequence 5 yet and was already thinking about these irrelevant things. Thinking of this, Klein inexplicably recalled the staircase above the gray fog. This gray fog, suspected to be closely related to the seer pathway, seemed to be providing him with some psychological comfort. Spiritual intuition. That's right. When I reach Sequence 4, maybe I can already climb the staircase, and then there might be a solution to the problem. Klein's brows relaxed slightly, and he temporarily cast this somewhat distant problem to the future, turning his gaze to Russell's diary. Chapter 248 Everyone has gains. Temporarily casting aside his confusion about the future, Klein picked up Rosel's diary. To his dismay, 2 of the 6 diary pages were identical. This was unavoidable unless the Tarot Club truly popularized simplified Chinese. Otherwise, with the imaginative writing style of people in that era, even the same diary entry could appear completely different. As for the remaining 4 pages, they also contained no valuable information. They mostly belonged to the period when Rosal lost his ideals and became obsessed with money. The entire text recorded sentences like, "What I invented today, what I plan to invent tomorrow, how many gold coins were sold, and how much investment was received," almost causing Klein to lose control. It was a loss of control due to not getting useful content, definitely not because Rosal was rich, serious. After finishing the diary, Klein took a deep breath and finally turned his attention to the ancient god legends provided by Little Sun. This was a relatively rough account, dividing the 9 existences of the second epic into 4 factions. Giant King Ormir, Elven King Sua, and Sanguine Ancestor Lilith were allies, fighting against Dragon of Imagination Anquelt, Phoenix Ancestor Gregrace, and Aberrant King Quasi-Tun. The Devil Monarch Farbati and Demonic Wolf Flegre belonged to the group that wanted to subvert order and corrupt all living beings. Beyond these 3 factions, the previously mentioned mad, ancient, evil, and chaotic, unspeakable god, was even further beyond. He existed like a natural phenomenon outside the territories of the ancient gods, seemingly enveloping all areas untouched by intelligent beings. Where he was, rules would be distorted, order would be subverted, and even the Beander powers of the ancient gods would be suppressed. Not even the most valiant giant king dared to enter his domain. He was once believed to be a part of the world's rules, devouring all existences that attempted to explore outwards. In the City of Silver's records, apart from the unspeakable god, that could not even be understood or described, the other 8 ancient gods were also described with terms like tyrannical, evil, terrifying, and cruel. Even Lilith, the sanguine ancestor, known as the embodiment of beauty, had a disgusting and ferocious side. Klein looked at Lilith in the City of Silver's records, pondered the differences between this and the sanguine legends, and committed his conjectures and observed details to memory. Then, he waved his hand, and the papers in his hand dispersed. He leaned back in his chair as usual, a profound smile playing on his lips, and scanned both sides of the bronze-long table, saying, "You may begin." Miss Justice, upon receiving the fool's instruction, immediately turned her bright gaze to Mr. Moon. "Mr. Moon, do you have any information on the Elder Tree Fruit and Mirror Dragon Blood?" Mr. Moon nodded slightly. 750 pounds in total. If you pay this amount, they will be yours. And of course, there's my commission, 100 pounds. Regarding Mr. Moon's offer, Audrey didn't even consider the total price and immediately responded with delight. "Deal. I hope the transaction can be completed today or tomorrow." "No problem." Mr. Moon, who was about to receive an extra 100 pounds to buy some accessories for Emily, immediately nodded. The Hanged Man, beside him, then looked at Mr. Vampire. That sanguine baron's inheritance, do you still want it? 4,500 pounds, this is the best price I could get for you. Mr. Hanged Man, whose face showed no change as he added 1,300 pounds to the price, stared intently. Mr. Moon's expression immediately became distorted. This was no longer a price that could be solved by Emily missing one new dress. After struggling for a moment, he finally let out a voice of poverty. I'll think about it again. No problem. The Hanged Man smiled, his gaze focused on Snow, seemingly contemplating whether to bring in this gentleman to put some pressure on Mr. Moon. However, thinking that he was currently the loneliest person in the tarot club, he abandoned this idea of ruining his popularity. Snow, seeing that the two transactions were completed, then looked at Miss Justice. In her knowing gaze, he smiled and said, Miss Justice, I have finished processing the faceless characteristic. It can grant you an intuition for danger, and also compress air to create air bullets equivalent to the power of a steam rifle. Furthermore, 3 times a day, it can automatically trigger a paper stand when you are harmed, allowing you to avoid damage while selectively teleporting to any location within a 20-meter radius. Of course, this requires you to carry paper figures on your person. Besides this, it can also enhance your control over your body, and naturally, the ability to change your appearance has been perfectly preserved. It has almost no side effects. The only problem is that if you rely on it too much to change yourself, it might cause a deviation in your self-perception. This point should be especially noted. I've priced it at £6,000, but I'm not in Backland recently, so I'll still have to trouble Mr. Fool with the transaction. Mr. Devil isn't in Backland. No wonder Glaint has been so happy recently. I thought it was because he got a good stand. Audrey muttered to herself, then turned her attention to the mystical item. Self-perception deviation. I have that doll Mr. Devil gave me, and I can even advance to psychiatrist in the future. This small flaw is no problem at all. Thinking of this, Audrey immediately nodded and said, I will pay within 2 days of receiving that mystical item. £6,000. He only spent £3,800 to buy back the characteristic. Artisan is truly a lucrative profession. Klein, who had just been laughing at Mr. Moon, felt his eyes turn red. Of course, not just him, Moon and Magician were also quite stimulated at this moment. Undoubtedly, as members of the poorer class, they were filled with awe for the number £6,000. Only Mr. Sun, who had little concept of money, merely weighed the corresponding difficulty of hunting monsters in his mind, then said to Magician, Miss Magician, your Spirit Eater's stomach is ready. Excellent. I will pay £300 to Mr. Hanged Man. Furz's tone was quite excited, and the Hanged Man also manifested the Solar High Priest's formula. Sun, in turn, manifested a monster list, allowing the Hanged Man to choose Beander materials to balance the price difference. Through the various transactions among the Tarot Club members, everyone got what they wanted. Klein could almost see that it wouldn't be long before everyone would experience a collective advancement. Well, except for Mr. Moon, who was still a long way from gathering enough money. After World requested the remaining auxiliary materials for Marionettist, Klein muttered a few words to himself, then chuckled. Free exchange. Miss Justice habitually wanted to be the one to start the conversation, but found that she had nothing to share this week. The exchanges of others were also rather mundane. What Snow cared about was that World had not spoken. No information about Bansi. Has the White Agate not yet reached Bansi Harbor, or did it simply miss it? Chapter 249 Shield. Returning to the cabin, Snow waved his hand to dispel the barrier that blocked gazes. Although there was no Lily to guard the door, Heaven Manufacturing was placed in the living room. He believed that no matter how insane a thief was, they wouldn't try to steal it, including Eamon. However, compared to his own safety, he was more concerned about the detective lady who kept setting herself up for trouble. Although there was no specific reason, Snow always felt that if he didn't keep an eye on her, the next time he saw her, it would only be to decipher her death message. Snow tossed a coin high into the air. The coin, engraved with a lion and a goddess, spun more than a dozen times before landing back in his palm. Heads, let's go take a look. Snow put the coin back in his pocket and soothed Heaven Manufacturing, which was muttering discontentedly, with a few words. Heaven Manufacturing also understood that the god of knowledge and wisdom would cause it trouble, so it reluctantly approved of Snow leaving it in the room. Knock, knock, knock. Please wait a moment. Sarah's slightly irritated voice came from behind the door. After a brief crashing sound, a sense of separation was completely eliminated. Snow raised an eyebrow slightly, then heard Sarah's voice say, "Who's outside?" "It's me, Snow." Snow calmly stated his name. Although a detective wasn't skilled in emotional divination, at such a close distance, her spirituality was sufficient to determine who was at the door. As the doorknob turned, Sarah opened the door, but Snow was startled by the lady who appeared in his sight. At this moment, Sarah was not at all as energetic as she had been in the morning. Instead, she had two heavy dark circles under her eyes, and her light golden hair was piled up in a messy bun, looking like a recent graduate who had stayed up for several days doing practice exams before the college entrance exam. "What's going on with you?" Snow grimaced, but in the end, he didn't beat around the bush. Sarah looked at him with a serious expression and said numbly, "We might be in big, trouble. Although I think there's already a lot of trouble on this ship, judging by your appearance, could it be that the slime has yielded results?" "What kind of monster, Sequence 7 or Sequence 6? Snow guessed at the so-called trouble Sarah had discovered, but Sarah shook her head vigorously. "It's not a matter of the monster's type at all, but that my ritual has been blocked." "Blocked? Are you sure it's not a failure?" Snow's eyes instantly sharpened. Although it was just a seemingly unremarkable word, it immediately made him realize what Sarah meant. "Yes, I've already tried 16 rituals, including praying for divine revelation and some more special mystical rituals, and even tried rituals for making talismans, but they all failed." Sarah moved away from the doorway, gesturing for Snow to come in, while speaking with a serious expression. Snow walked into the cabin and saw that the living room was filled with all sorts of brass plates, on which various symbols were drawn with mercury, but without a doubt, none of them had the slightest Beyonder aura. Of course, he wouldn't think this was due to Sarah's lack of skill. One or two difficult rituals might be understandable, but if even the lowest level ritual like talisman making could go wrong, Snow would have to wonder if Sarah, a Sequence 7, had drunk a fake potion. Among the knowledge inherited by the reader pathway, there's a secret technique for sharing knowledge. Through rituals, one can upload the knowledge they've discovered, or borrow knowledge uploaded by other readers. I originally planned to use a mystical ritual, by praying to the god of knowledge and wisdom, to temporarily gain the authority equivalent to a polymath. As a result, not only did the mystical ritual fail, but I also failed to log in using a friend's authority. Sarah described the consciousness she had previously tried to use. Snow frowned slightly, then began to try to communicate with White Horse as Not Horse. As expected, White Horse as Not Horse was still able to receive prayers from believers far away in Backland, and he could also issue commands to Lily through White Horse as Not Horse. Just as he had recently attended the Tarot Club, such a blockage clearly had no effect on Saphira. However, the true creator's gaze indeed seemed to have not been on him for some time. When did it start? Snow tried to recall, but found that the true creator had still been watching him when he played the piano last night. In other words, this blockage was at least something that happened after last night. Considering that the true creator wouldn't always watch him, he thought for a moment, then said to Sarah, "Stay a little farther away from me. I'll give it a try." Although Sarah didn't understand what Snow was going to try, she obediently retreated to the bedroom doorway. Then she saw Snow suddenly clasp his hands together under his chin and begin to silently chant. "The Lord who created all, the ruler behind the veil of shadows, the fallen self-nature of all living beings." Snow silently chanted the true creator's honorific name. As a true favored one of God, even if his prayer didn't receive an immediate response, it would immediately cause a disturbance on the mystical level. But this time, there was no reaction at all. It seems it really has been blocked. Snow shook his head and opened his eyes again. Seeing his expression, Sarah understood that Snow had completed the confirmation. It's not an easy thing to block a believer's prayer. A god can choose to ignore a believer's prayer, but if a believer's voice cannot reach a god, that's a big problem. Sarah paced anxiously, her original, "If I don't do archaeology, didn't I waste 4 years of study?" demeanor completely gone. "I don't think this is anything strange. After all, didn't you already know that Jack might be the last descendant of a certain angel family? It's not surprising for him to have a high-level sealed artifact, right?" Snow was not surprised by the act of blocking prayers. After all, situations like ritual magic failing or prayers failing didn't necessarily mean they were truly blocked. For example, the Earl of the Fallens, chaos, or the imperative mages, mystical weakening, could achieve similar effects. And these were only abilities at the demigod level. If there was a sealed artifact of angelic rank, creating an environment that interfered with ritual magic and prevented prayers would be incredibly easy. However, Sarah had a different view of Snow's relaxed attitude. She suddenly chugged a large glass of water, then scratched her somewhat disheveled long hair and said, "This is different. If Jack really had a grade 0 or grade 1 sealed artifact, his position wouldn't be that of a so-called last descendant, but rather an angel family that controlled the inheritance. Facing such a target, the Storm Church would absolutely not just monitor him, it would be far more than that." "So, you mean Jack is a demigod or even an angel?" Snow frowned. If the opponent was a demigod from a non-heterogeneous pathway, he would indeed be a bit nervous. However, Zhou III aside, the Storm Church wouldn't be so incompetent as to be unable to keep an eye on a fallen angel family orphan, would they? Chapter 250 Exploration. 1. Take Sarah to inspect the ship's condition. 2. Announce on the public channel, gathering all passengers to investigate together. 3. Don't take anyone, investigate by himself. 4. Leave it alone and go back to the room to sleep. Snow threw the tetrahedral dice into the dice tower, and after a brief slide and roll, Snow saw the numbers 2, 3, and 4. For a 4-sided die, the downward-facing side is the score. "Let's go, we'll go out and see, while it's still not dark." Snow waved at Sarah, who hesitated for a moment before biting her lip and saying, "Wait for me." With that, she turned and slipped into the first-class cabin's private washroom. 3 minutes later, Sarah, looking beautiful again, emerged. "If I couldn't confirm the spiritual reaction on you, I would even suspect you'd been swapped." Snow raised an eyebrow, looking at Sarah, who had smoothed her long hair and erased her eye circles at an unscientific speed. There are always some seniors who invent all sorts of useful and simple spells. Sarah blinked. Although her appearance had recovered, Snow could still see her mental exhaustion. "Then let's go." Snow pushed open the cabin door. Before he could throw 2 dice to decide where to investigate first, he already sensed that something was amiss. It's too deserted. Even if the tourists are afraid of the killer and dare not come out, there should still be sailors cleaning the deck. Sarah looked at the empty third deck, her brows furrowing tighter and tighter. Although the third deck, apart from 20 first-class cabins, was entirely made up of functional buildings, the feeling that it had been abandoned for a long time still made her uneasy. The sky was still foggy. Although such weather is not uncommon in the highly humid sea, the bloody smell, which had been covered by the fishy smell of the seawater in the fog, was slowly intensifying, gradually becoming hard to ignore. "Go down to the lower level." Snow turned to look at the stairs leading to the second deck, but Sarah looked up and said, "Shouldn't we confirm the lifeboats first? Although I don't think we can easily escape by lifeboat, it can at least prove some issues." Seeing Sarah regain her composure and begin to display the abilities a detective should possess, Snow nodded and walked towards the lifeboat deck. However, just as he climbed to the promenade deck, a sharp shout entered his ears. "Who's there?" "First-class tourist." Snow secretly put on his protection, but his tone was exceptionally calm as he looked towards the corner. Then, a somewhat familiar person appeared in his field of vision. "You're the one from yesterday." Snow put on an expression of recollection, looking at the middle-aged man, who seemed to be from the Fate pathway. The man nodded. "It's me, the one you bought a beer for yesterday. My name is Wright Peter, you can call me Wright. Are you the only one on the promenade deck?" Sarah scanned the empty promenade deck, looking warily at the man in front of her. Wright spread his hands, a little helplessly, and said, "When I was having afternoon tea, I noticed that there seemed to be fewer people on the ship, so I came to investigate. The cold drink shop, infirmary, and gym are all still open, and there are enough staff inside, but their condition, well, I find it a bit hard to describe. You'll know when you see it later." Afternoon tea, huh? Snow was still somewhat unaccustomed to the Loan people's afternoon tea at 3 or 4 o'clock, which lacked the concept of lunch, but this indeed explained why the other party came out to investigate at this time. Zhuangzhou's fish secretly activated, and Wright's various micro-expressions began to be compiled. Because Snow's Zhuangzhou's fish was advanced from the shadow ascetic potion, it leaned more towards secrecy rather than insight. It couldn't achieve the direct mind-reading effect of a telepathist, but basic emotional perception and lie detection were still possible. And the result was undoubtedly that everything Wright said was true. You didn't seem to mention the prayer hall. Snow frowned slightly. The ship was currently in some kind of shielded state. If there was a problem anywhere, the prayer hall, a place full of mystical significance and where a purification ritual had been held the day before yesterday, seemed very conspicuous. Wright's expression changed slightly, but he still shook his head and said, "Never mind, you'll know when you come with me to see." Sarah and Snow exchanged glances, but both of their sequences had excellent observation and analysis abilities, so they made the same choice. They decided to trust Wright for now. The three maintained a not too far, not too close distance. After walking across two platforms, Sarah spoke first. "How can there be moss here?" Snow looked in the direction of the voice and found a small patch of grayish moss on the wooden wall. Although it's not uncommon for wood to grow moss, for a ship that requires constant wiping and maintenance by sailors, the presence of moss could only mean that the ship had probably not been cared for in a long time. "You'll know if you walk forward." Wright glanced at the moss, then pointed to the corner ahead. To confirm the number, Snow, who had seen the layout of the Black Pearl, naturally understood that the end of this path was the prayer hall. Upon hearing Wright's words, Sarah showed a hint of suspicion. After a moment of thought, she took out a pair of gloves inscribed with some runes from her pocket and put them on. Then, she took out a test tube and tweezers and began to peel off some moss. Wright merely gave her actions a profound look but did not stop her. Although it wasn't time for problems to arise yet, Snow looked at the thick, slimy moss and silently added a layer of breathing filter to himself. The spells analyzed and taught by the spellbook only had 1/10 of the original power, but some functional spells were surprisingly useful. Just as Snow was putting on his protection, Sarah also finished her sampling work. The three moved forward again, and then they saw the gray moss that had spread from inside the prayer hall, slowly wriggling and expanding. Looking in from the doorway, the entire prayer hall was already covered in slimy moss, looking like the grayish-green maw of a giant beast, emitting a membrane-like sheen. It was a color that, with just a glance, would cause physiological discomfort. Compared to moss, a more fitting term for this scene popped into Snow's mind. Creep. It was like this when I came. I'm not sure if it grew in an instant or slowly over time, but as you can see, I definitely don't want to go in there. Wright spread his hands, speaking in a muffled voice. Clearly, he also didn't want to breathe in such a place. Sarah looked solemnly at the prayer hall, which was completely occupied by moss, her unease growing stronger. He turned to look at the stairs leading up on both sides of the promenade deck and said, "Let's go check the lifeboat deck."
For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.